Flirting with the Billionaire, written by Virna De Paul, narrated by Ellen Lang. Prologue. Lucy Conrad's mind was officially blown, because it turned out the nice guy professor she'd gone out with on a dare was going to be the best she'd ever had. Assuming he ever actually gave it up, that is. The guy excelled at making her feel pleasure unlike any she'd ever experienced, and for her, that was saying something. Yet when it came to going all the way, he remained stubbornly resistant. Their chemistry was phenomenal. He was an amazing kisser, whether he was taking things slow and sweet or fast and furious. But during their third date and a mind-numbing makeout session, he'd suddenly pulled back. Intent on proving he wanted more from her, he'd suggested they delay going all the way, that they build the anticipation and drive each other crazy while at the same time getting to know one another better. When she'd realized he was being serious, she'd been intrigued. She'd also been confident she could get him to change his mind. So she'd agreed. They were officially on date number 10, and Lucy was done. She wanted all of Jamie. As if aware of her thoughts, he said, "We agreed to take things slow, Lucy, to get to know one another a little better. This is hard for me too, but you haven't truly let me in. I've known from the start the way I'm going to get there is by keeping some part of me out of your reach. Why do you care whether I'm holding something back?" And how could he know? Could he sense the pain she still carried from her past? The hurt that came from never fitting in? The people she should have been closest to, her affluent parents and sister, the teachers and girls from her boarding school, had rejected her for being loud, impulsive, and crude. Jamie wasn't like that, which didn't mean he was perfect either. He could be cocky, stubborn, controlling. Twice he'd even suggested her clothes were too revealing. She'd given him a pass the first time. On the second, she'd made it clear she'd dress how she wanted, and if he didn't like it, he could take a hike. He'd refrained from commenting on her clothes ever since. And he hadn't gone anywhere. Despite knowing better, Lucy's heart was opening up, preparing to let him in. And that scared her. He kissed her neck. "It's okay, Lucy. Trust me with you. I'll take care of you. I promise." She'd heard that before, from other men. But this was Jamie. Yes, he had faults, but he wasn't like the broody bad boys Lucy normally hung with. He was more like the boys she'd been attracted to when she'd been younger. Smart and funny, with just a hint of sophistication. He was more like the boy she'd given her heart to all those years ago. Mason Lancaster. Now her sister Gail's husband. But unlike Mason, Jamie could be trusted. Couldn't he? "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, what?" I'll trust you?" He smiled ruefully. "It's not a matter of saying it, Lucy, or, in your case, asking it. It's a matter of proving it." "Then I'll prove it to you. I'll try." She liked him. She respected him. She enjoyed spending time with him. And she no longer had a doubt in her mind that she could love him. "How about we make dinner here tonight?" It was a simple question, but a significant one. They'd fooled around in her apartment, but they'd never cooked there. The idea of cooking a meal with him gave her more pleasure than it probably should have, but again, she decided not to make a big deal about it and to just go with what her heart was telling her she wanted. More time with him. Alone. "That sounds great." He gave her a light kiss, first on her nose stud, then on the lips. When they'd first met, Jamie had rubbed her the wrong way. When he'd first asked her out, she'd said no. She'd pointed out that they were too different, that he was too different from the bad boys she dated. "I'm not a bad boy," he'd agreed. "I'm a real man who knows how to treat a woman right. So right that the last thing she'll want to do is run away when feelings start to get involved." Lucy had snorted. "I don't run away. I just know what I want and what I don't, and I steer clear of what I don't." "And what's that? Commitment?" You're talking commitment when we haven't gone out yet. You're definitely not the right kind of guy for me. What I am is willing to explore possibilities. What's wrong with commitment anyway? You should give it a try. Go out on a date with me and who knows? She'd laughed, but in the end he'd gotten his way. She'd gone out with him. And not just because her friends Grace and Melina had dared her to give dating a nice guy a try, but because she liked what he said, liked how he looked, and most of all, loved the way she felt when she was around him. With supplies for a simple pasta dish out on the counter, she went to set the table, picking up the pile of paperwork and files Jamie had set there when he'd come inside. As she moved it, a few papers shifted and fell, and she was straightening them when the invitation caught her eye. It was printed on delicate paper, announcing the engagement party of Eric Davenport to Brienne Whitcomb, the same last name as Jamie. Huh. Must be a relative? The invitation indicated the engagement party had taken place the weekend before, when Jamie said he was going to visit his parents. At the time, considering Jamie was so big on commitment, she'd wondered why he hadn't invited her to go with him, but then figured that if things continued to progress between them, she'd meet his family eventually. Was there a reason he hadn't told her about the engagement party? Was it possible he'd taken someone else? Insecurity swarmed through her, and she immediately wondered if he'd been embarrassed to introduce her to his family, or if the feelings he professed to have for her were all a lie. But no, that was just her usual paranoia and cynicism talking. Jamie might have suggested she dress too provocatively a time or two, but that wasn't terribly uncommon. Men tended to be possessive. He'd never done anything to indicate he was embarrassed of her, or that she couldn't trust him. Then the location of the engagement party caught her eye. Joyeux Cachet in Paris, France. He'd flown to Paris for an engagement party for the weekend? That had to have cost a small fortune. Who did that? People like her father and mother did, that was who. People who were very rich. People who had money to throw around. People who, in Lucy's experience, often thought they were better than most. Better than her. It didn't matter that she came from an affluent, respectable family herself, because she didn't act the way a respectable, proper lady should act. She'd been treated like an oddity in her own family for as long as she could remember. Her own family had made her feel bad simply for being who she was. And in order to make sure she never felt that gut-wrenching sensation of rejection again, she never dated men who came from money. Was it possible that Jamie was richer than he'd let on? Suddenly, the fact that he'd commented on her provocative clothing seemed less about possessiveness and more about judgment. The fact he was withholding himself suddenly became more about games and manipulation rather than giving their hearts time to open to one another. Hadn't other boys, one boy in particular, pretended to love her only to cast her off as soon as he'd gotten what he'd wanted? According to her experience, that's what rich boys did. Played games. Lied to get what they wanted. "Hey," he said from behind her. She turned around to see Jamie, but when he saw the invitation in her hands, his face paled. Any hope she'd been harboring that things could progress between them vanished, because he looked guilty. And that's when she knew. Once again, she'd been a fool. And he was the one who'd made her one. Chapter 1. 3 months later. Ask her. Lucy looked up from the notes she'd been reviewing. A familiar-looking blonde urged her friend, a short brunette, forward. Lucy recognized both girls as being enrolled in her women's studies class, which had just ended for the semester. Folding her hands on the desk that sat at the front of the empty university classroom, she waited for the girls, who looked like younger versions of Lucy's two best friends, Grace and Melina, to gather their courage and ask whatever was on their minds. "You ask her," the dark-haired girl said. "You said you were going to ask her. I changed my mind." Lucy's mouth twitched, and she made a mental note to offer another seminar on developing confidence once summer break was over. These two were a mess. "Come on, ladies," she called. "If you have a question, the best way to get the answer is to just ask. It's just the three of us in here," she pointed out encouragingly, waving her hand to encompass the empty classroom that was one of Lucy's favorites on campus. Unlike some of the cavernous lecture halls she had to teach in, this one promoted a casual, intimate environment and allowed her to get to actually know her students a bit. The two girls shuffled toward her as one unit. "Hi, Professor Conrad. I'm Janet Harger," the blonde began. "Of course, I know who you are, Janet." Lucy smiled encouragingly at her and then at the other girl. "And you're Lisa Mills. You both got A's on your final exams. Excellent work." Lisa's eyes widened with surprised delight. "Wow, I can't believe you remember my name." "There were only 35 students in this class. Why would you be surprised?" Lucy asked. "Well, it's just, you're one of the hippest professors here." Lisa leaned closer as if confiding a state secret. "I love how you change up your hair all the time." "Thank you." Like Lisa, Lucy was a natural brunette. She changed colors and styles on a whim, but she had a definite penchant for red. Right now, her hair was a deep sherry color and the longest it had ever been. Her hair, her nose piercing, her personality, heck, even the way she dressed set her apart from the other female professors who were prone to wear ankle-length flowery dresses or stuffy masculine business suits. The fact Lucy didn't take herself too seriously was also reflected in her teaching style. She worked hard to be approachable and relatable to her students. Sometimes Lucy even, horror of all horrors, cursed in class. She didn't make a habit of it, but when the expletive fit. She was glad that, to Lisa, Lucy's style made her hip rather than some of the less complimentary things people had said about her in the past. But even if that hadn't been the case, it wouldn't have mattered. Lucy acted and dressed for herself and no one else. That included a certain incognito billionaire. Today she had on a camo-inspired jacket that felt like it had been tailor-made to hug her curves. Underneath it, she wore a hot pink silk cami that revealed just a hint of her tattoo. Her flirty dark green skirt was pleated and ended mid-thigh. The 4-inch pink platform wedges she wore were one of her favorite pairs of shoes. "So, ladies, is there something I can help you with?" Lucy prompted. Yes, Professor Conrad. I'm sorry. Lisa and I had a question. We have this friend who is a..." Janet bit her lip, then said, "Well, let's call her a serial dater. She moves from one guy to the next with barely taking a breath in between. She says that's how she wants to spend her life. She doesn't ever want to get married or have kids. We're just worried that she's going to get a bad reputation, you know?" Lisa jumped in. "And what about later on in life when everyone else has settled down and she's too old to have kids? What if she regrets it and people look at her as some weird old cat lady or something?" Lucy smiled at the cat lady reference, but the rest of what the girls said gave her pause. Everyone in the world was so worried about what other people thought of them. Few realized that if people would just be themselves and let others do the same, the world would be a much better place. "Sit down, girls," she told them. "Please." The girls pulled up 2 chairs and sat. "You two seem like good friends, and I'm sure the girl you're telling me about is lucky to have you both in her life. But I have to tell you what I'm hearing here. Your concerns are about how other people will perceive her and how those perceptions will affect your friend's life. Am I right?" "Yes," Lisa said. "People will think what they want, but in the end, your friend has to love herself. Does she?" "She says it's her life and she can do what she wants. She says that she's over 18 and she's not hurting anyone, so it's no one's business but her own." "She sounds like she knows herself and what she wants," Lucy said. "That might change someday, but that's for her to find out on her own." Janet and Lisa still looked doubtful, so Lucy continued. "Look, everyone has a different perception of things. There are billions of people in the world, and there would be no possible way to please them all. So, in the grand scheme of things, who does it make the most sense to please? Yourself, Lisa said, repeating what she must have heard Lucy say in her teachings. Exactly, Lucy said, holding her arms up high, as if embracing the very essence of herself. The key to being happy is to love yourself. If you're constantly trying to bend to meet the expectations of others, then you never even get the chance to know, much less like, yourself. There is nothing wrong with refusing to conform to the standards society has set for us as women. As long as your friend is happy with herself, try to be happy for her. Don't you ever want to get married? Janet somehow found the nerve to ask her. Lisa looked horrified by her friend's brazenness. I have 2 amazing friends who are in committed, long-term relationships. One's married, and I'm betting the other will be soon. I have no desire for any of that. I'm happy with my life as a single woman, and my friends and I both accept and cherish our differences. The girls looked pleased with Lucy's opinions. Most of her students usually were. One of the things that made Lucy good at her job was that she lived what she taught. She encouraged her students to be independent and empowered to take control of all aspects of their lives, from their careers to their own ideas about femininity and sexuality. She had done all of that herself since she'd become emancipated from her parents at the age of 16. And she had personal experience with having to live her life in spite of the negative opinions other people had about her. She enjoyed a man while they were together, but when she tired of him, she didn't feel guilty about moving on to the next. In particular because she was always honest about not wanting anything too serious. She liked to feel sexy, she dressed to show off her assets in the best light possible, and she didn't think she should have to apologize for that to anyone. Therefore, she didn't. "Thank you, Professor Conrad," the girls told her as they got up to leave. "Anytime. I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to come and see me." As they walked away, Lucy grabbed her notes from the desk and looked back down. Within seconds, however, she heard the girls giggle. Automatically, Lucy looked up. Immediately, she sucked in a breath and stiffened as her gaze collided with the golden brown eyes of Jamie Whitcomb, adjunct professor of environmental studies and, as Lucy had discovered after confronting him about the invitation she'd found, a genuine billionaire whose grandmother had been traveling buddies with Howard Hughes and had left both Jamie and his sister 7-figure trust funds. After he'd confirmed just how wealthy he was and that he'd indeed failed to invite her to Paris because he hadn't been ready to have her meet his family, Lucy had broken up with him, but only after she'd completely lost it. She'd accused him of deliberately hiding his background, playing at being a regular guy, and slumming it with a girl he was embarrassed of. Even now, she cringed to think of it. She'd completely overreacted, driven by the fear that once again she'd fallen for a man who came from a world in which she'd never be accepted. Later, she wondered, if he'd taken the time to reassure her, would things have worked out differently? She hadn't been playing games, but it had still surprised and hurt her that he hadn't put up a fight. He'd simply agreed, saying, "If my wealth puts you off that much, Lucy, then it's best we end things now." Aside from work, their acquaintance should have ended there, but the situation had been complicated by the fact that Lucy's best friend, Melina, was friends with Jamie, and that Reese and Max, Melina's husband and brother-in-law respectively, had needed someone to invest in a new theater for their Las Vegas magic show. That person had turned out to be Jamie. His gaze unwavering, Jamie strode toward her. Behind him, the girls were still whispering and giggling, but a look from Lucy pushed them out the door. She couldn't really blame them for their girlish adoration. Jamie wasn't flashy, but he was certainly one of the best things to look at on campus. Of course, Lucy would never admit that out loud, just like she'd never admit how much she missed him, how much she wished things could have been different between them. For a while after their breakup, Lucy hadn't been able to hide her anger and hurt feelings. Now, time and distance, and yes, quite a bit of logic, had done its job. Okay, so he hadn't told her he was wealthy, but he also hadn't directly lied about it. Ultimately, she could understand why someone with that much cash wouldn't want to advertise it. Although the end result of their breakup remained the same, she'd tried very hard to change her attitude toward him. It hadn't hurt that Jamie had used some of his vast fortune in order to help Lucy's friends. Since they worked together at the university and had friends in common, Lucy had decided the best thing to do was put aside her anger and make sure everyone knew she was moving on, even if she didn't always believe it herself. But it wasn't like she had any choice. Jamie was firmly in her past. She just had to make sure she acted like it. When they weren't together, she could convince herself she had no regrets. But when he was near, for some reason, Jamie had the ability to throw her equilibrium off and make her feel a confusing whirl of emotions that made her act very unlike herself. "Jamie, what brings you here?" Lucy asked. She placed her notes back on the desktop and crossed her arms over her chest. He smiled, and the combination of those incredible eyes, framed with mile-long dark eyelashes and a killer row of even white teeth, made Lucy shiver. "I was in the neighborhood," he said, "and I thought I'd stop by and say hello." "Well, you gave my students quite a thrill. Think how giddy they'd be if they knew you were as rich as a sheik." "Yes, well, obviously not all women find my wealth to be an asset." Lucy almost winced. It was true his money, or more precisely, the lifestyle and expectations that ultimately came along with the money, had sent her running. And even as she acknowledged how unfair that was, she also knew that eventually he'd have been the one to judge her inferior and walk away from her. She'd just made sure she'd done it first. "I noticed you didn't deny you're as rich as a sheik." He sighed. "Honestly, Lucy, can we just not go there?" Regret sent heat rushing to her cheeks. She'd meant it as a joke, but in hearing her own words, she'd just sounded snarky. She straightened some books on her desk. "You're right. No point." She studied him again. Even before she'd learned about Jamie's affluent background, she'd never thought of him as a typical professor. He was handsome, to the point that he could make a woman forget her own name, and he was confident, commanding a room with his quiet presence alone. He had a sense of style, too, dressing in clothes that flattered his coloring and were tailor-made. She'd noticed right away that everything he wore was superb quality, even if it was just jeans and hiking boots. He taught environmental studies and spent a lot of time outdoors, taking his students on learning trips, as he liked to call them. He was a hands-on professor and one of the smartest people Lucy had ever met. Most of all, he was a truly nice person. She'd never heard him speak an unkind word to anyone. "Focus, Lucy, focus on being civil and pleasant and getting him out of here." But why was he here? He'd been on her side of campus before, and he'd never stopped by. Why now? "How's Joanna?" she asked, referring to the English professor he'd been dating the past few weeks. "I assume she's fine. We're no longer seeing each other. What about Jericho?" She spared a thought for the man she'd dated on the rebound soon after breaking up with Jamie. Jericho had been a long-haired, artsy, and moody man with more piercings than a college campus bulletin board. He'd fit into her world perfectly. They'd spent their time combing through farmers markets and making vegan meals, and he'd played the ukulele for her over falafel. For a few months things had been good, but then Jericho had gone and Googled her. Suddenly, after finding out who her father was, he started asking her to front the bill when they went out to dinner, to invest in a new art studio and a new van he could haul his paintings in. And when she'd told him she and her family didn't speak, he'd suggested, in all seriousness, that she act more like Daddy's little girl so she could gain access to Daddy's money. Screw that. So she'd tossed the sprouts out of her refrigerator, stocked it with steaks, and told Jericho to take his ukulele and stuff it up his "we broke up a while ago" as well. Ah, any big plans for summer vacation? Why all the small talk, she wondered. Didn't he realize how hard it was for her to stand here making polite conversation with him? Just Vegas, she said, referring to her upcoming trip to visit her friends and support the opening of Reese and Max's new magic show. Jamie would be attending as well. She normally had more planned during the summer, like to get out of Northern California and explore the rest of the country. But this time, she was looking forward to staying close to home. God, wasn't she becoming the domesticated one? So, about why you came... I came to say a goodbye of sorts. Her heart stuttered, but hopefully she managed to keep her face blank. Goodbye? That's right, I'm not coming back next semester. You've taken another teaching job? No, he said, slipping his hands in his pockets. Teaching has been wonderful, but I always planned to return to Whitcomb Enterprises in Los Angeles. My father will be retiring soon. Plus, the company's expanding into airplane parts, manufacturing plants, and my environmental science expertise is going to be critical in that expansion. I see, she said, looking down at her hands, folded on her desk. So when are you leaving? I leave tomorrow in order to start the ball rolling, but I won't officially be in the swing of things for a few weeks. He left tomorrow. She hadn't seen much of him since they'd broken up. Only here and there. And she'd been so angry before. It had only been a few weeks since they'd been able to be civil to one another again. Now he'd be gone from her life. Forever? She was more shaken by the news than she wanted to admit. Are you okay? He asked. She swallowed, forcing a shrug. Of course. I wish you well, Jamie. I may be leaving the university, but we've still got Vegas. Of course. I'm attending a bachelor party while I'm there. One of my college friends is marrying my sister, and then I'll be at the wedding. That's right. Brienne. And Eric? His jaw clenched. That's right. So the wedding is in L.A.? Coronado Island. The well-to-do place where he grew up. Lucy had been there once. It was a beautiful beach resort town that managed to seem casual even as it reeked of old money. Yes, well, I'm sure it'll be a grand affair. She rose from her seated position behind the desk, and to prove to him and to herself how over him she was, she came around to where he was and reached out to give him a hug. See you in Vegas. He wrapped his arms around her waist. His shoulders were as strong and broad and taut as she remembered them. His scent as woodsy. His breath as soft on her neck as he held her tight, returning the embrace. A little overwhelmed by being in bodily contact with a man her body still seemed to desire, she pulled back, intent on ending the hug. But when she tried to pull away, Jamie kept his arms around her waist. Do you need something else? She asked, now eye to eye with him. Yes. For a moment, time hung suspended, and it seemed as though Lucy could see every fleck of gold in Jamie's eyes, could feel every pound of his heartbeat, could breathe in the essence of him. And then he cupped her face and kissed her, even as he wound the hair at the sides of her face up in his fingers and tugged. Lucy felt herself melt into him, and a moan escaped her lips. It was so good to kiss him, to have him touch her again. Lucy could hardly breathe. She was dizzy, and she felt like she might very well black out. Her panties were soaked by the time he gently disengaged his fingers from her hair and pulled back. She opened her eyes, and he was staring into hers with an intense, smoldering look that made her want to take him right there on the desk. Instead, she forced herself to take a step back. Bye, Luce. Take care of yourself, okay? You too, she said simply, because what else was there to say? He turned, then started walking away. She stared at the notes on her desk, the words a blur, when her cell phone rang. Jamie automatically turned back as Lucy's phone continued to ring. She was staring at the screen, frowning, clearly distressed. He hesitated. He hadn't intended to kiss her, and the fact he wanted to do it again told him he should get out of there. But something about the strained look on her face. "Lucy," he said. "What is it?" "It's my father," she whispered. I haven't talked to him in 15 years. "How does he have your cell phone number?" I don't know, unless..." She looked up at him. "I called Gail once, years ago, left her a message with my number, hoping to..." She shook her head. Gail was her older sister, and as far as Jamie knew, they hadn't spoken in over a decade. When she didn't continue, he placed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked back at him. "Something must be wrong." "Answer it, Luce. I'm right here with you." Seeming comforted by his words, she lifted the phone to her ear. "Hello?" He heard a muffled voice. Could just make out the words, "Gail," and "don't think she's going to make it," before Lucy dropped the phone and her knees collapsed. Jamie barely caught her before she hit the ground. Swiftly, he swept her into his arms, cradling her in his lap as he sat in one of the chairs in front of the desk. She was pale with shock, her gaze desperate. When they were dating, Lucy hadn't told him much about her family besides the fact that they were estranged. When he'd tried to dig further about why that was the case, why she'd walked away not only from her mother and father, but from her sister too, she'd clammed up. But it was obvious the news about her sister had completely shaken her. "Hang on to me, sweet thing," he said. "I've got you." She took several deep breaths. When her color returned and her gaze met his, he shifted, gently placed her in the chair, and crouched beside her. He noted with more than a small amount of concern how she clutched at his shirt as if she was afraid he was going to abandon her in her time of need. "I'm going to get your phone and call your father back. Do you understand?" She just stared at him. "Luce, let go of me, just for a few seconds. I need to call your father back, okay?" After several seconds, she nodded and with great effort released her hold on his shirt. He took her hands in his, squeezed them, and kissed her forehead. "I'm here for you, Luce. I'm not leaving." Jamie swiftly retrieved the phone before returning to place a comforting hand on her leg. He called the last number that had come through on her phone. A hoarse male voice answered. "Yes?" "This is Jamie Whitcomb, a friend of Lucy's. Lucy is extremely upset, and I need to find out what's going on so I can help her. Lucy's sister, Gail, and her husband, Mason, were in a car accident. Mason died at the scene. Gail, it's not looking good. If Lucy wants a chance to say goodbye, she needs to get to the hospital right away." "How much time do we have?" "Hours, maybe." Jamie got the information he needed, hung up, and made more phone calls. The entire time, he remained next to Lucy, caressing her leg. After disconnecting from his latest call, he said, "I'm so sorry, Luce. Tell me what you know." "Accident? Mason dead? Gail isn't expected to live." He nodded. "Your father said they were driving home to Palm Springs when the accident occurred. They were airlifted to a trauma center called Desert Regional Medical Center. I have all the information but Lucy. I called the airlines and there's no commercial flight out of here until 10 a.m. tomorrow." She gave a cry of dismay. "Don't worry, I can get you there in a few hours." "How?" "I have access to a private jet." She stared at him. "Of course you do." She seemed to choke out even as she looked away. Gently, he turned her face back toward him. "Please don't reject my help because of some ill will you harbor toward..." I'm not going to reject it. Help me, please." Chapter 2. An hour after the phone call with her father, Lucy pressed her forehead to the cool glass of the tinted window and watched the lights of the city blur past them as the driver navigated them to the San Francisco airport. She could vaguely hear Jamie talking to the pilot about taking them to Palm Springs. When he finished, she felt the warmth of his hand on her shoulder. She didn't move into him as she wanted to, but she didn't pull away either. They rode in silence until the limousine parked in a secure area of the airport and stopped about 30 feet from a deluxe-looking silver jet with Whitcomb Enterprises stenciled across the side in elegant black letters. After exiting the limo, Jamie led Lucy up the ramp and into the jet. A woman in a black skirt and blazer helped her through the jet doors and led her to an open area with several plush seats. They were nothing like the airline seats she'd seen in the past, not even in first class, which she'd used her points to bump up to once. Lucy shuffled to one of the recliners and practically collapsed into it. She was vaguely aware of Jamie buckling her seatbelt as she glanced around the rest of the jet. It had a wet bar and an espresso machine. A closed door toward the back had her wondering if there was actually a bedroom on board. He sat down in the recliner next to hers and took her hand. She closed her eyes, wanting nothing more than to fall into a deep sleep from which she could wake and start the day over again. She concentrated on the feel of Jamie's grip and the way he occasionally stroked her arm. Mason had used to stroke her arm like that. Despite how things had ended between them, he'd always been affectionate and caring. That's why it had stunned her when he'd walked away from her so easily, only to take up with Gail. Now Mason was dead. His eyes, which had reminded her of dark chocolate and could light up her world when he laughed, would never light up again. Oh, God. She sobbed and instinctively moved away from Jamie. Think of Gail, she told herself. Gail is still alive. With Gail, there's still hope. As Lucy closed her eyes, however, hope eluded her. The doctors don't think she's going to make it, her father had said. But she has to make it, Lucy thought. Her older sister couldn't die. She couldn't die without Lucy seeing her, without Lucy telling her she loved her. Time lost meaning, and Lucy's mind drifted between the past and the present. The next thing she knew, someone was shaking her and calling her name. "Lucy, we're here," Jamie said. Her eyes popped open. The lingering dream she'd been having of her and Gail, 9 and 11, making bracelets for each other that said, "My sister, my best friend," drifted away. Within minutes, they were on the move again, in another limo, then pulling up in front of the doors of a big hospital. She wasn't sure how she managed to put one foot in front of the other, much less breathe, but somehow Jamie held her firm and steady and got her inside. Everything seemed to be happening so fast. She couldn't get a hold on reality. All she could do was cling to Jamie and the safety and comfort he represented. Even as a part of her knew his presence and those feelings were only temporary. He was leaving the university, had come to her classroom just hours ago to say goodbye. Unfortunately for him, he'd gotten caught in this maelstrom that was currently her life, but soon she'd have to pull herself together and deal with the reality of what was happening on her own. Soon, she'd have to let Jamie walk away. A nurse directed them to the ICU on the 10th floor. The elevator opened into the waiting room, and the sight of all the people she'd avoided for 15 years twisted her stomach into a tight knot. Her mother and father looked very much as they should after the passing of 15 years. Their hair grayer, their bodies more fragile, their faces painted with lines she didn't remember. They sat on a sofa next to one of her aunts, who didn't look like she'd aged at all. Mason's parents were seated in a corner, with his mother's face buried in his father's chest. There were men in suits standing around the perimeter of the room, and by their posture, Lucy suspected they were her father's bodyguards. Even before Lucy had left home at 16, her father, a congressman, had already received several threats on his life. He'd been fanatical about ensuring his family was safe and terribly furious each time Lucy had ditched her guards in order to have some time to herself. Her father neither rose nor called her over. He just stared at her, and she knew what he was wishing. That it was her lying in the ICU bed rather than Gail. Her mother followed her father's gaze, and the second she saw Lucy, her face contorted. She stood, then rushed to Lucy, pulling her into her arms as she sobbed. For several precious seconds, Lucy closed her eyes, cherishing the feel of her mother's embrace. But before she could begin sobbing too, her mother pulled away. In all these years, her mother had never reached out to Lucy. Not once. She'd never betray her husband in such a way. "Gail?" Lucy asked. When her mother's expression crumpled and she dissolved into tears again, Lucy knew. Her big sister, her first best friend, her first confidant, was dead. "Millie," her mother murmured. "Millie's home with the nanny," her father said. "Millie?" Lucy asked. Her mother looked up. "Gail and Mason's baby. She's 6 months old." Oh, God. Gail had had a daughter and no one had told her? She shouldn't be surprised, and she wasn't blameless. While it was true neither her parents nor Gail had tried to contact her to make amends, Lucy had tried only once, when she'd left her cell phone number on Gail's answering machine. For 15 years, she'd let hurt feelings and pride dictate her actions, and now? She sobbed, a broken sound that sounded more broken because of the way she tried to hold it back. Somehow, Lucy's mother was returned to the embrace of her husband. Then Jamie had his arm around her. She looked up at him. "I need to see her," she said. I need to say goodbye." His expression solemn, he nodded. "Okay, Luce, we'll see her together." She closed her eyes in relief. As independent as she was, his presence strengthened her. "Thank you, Jamie," she said. It wasn't the last time she'd say those words to him that night. She said it after they saw Gail's lifeless form and Lucy said her final goodbye. She said it after Jamie spoke with her mother and father, then guided her through the process of getting her back home. When the car got to Lucy's apartment building, she turned to him to say thank you yet again, as well as goodbye. But he simply guided her out of the car, picked her up in his arms, and carried her inside. Surprised and feeling too weak to resist, she leaned her head against his chest. By the time Jamie tucked her into bed, she was practically asleep. "I'm going to sleep on the couch," he said. But before he could walk away, she somehow managed to ask, "Can you stay here just for a while longer?" He looked back at her, hesitated, then nodded. "Of course." He kicked off his shoes and climbed into bed with her. As she shifted to turn on her side, he pulled her close so that he was spooning her back. She felt him kiss her temple. "I've missed you, Jamie. I'm so glad we're still friends." "Me too, sweet thing," he said. "Me too." She let out a shuddering sigh. He really was a very nice man. He would make someone a wonderful partner, an excellent husband. But not her, she reminded herself. Not her. Seeing her parents, especially her father, had reminded her she could never fit into Jamie's affluent world, could never toe the line the way that would be expected, could never meld into the mold that others would want to put her in. But despite that knowledge, for the first time in over 15 years, she wished she could. Chapter 3. 2 weeks later. "How are you doing, Lucy?" Grace asked. The other woman had her legs stretched out in front of her on the comfortable lounge chair that sat on the deck of Melina's beautiful home. Lucy had arrived in Vegas earlier in the day, and the three of them were enjoying some alone time together while Melina's twins, Charlie and Tabitha, slept, and while Max and Reese made final preparations for the opening of their new magic theater the next night. Lucy figured Jamie was also in town, but she was trying to put that fact out of her mind. Unfortunately, she had too many things she didn't want to think about. Obviously, her sister's death was number 1 on the list. It was virtually all she'd been able to think about, and for the first week following Gail's death, Lucy had hibernated in bed with her shades drawn, crying more than she'd ever thought it was possible for a human being to cry. She'd been overwhelmed by grief and regret and guilt. But even though she'd asked them not to visit or come to the funeral, Melina, Grace, and Jamie had kept in touch. They'd been the support she'd needed to finally crawl out of bed and start living again. Today was the first time she'd actually seen Grace and Melina since Gail's death and funeral, and she knew her friends were worried about her. "I'm doing okay. It's been tough. It's weird, you know. We didn't have a relationship for the past 15 years, but she was my first best friend. In spite of our differences and all the years that went by, I never stopped loving her." Even to Lucy's own ears, her words sounded hollow. If she'd loved her big sister so much, why hadn't she put aside the past and mended fences with her? One lousy phone call in 15 years hadn't been much of an effort. She hated that hurt feelings and pride had come between them, but she also knew it had been more than that. Her sister had not only chosen Mason over her, but in doing so, she'd helped Lucy feel like a pariah. Even though her sister had known how hurtful that would have been to Lucy, who'd often cried in her arms because she never seemed to fit in. As Lucy was speaking, Melina brought out the iced tea. She handed Lucy and Grace glasses, then sat on the other side of Lucy and took her hand. "What about the baby? Have you been able to see her?" "Not yet. She wasn't at the funeral." Lucy stared into her drink as even more guilt and regret overwhelmed her. It made her so sad that she hadn't known about Millie when Gail was alive. There was no way of knowing, but sometimes she thought if she had known, the baby would have been the thing to bring the sisters together again. She took a sip of her tea and then looked up and smiled at her friends who were watching her with worried expressions. "All I can do is move forward, right? I've called Mason's sister Diana a couple of times, and she's let me talk to Millie on the phone. She's a gurgler and a cooer, just like your babies, Melina. I'm hoping to get to visit her soon." "That'll be wonderful, Lucy," Melina said. "How was it at the funeral?" Grace asked. "I wish you'd let us go with you." "You know I appreciated the offer, but—" Lucy shook her head. "I needed to go alone. Most people didn't even know who I was." "What about your parents?" I could actually see the pain etched into my father's face. He ignored me, but my mom, she grabbed me and hugged me so tight when I got there. Lucy closed her eyes at the memory. I wanted so badly to ease her grief, but it just didn't seem to be my place. I'm sure they felt the same way, Lucy. That they knew you were hurting and wanted to comfort you too. Did you get a chance to talk about a future visit? The hope in Grace's voice was obvious. She'd often said Lucy was only hurting herself by allowing the rift between her and her family to continue after all these years. Lucy knew she was right, but how could she even begin to repair 15 years of separation at a time when her parents had just lost Gail? No, it was best to let them grieve in peace. She simply shook her head, but Grace didn't let the matter drop as she'd expected her to. "Maybe this is the time, Lucy. I know reconnecting with them isn't going to be as easy as sliding off a greasy log backward, but they've already lost one daughter for good." Lucy couldn't help smiling at Grace's words. It was always a treat when she threw a Southern idiom into her speech. But even though she knew her friend meant well, she'd never experienced being an outcast in her own family. "I can't replace Gail, and I'm still not the kind of daughter they want." "Lucy," Melina began. Lucy interrupted even as she blinked back a sudden rush of tears. "I'm sorry, ladies, but I'd rather not talk about it. I appreciate the two of you always being here for me more than I can say, but let's talk about something joyful, like the grand opening tomorrow." After several seconds of awkward silence, Grace said, "Jamie will be there." Lucy let out a genuine, if slightly watery laugh. "You're like a bulldog, aren't you?" "What?" Grace said innocently. "I was changing the subject, like you asked." "He's in town already," Melina added. "Reese told me they had lunch earlier. He's here for his sister's fiancé's bachelor party tonight. He and his friends were in the limo when they picked up Max and Reese." Those men are all so different, yet all so incredibly sexy, Grace said. Different how? Lucy asked, surprising herself by how curious she was about Jamie's life outside the university. I mean, he'd talked to a few of his friends on the phone sometimes when we dated. I even saw a picture of one of them, a cutie in a firefighter's outfit. But he never told me much about them. The fireman is Ryan, Melina said. Very handsome. Looks a bit like the boy next door until you see his devilish smile. Definitely the Tomcat's kitten. There was also this mysterious guy with sunglasses, Grace said. Luke, I think. He looked like he could be carved out of granite. He had this quiet intensity about him, like a cop or a drug lord. Knowing Jamie, I'm betting cop. I'd take that bet, Lucy said. What about the friend who's marrying his sister? That's Eric, Melina said. Supermodel gorgeous in a buttoned-up kind of way. So who's left? Cole, who looks like a cross between a Mack truck and a clean Hell's Angel. And Gabe, so exotic and elegant, but so obviously a badass. Well, I'm sure it'll be a fun time, Lucy said. I still don't know what I would have done if he hadn't been there when I found out about Gail. He's called several times since, checking up on me. He offered to attend the funeral with me too. Did I tell you that? Just as it had with her friends, his offer of continuing support had thoroughly touched her. Maybe you should have him around more often, Grace said with a slow smile. He has his own life in Los Angeles, and it's an extremely busy one now that he's working with his father again. Besides, he's not what I need. What's that? Melina asked. A good friend, a shoulder to cry on, a handsome face, a hot body, and an intelligent mind. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He's a nice guy who comes from an upper-class background. I'd never be accepted in his world, and I'd get tired of trying to be what people expect me to be. You're being ridiculous about all of that, Melina told her, far more bluntly than Lucy would have ever expected. Obviously, seeing she'd taken Lucy aback, she quickly said, I'm sorry, Lucy, but as much as you tout living only for yourself, you let the opinions of others matter too much. You're fun and refreshing to be around. All you have to do is be yourself and acceptance will come. There are always going to be people who don't accept you for whatever reason. That's just life. You deal with it and move on. She's right, Grace said. Besides, Jamie cares an awful lot about you. Even if there are those who don't understand you at first, he'd do everything he could to make sure you're accepted and treated well. Besides myself, she said, trying to explain, the only people I need acceptance from is the two of you. I'm not going to grovel for it from anyone else. Even if Jamie championed me, that kind of thing gets old fast. Imagine having to defend your significant other against things that people say, which in my case would probably all be true. I don't conform, and therefore I make people uncomfortable. In high society, I'm like a red rubber ducky in a bathtub full of yellow ones. Of course, Mason had used much more hurtful words when he'd broken up with her. And so had Lucy's father when he'd been encouraging Mason to break up with her. Words like vulgar, shameless, and embarrassing. Your dad just knows we're not suited. Sometimes I love being with you, Lucy, Mason had said when he'd told her things were over. But sometimes you embarrass me. Like when you went skinny dipping after the homecoming picnic and showed up in that skimpy dress for my cousin's wedding, and when you cuss too much. Squeals came from the baby monitor on the table, jarring Lucy from her thoughts. Oh, there are my twin terrors, Melina said with a smile. Lucy blinked, shaking off the painful memories, and clapped her hands. Yay, I was afraid they'd sleep all day. I can't wait to see them. Let me get them changed and I'll bring them out, Melina said. When she was gone, Lucy asked, So where's the bachelor party? Grace laughed. What? Lucy asked. I'm just curious what kind of boys' night out a billionaire plans. It's at Divine. Rick Tyler's club? Isn't that where they have open strip night? It's going to be pretty wild. Melina walked back in with a baby in each arm just as Grace said, It sure is. Max and Reese were like two peas in a pod. They didn't even want to go. We had to convince them to go for Jamie and have some fun. Max swears he'll be home in an hour. Reese too, Melina said. He says he'd rather be here playing with his babies. Lucy held out her arms and said, "I can see why." Melina put both Charlie and Tabitha in her arms, and Lucy said, "Look at you two, you've gotten so big." She received a gurgle and a coo in response. "They're so smart. I think they're trying to talk already." "Oh, Mama, you're going to be in so much trouble when these two are teenagers. Imagine not only having the prettiest girl in the school, but the best-looking boy, too." "Reese already says he has a baseball bat to leave at the front door and beat away all the prospects," Melina said. Lucy cooed and gooed and baby-talked with the twins for half an hour before they began to fuss, and Melina said they were ready for a bottle. Lucy insisted on carrying Tabby while Grace carried Charlie. They watched Melina heat the pumped breast milk for the bottles, and Lucy asked if she could feed her. Melina handed her the bottle, and Lucy took Tabby into the living room, sat in the big, comfy rocking chair, and rocked and sang to her while she drank her bottle. Lucy looked around at Melina and Reese's home. It was filled with wedding photos and pictures of their babies. There were playpens and toys strewn here and there, and the whole place smelled like baby powder. Sometimes Lucy wished that she could have all of this. Not the big house or the big bank account or even necessarily the babies, but the powerful and enduring love between Melina and Reese and Grace and Max. That thought brought her back to Jamie again. She felt a sharp pang in her chest. She missed him more than she would ever admit, but she was determined to find a way to get past that. She had to, after all, if they were going to be friends. She didn't want to lose him from her life completely. After Gail died and he was so kind, she'd actually begun to think about the possibility of making a life with him. And it seemed sometimes when he called that he was struggling to move on just as much as she was. But they had to move on. They had to. How could she help them both move on once and for all? "Sometimes I love being with you, Lucy, but sometimes you embarrass me." Mason's words came to her once more. She remembered the skimpy outfit she'd worn to his cousin's wedding, a darling sundress she'd thought was cute and sexy, not trashy. She thought about Jamie at Rick's club tonight, partying with his friends. Suddenly, an idea came to her. She'd be taking a risk. If she did what she was thinking, it might result in Jamie not wanting to be her friend at all. But what other choice did she have? She was feeling desperate over her continued longing to be with him, and over her suspicion that he still had feelings for her as well. They kept a spark of hope alive inside her that she had to extinguish. She'd never fit in Jamie's world as anything more than a friend. She could never be his girlfriend, fiancé, wife. She was too out there, too sensual, too outspoken, too blunt to fit into his world and make him a good mate. Maybe the way to convince herself was to prove it to him once and for all in a way he couldn't possibly deny. From a corner in the hottest nightclub in Vegas, a beautiful brunette flashed Jamie a wide smile. She was definitely hot, but instead of buying her a drink, he turned his back. "Come on, man, you can't tell me she's not your type," his friend Gabe murmured next to him. "That girl is everybody's type," Cole, another friend, said. Jamie shrugged. They were right. She could easily be his type if her conversation skills were half as good as her body. All he had to do was confirm that was the case by accepting her silent invitation to get to know her better. He didn't want to do that, however. Hot or not, she wasn't the woman he wanted. He was in Sin City, at a bachelor party no less. He should have been having the time of his life. Instead, he couldn't get Lucy out of his head. He also couldn't stop focusing on one thing, the fact that she was in Vegas too, and that they'd both be attending the opening night of Reese and Max Dalton's new magic show tomorrow. He didn't know how or why Lucy had gotten under his skin, but she had. And no matter how much she insisted they could only be friends, he could still feel her there. Only one other woman had ever made him feel that before, and she hadn't been able to deal with the fact Jamie came from money either. Except with Lucy, he'd thought she'd be able to deal. That her sense of self was strong enough that she'd be able to adapt and, if necessary, stand toe-to-toe with those who might try to lord over her. He'd just wanted to enjoy more time with her before he told her about his background. In the end, he'd been wrong about her ability to deal. Just the knowledge that he came from money had sent her into a tailspin. Ultimately, that meant Lucy was right. They really couldn't be more than friends. He just had to keep reminding himself that. "I'm not interested," he finally said to Gabe. "You go for it. Or you," he said to Cole. Jamie had been friends with Gabe and the other guys at the bachelor party since college. They came from diverse backgrounds, but without fail, they got together at least once a year. And even more important, they had each other's backs. At least some things were meant to last. "I think I'll pass too," Gabe said. "Gotta keep my headspace clear to focus on my best man duties in case Eric gets cold feet and decides to make a break for it." Jamie chuckled. "Yeah, right. Like that would ever happen." For some reason, Gabe's jaw tightened for a few seconds before he said, "How's the transition from academia to the business world going? Any regrets?" "None," Jamie said, though he knew it wasn't that simple. It was true, he didn't regret being back working for the family business. Didn't mean he didn't miss teaching. "I have to be up early tomorrow morning to sign a few contracts, go over some reports," he said. "Then, as soon as Brienne's wedding is over, I'll be jumping into things full force." His family was getting ready to embark on a groundbreaking enterprise, revolutionizing the way airplane parts were produced in order to reduce how often they had to be replaced. And it was up to Jamie to convince an entire town to go along with it. Summitville wasn't exactly in favor of Whitcomb Enterprises' latest endeavor. Actually, they weren't in favor of him. Back in college, he dated the current mayor's daughter, only to have the relationship end in disaster. "Well, I'm going in," Cole said, interrupting Jamie's thoughts. Cole stood up, and for a moment his massive frame completely blocked Jamie's view. He was one solid block of muscle from head to toe. His arms were covered with tattoo sleeves, which he now adeptly hid under his business suits when he went to work. The rest of the time, like now, Cole wore a tee, leather vest, worn jeans, and biker boots. Combined with the tidy goatee he sported, he looked like the badass he was. The music in the nightclub shifted beats, morphing into something fast and furious. Jamie saw Eric talking to several women. Despite the lustful gleam in the women's eyes, he was probably regaling them with stories about his fiancé. Jamie made his way over to them, but not before handing a couple of $100 bills to the bartender, who gave him a look of gratification when he said he didn't want change. Jamie didn't believe in squandering money, but he tipped well. He knew the value of hard work, and when someone gave him excellent service, the way the bartender had made sure the bachelor party attendees' glasses were full all night long, Jamie figured they deserved it. Not everyone was fortunate enough to be born into wealth. His father had drilled it into his head. Like the Spider-Man saying, only with a twist. With great wealth comes great responsibility. And no one could ever say Jamie wasn't responsible. His father had raised both him and his sister to understand that someone had worked hard for everything they had. That didn't mean you didn't enjoy it, but you never took it for granted. When Eric saw Jamie, the other man excused himself from his admirers and rose to greet him. "Tempted?" Jamie asked, nodding at the 3 women he'd been talking to. "Don't get me wrong, this night has been fun, but I've been true to your sister since we started dating, and that's not about to change. In fact..." For a moment, his mouth pressed into a grim line before his expression cleared and he shook his head. "Your sister never has to worry where my loyalty lies." Of course, that was exactly what Jamie had expected to hear. Eric had been in love with Brienne since college. He hadn't even wanted this bachelor party, but Brienne had insisted, saying she'd feel guilty about partying with her girls otherwise. "I'm going to sneak out and give her a call. Cover for me with the others, would you?" "Sure thing," Jamie said. As he watched Eric head out, Jamie imagined how pretty Brienne would be in her white wedding dress. Lucy had mentioned several times she didn't even believe in marriage. That hadn't stopped him from falling for her. Idiot that he was, he'd told himself that an exclusive relationship would be enough. At first. Jamie's friend, Ryan Hennessy, a firefighter from San Francisco, walked toward him with a beer in his hand. "Where's the groom?" He went to get some air. Ryan took a healthy gulp of his beer. "Maybe I should join him. I'm not really feeling it tonight," he said with a frown. Jamie raised an eyebrow at his friend. "Let me guess. Annie?" he asked. Ryan sighed. "It's complicated." "Complicated my ass. You've put Annie on a pedestal, Ryan, but that's the last thing she wants." Ryan's jaw clenched. "Drop it, please. It's not like you're going after what you want, who you want, any more than I am." "Yeah, well, talk about complicated. You know, hey guys." Ryan and Jamie both turned to see Reese Dalton, who wasn't part of the wedding party but had been invited to the bachelor party anyway. At least Jamie was pretty sure it was Reese. His identical twin brother, Max, was here as well, and Jamie sometimes had a hard time telling him and his brother apart. "Enjoying your night of freedom?" Ryan asked. "There's plenty of beautiful women here, but no one as beautiful as Melina," Reese said. As if Reese had conjured them, two extremely pretty ladies approached them. One was platinum blonde, her hair a color that didn't actually exist in nature, and the other a brunette. They looked to be barely drinking age, if that. "Hey, sexy," the blonde said to Ryan, slurring that simple word. "How'd you like to buy a lady a drink?" "If I were a betting man," Ryan said, "I'd bet you've already had your fair share. I'll tell you what, though. I'll buy you a bottle of water, any brand you like." Jamie hadn't been paying attention to the other one, and when he turned back, she was on the stool next to him with her skirt riding up high. Looking amused, Reese said, "Max and I need to talk about the big opening tomorrow before I head home. Have fun." Jamie heard him laughing over the loud music as he walked away. Jamie looked at Ryan, who was now completely holding up the swaying blonde. Then he spotted something over Ryan's shoulder and immediately stiffened. Near the entrance of the bar stood the club's owner, a guy named Rick, who Jamie had met once. He was a friend of both the Dalton brothers. Standing next to him, with her arm around his waist, wearing the hottest little red dress on the planet, was Lucy. "Excuse me," he said. He took a step forward, only to feel the brunette's hand on his arm. One strap of her dress had fallen off her shoulder. When Jamie looked back up, Lucy was looking right at them. Gently, he pulled himself free of the other woman's grasp, leaving Ryan to contend with her and her friend. He immediately headed over to where Lucy stood. "Hi," he said. Lucy smiled, but her eyes were still on the two girls at the bar. "A little young for you, don't you think?" "A little young for anyone here. The blonde is wasted and trying to get Ryan to buy her more alcohol. I think she needs a warm glass of milk and a bedtime story instead." Lucy's lips twitched. "How are you, Luce?" he asked gently. A shadow flickered in her gaze before she said, "I'm good. The funeral was really nice. I didn't get to meet Millie, my niece, but I'm hoping that'll change. That her aunt, Mason's sister, will let me visit soon. I've called several times and asked her, but—" Rick interrupted. "Great seeing you, Jamie," he said. "Lucy, I'll see you backstage in 5. As the man walked away, Jamie asked, "Backstage?" Lucy's grin grew wider, but it appeared strained. "Yep, open strip night's about to begin." "And she was going to, what, strip? You can't be serious." She frowned. "Why wouldn't I be? I've never stripped for an audience before. I think it'll be fun." He couldn't deny the idea of Lucy stripping for him would be hot, but the idea of her stripping in public, especially tonight's public, Is this some kind of joke? Did you know I'm here with my friends? Melina mentioned it. So you're doing this to prove a point? What kind of point? That I don't have any hold on you. When her eyes flickered, Jamie sucked in a breath. She was doing it to make a point. Maybe it wasn't her entire motivation, but it was at least part of it. So what did that mean? That she had something to prove to him, or to herself? We both know you don't have any hold on me, Jamie. You're just a friend who helped me out when I needed you. Now, if you'll excuse me. Jamie wanted to grab her arm and drag her outside, push her up against the wall and kiss her, until she admitted she cared about him and was deliberately trying to push him away, until she begged him for release and another chance to be in his life. Instead, he watched her walk away. Several minutes later, Lucy stood backstage with her heart pounding so hard and so loud she suspected everyone else in the room must be able to hear it as well. A couple of years ago, she'd used an article from the Huffington Post to get her students started on a debate. The question posed by the article was whether or not stripping empowered women. Her class ended up divided on the issue, with about half believing it did empower women, while the other half felt it was degrading. Lucy's opinion was it could be either one. In situations where women were powerless or abused, of course it could be degrading. But here in her friend's club, where Lucy was choosing to bare her body for a crowd of men out to have a good time, well, the thought of stripping definitely made her feel empowered. Lucy didn't have any problems with nudity. She worked hard at staying fit, and she liked knowing that men enjoyed looking at her. The only thing that put a damper on her excitement, and it was a huge thing, was the fact Jamie so clearly didn't want her to strip. Not in public. Certainly not in front of his friends. And despite her bravado when she'd talked to him just now, she wasn't sure she could actually do it. He was such a good man, and he'd been so kind to her. But she kept telling herself she needed to do this. Needed to push him away. Needed to do something so dramatic that they'd forever be stuck in the friend zone, right where they belonged. She thought about him all the time. Seeing him again had hit her even harder than she'd expected. She knew that if she had a few drinks and lowered her inhibitions, she'd be all over him in a flash. Then where would she be? In a whole heap of trouble, that was for sure. She needed to prove to him and to herself that she was free to do whatever she wanted and that there was nothing between them to tie her down. And she needed to do it right now. "Hey man, meet Maggie," Cole said, the brunette he'd approached earlier on his arm. "Nice to meet you, Maggie," Jamie said, even as he glanced back at the stage where a limber blonde was finishing up her striptease. One woman had already gone before her. Would Lucy be next, or was it possible she'd changed her mind? As the blonde left the stage to enthusiastic applause, Jamie turned to Cole. "We need to leave." Cole frowned. "Why? What's wrong?" He didn't have a chance to answer before the music went on again. A metal pole rose on the stage just as Lucy stepped out. She was in disguise, but he recognized her immediately. She wore a long blonde wig that fell to her waist, a pair of skin-tight black leather pants, and a white button-up blouse. On her feet, she wore black stilettos with what appeared to be an 8-inch heel. It made his tiny Lucy look like she was 6 feet tall. Across her eyes, she wore a black Lone Ranger mask. As he watched, she began to move her hips in time to the music. He was spellbound by the contrast between the deep red of her fingernails and the white of her blouse as she opened each button one at a time, slowly exposing a sensual trail of skin interrupted only by a tiny white lace bra. Men screamed and whistled, begging her to take it off. She complied, letting the blouse slip down slowly to her wrists. She slipped off one sleeve and then the other before tossing the shirt into the audience. Her hips didn't stop moving the entire time, and Jamie could feel the tightness in his chest as he watched her and tried to remember to breathe. Jamie was so taken in by her performance that he almost forgot that others' eyes were on her as well. Almost. Lucy backed away from the pole and unbuttoned and unzipped her tight leather pants, then began to push them down her hips and luscious thighs. Men circled around the stage and some stood on stools or even tables with their smartphones aimed at Lucy. All at once, Jamie knew why she'd worn the wig and mask. She might not care if men saw her naked, but she was being smart about her little adventure. Smart enough to think about the reaction the university might have if one of those videos got out. When she reached behind her to take off her bra, however, that was the final straw. Within seconds, Jamie had vaulted up on the stage and gathered a shocked Lucy up in his arms. He carried her backstage. When she began to struggle, he set her down on her feet. One of the bouncers grabbed Jamie from behind. "No, wait, it's okay," Lucy said. "Tell Rick I'm sorry and just stall them out there for a few minutes, okay?" The man reluctantly let go of Jamie's arms and left them alone. "What was that?" she asked him, even as she ripped off her wig and mask. "You were about to take off your bra and flash my best friends." "And? And you don't have any problem with that? Sure, you can have all the fun you want tonight, but when you see me tomorrow at Max and Reese's show, will you really not care that you behaved like a—" He immediately bit off his words, but it was too late. "Like a what?" she hissed. When he said nothing, she laughed loudly. "I thought we were friends. You were so kind after Gail." "I don't want to be your friend, Lucy. I never have." "Then we don't have to be friends," she said stiffly. "We don't have to be anything." Jamie opened his mouth and then shut it again. He didn't know what to say, what to do. He didn't even know what he wanted. He just knew he wanted her, and he knew he couldn't have her. "Fine, Lucy. We won't be anything to each other. Feel free to do whatever you want," he said. He turned on his heel. "Jamie," she called out, but he was already out the door. Chapter 4. The next morning, Jamie ignored the multitude of texts from his friends, all asking what had happened after he'd stormed the stage and stolen the entertainment. He'd stayed out all night, and by the time he'd returned to the suite he was sharing with Gabe and Eric, they'd been asleep. They'd stayed asleep while Jamie showered, made coffee, and dressed. By the time Jamie headed back out, no one, including Cole, Luke, and Ryan, who were sharing the suite next door, had so much as stirred, much less woken up. Now Jamie sat across from Pete Hines, an executive at Whitcomb Enterprises, in a little bistro located inside the Bellagio. He shoved thoughts of Lucy's undulating hips and his friends' open mouths to the back of his mind. It was time to work, not analyze whether or not any of his friends realized he'd had a history with the woman stripping on stage the night before. As they had coffee and croissants, Hines filled him in on the group of citizens attempting to block the opening of the manufacturing plant in Summitville. Jamie wasn't surprised that the group's leader was Mayor Milton Hendricks, Sierra's father. After all, the man believed Jamie was responsible for Sierra's death. And Jamie couldn't deny that one of the reasons he was pushing so hard to have the new manufacturing plant set up in Summitville was to assuage his own guilt. But it wasn't just that. The town had meant something to Sierra, just like Sierra had meant something to him. He wanted to help the townspeople get back on their feet in a way that would be beneficial to everyone involved. Helping Summitville regain its former prosperity couldn't completely heal the wounds of the past, but it could help. "I'm sorry, Jamie, the group, spearheaded by Milton Hendricks, is seriously twisting the town council's arm to reject Whitcomb Enterprises' proposal. The council's actually considering taking the discussion off its agenda altogether. Has Hendricks mentioned my name during all his arm twisting?" "Well, His gut twisted. "It's okay, Pete. I can take it." "He has, numerous times. He says a man born with a silver spoon simply can't have the needs of everyday citizens on his radar." "Right." In other words, like Sierra and Lucy, Hendricks found Jamie untrustworthy based on the size of Jamie's bank account. Of course, Jamie knew there was more to it than that, the same way he knew convincing Hendricks that Jamie and his family could relate to the average person just as well as anyone else was a lost cause. Forget convincing Lucy of that. She'd made up her mind about him. And with her little stunt last night, she'd made it loud and clear what lengths she was willing to go to push him away. Well, she'd finally succeeded. He was going to keep his distance from her this time. He didn't like feeling jealous and judgmental, hated feeling helpless and afraid that everything he said or did was going to be twisted out of context, and he was somehow going to be made out to be the bad guy again. "Jamie, you okay?" Jamie's head jerked as he realized Pete was talking to him. "I'm sorry, what were you saying, Pete?" Pete took the signed documents Jamie had given him, placed them in his briefcase, and with a chuckle said, "Seriously, Jamie, I've never seen you like this before. Did you get drunk and end up married last night or something?" He'd definitely done the first. After he'd left Lucy and his friends at the club, he'd gotten rip-roaring drunk, then passed out. When he'd stumbled out of bed, gritty-eyed and nauseous, his friends had been dead to the world, so Jamie hadn't talked to them before his meeting. And God, he wanted to put that off. Put off getting confirmation that each and every one of them had seen his Lucy completely naked. "It's Vegas," Jamie said. "If I did, I don't have to tell." He gave Pete what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "So what's next?" "I've been hustling and blowing up the town council's phones. I finally got them to agree to meet with you next week. They want to meet the head honcho behind this project in person before they allow you to take the floor at a town meeting." Jamie nodded. "All right then. Good job. Let's make it happen. Any idea what you'll say to win them over?" "I've come up with some great incentives, including the townspeople being given first priority for all of the jobs, even the executive ones, before they're opened up to anyone else. Also, anyone who was laid off when the automotive plant closed down will automatically have a job. That should be more than enough to get the council on board. The town has really suffered since the automotive plant slammed its doors shut. By reopening the factory to produce airplane parts, Whitcomb Enterprises is offering Summitville a huge opportunity to become economically sound again. They'd be crazy not to see that." Maybe, Jamie thought. But crazy or not, there were many in town that wouldn't trust Whitcomb Enterprises because they didn't trust him. Their actions gave new meaning to the expression cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. "Well," Pete said, "I wish you the best of luck. That's all you and I need to do today. How was the bachelor party?" Jamie's mind reformed the image of a scantily dressed Lucy. "It went well," he said simply, because what else could he add? That his former girlfriend had stripped for his friends? That she'd shoved the fact that they were over in his face? That he hated that part of him for still wanting her? "You headed back to California today?" He shook his head. "I'm going to a grand opening tonight to something I financially invested in and want to attend." "A nightclub?" Pete asked. "No, something much more fun. A magic theater." "Magic, as in David Copperfield?" Pete wore a puzzled expression. "As in mind-boggling illusion and acrobatics all in one," Jamie said. He was looking forward to seeing Reese and Max's plans come to fruition, but he wasn't looking forward to running into Lucy. Jamie left Pete and made his way around the Mile High Mall. At one point, thinking he'd pick up something for Brienne or his mother, he stopped in front of a little antique jewelry shop. There was a ring in the window that caught his attention. It was an Edwardian diamond and sapphire engagement ring, platinum with intricate designs of bows and flowers pierced into the sides. It had antique mill-grain edging, and it was set with one round 5-carat diamond with a single blue sapphire on each side. It was beautiful and intricate and vibrant. It reminded him of Lucy. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Jamie turned to see a woman standing by his side. Her name tag identified her only as Denise. She had long, straight auburn hair and huge green eyes surrounded by mile-long eyelashes. She wore an expensive-looking gray business suit that was cut to fit her curves. The shirt underneath allowed just a peek of lace above a sexy, perfect-looking cleavage. She wore a delicate silver chain with a solitary jade pendant that skimmed her cleavage lightly. There was a matching bracelet around her right wrist and a silver ring on her right hand. Overall, the woman's look was elegant and sexy at the same time. "The ring's breathtaking," Jamie agreed. "Are you thinking of proposing?" the woman asked him. "Nope, I'm not dating anyone right now." "Oh, well, that's too bad," she said with a flirty smile. He thought about Lucy, who was beautiful, intelligent, impetuous, hot-headed, stubborn, and sexy. She also wasn't even willing to try to be part of Jamie's world, didn't believe she could ever find her place there. He took in the woman in front of him. Maybe he was still upset at Lucy for stripping. Maybe he was just reading Denise correctly, that she'd be the type of woman who'd be able to thrive, when necessary, in the highest of society. Whatever the reason, he thought about asking her out, to prove to himself and Lucy that she didn't need to push him away because he was moving on. In the end, he didn't do it, because no matter how angry Lucy had made him last night, he got it. She still wanted him, and that terrified her. That was the reason she'd done what she did. And the fact remained, he still wanted her. He just didn't know what he was going to do about it. One thing was for sure, she didn't want commitment. Maybe it was time he finally let that possibility go. If she wanted him, why not let her have him? And let him have her, even if it was just temporary. It would be better than never having her, never getting to kiss or touch her again. And maybe, just maybe, by finally having her, he'd be able to get her out of his system and move on for real. An hour later, Jamie met Gabe, Eric, and Cole for lunch back at the hotel. Ryan and Luke had gone to take a helicopter ride over Hoover Dam, and Reese and Max were getting ready for their big opening night. The guys were already at the restaurant when he got there. Jamie couldn't help but smile a little at the miserable shape Gabe and Eric both seemed to be in. Reminded him of their college days. "Hey, it's the showstopper," Gabe called out. "Gonna tell us what you did with the stripper? You've been avoiding my texts." "Story for another time," Jamie said, jutting out his jaw in a signal that he didn't want to talk about what happened the night before. "What did you do, go back to our suite and clean out the minibar?" he asked, changing the subject and deflecting the attention off him and his insane antics last night. Gabe raised his eyebrows at him, but didn't push it. "More like we hit the blackjack tables and availed ourselves to free shots all night long," Gabe told him. "Just thinking about it is making my stomach churn." "I think I won, though," Eric said. "Now I can pay for my honeymoon," he joked. Money was not an issue for him or his family, who was almost as rich as Jamie's. Jamie ordered an iced tea and then said, "You've met my sister, right? I really don't think $2 is going to cover it." Eric groaned. "Don't remind me, she's already got one whole day during our honeymoon planned for us to shop." When they finished eating, Gabe and Eric went off to win another $2 at the tables. When they were gone, Cole turned serious. "Are you doing okay?" "Sure, why?" Jamie asked. Cole looked like he wasn't sure if he should say anything or not. Finally, he said, "It's not every day you carry some woman off the stage, especially mid-striptease. Or maybe I'm wrong." "You're not wrong," Jamie said quietly. "The woman I carried off stage, it was Lucy. The fiery professor you were so into before she dumped your ass? That's the one. No wonder you went crazy." "Yeah, well," Jamie cleared his throat. "If you weren't such a good guy, I'd make you squirm, but you should know, she didn't come back once you left." As she got ready to attend the Magic Theater grand opening, Lucy agonized for over an hour over what to wear. When she realized she was worried about wearing something too revealing and how Jamie might react to that, she let out a little growl and picked the skimpiest outfit she'd brought with her. Then she spent another hour on her hair and redid her makeup twice before her cell phone rang. It was Grace. "Max and Reese decided to meet us at the theater, opening night jitters. Want us to pick you up?" "Sounds good," Lucy said. "Okay, meet you in the lobby in 5. When they got there, Grace was dressed in an elegant blue dress and looking gorgeous as usual. Melina had on a black cocktail dress that she rocked despite the fact she'd recently had twin babies. When Melina saw Lucy, she whistled. "With you around, Lucy, it's amazing I ever got married." "Why do you say that?" Lucy asked her. Grace grinned. "Because you're so beautiful." "So are you and Melina, Grace." "Well, you have this sexuality that just oozes out your pores. I swear, when we'd go out, men would barely notice me because they couldn't take their eyes off you." "Totally," Melina agreed. Lucy rolled her eyes as they got into the back of the limo that was waiting for them. "Right," she said with a chuckle. "Well, Jamie's upset with me. Granted, that's what she'd wanted, to drive a wedge between them. But now that had happened, it was almost more than she could bear." Lucy told Melina and Grace what had happened the night before, about getting up and stripping on stage in front of the entire nightclub, about Jamie hauling ass and storming the stage to grab her and take her away. "He lost it when he saw me up there." "Of course he lost it," Melina said. "You were stripping, in public. God, you were about to show your breasts and hoo-hoo to his friends. He was probably so jealous he couldn't stand it." "Why would he be jealous? There's nothing between us." "Right. Say it enough times and maybe you'll believe it, Lucy." "Nothing but explosive chemistry and unresolved feelings," Grace snorted, calling Lucy on her bullshit. Not about to give in, Lucy shook her head. "I've said it before and I'll say it again. I broke up with him. He let me. He knows just as well as I do that I wouldn't fit into his world." "His world? You're barking up the wrong tree, Lucy. You make it sound like he lives on another planet." "He might as well. He has a private jet, for God's sake." "Correction," Melina said. "His family's company has a jet, one he very nicely used to take you to see your sister. And I'm not sure what him being rich and reacting to seeing you strip have in common." Memories of Mason filled her mind. She'd loved her high school boyfriend, only she'd proven to be something he didn't want in his life, something that embarrassed him. Lucy shrugged. "Let's forget Mr. Billionaire, former professor, shall we, and talk about Reese and Max's big night. I'm excited to see what they have up their sleeves." Lucy didn't miss the look Melina and Grace shared, but thankfully they went along with Lucy changing the subject. The new theater was only a 10-minute drive from Lucy's hotel. Several splashy signs outside advertised the grand opening. Grace told Lucy that this first show had already been sold out for over a month. The Dalton Magic Show had changed its focus, and rumors were buzzing that the new act would be something fantastic, entertaining, sexy. The guest list tonight was limited to the media, who's who in entertainment, a few Las Vegas dignitaries, and close friends of Reese and Max Dalton, the sexy, identical twins whose magic show was about to blow the lid off all magic shows. Lucy had watched both her best friends fall one after the other for a Dalton brother. First, Melina and Reese found love and marriage and babies together. Then Grace and Max did the same. Well, not the marriage and babies part, at least not yet. Too bad the Dalton twins weren't triplets. She could use someone special to help get her mind off Jamie. The theater sported a dramatic entryway with red velvet curtains and vaulted ceilings that opened up into a large theater that seated over 1,000 people. Next to the theater was a more intimate lounge with a full bar and cushy, high-backed red velvet chairs arranged around dark cherry wood tables where patrons could have drinks and appetizers before the show. "Come on," Grace said. "Drinks are on me." The waiter gave them menus and took their drink orders. Lucy's dirty martini had just arrived when she heard Jamie's voice. Automatically, she turned around. He was wearing a black sports coat and a crisp electric blue shirt. Her heart started pounding double time, and she almost couldn't resist the desire to walk up to him, to apologize for having upset him, to tell him she'd only been trying to push him away when all she wanted was to pull him closer. Knowing she was about to cave, she immediately excused herself to go to the bathroom. She dabbed at her face with a wet towel, took deep breaths, and told herself to get it together. When she returned, Jamie was talking to Melina and Grace, so Lucy headed to the bar.
"Hello there,"
a male voice said. Lucy turned to look at the man leaning against the bar beside her. He was gorgeous and just her type. He had longish, shaggy black hair and pretty, deep green eyes. He had a sexy and nicely trimmed goatee and a trim little mustache. He wore a black sleeveless t-shirt, and his muscular arms were covered in colorful tattoos, and to top it off, he wore round plugs in his ears. She wondered if he was pierced, and where. He held out a hand. On his wrist he wore black leather bracelets with silver studs on them, and his long fingers were adorned with skull-shaped silver rings. "I'm Damien Cruz." Lucy took his hand, and he held it a little longer than necessary after shaking it. When he let go, she leaned back against the bar and faced him. He smiled, and a deep dimple flashed on the left side of his face. If she was looking for someone to take her mind off Jamie, she suspected she'd just hit the mother lode. She hadn't had sex since breaking things off with Jericho, and this man was a perfect specimen. She was about to ask if he was alone when she heard someone clear his throat. She turned to see Jamie behind her.
"Melina and Grace have gone inside. The show's about to start,"
he said.
"Max and Reese seated us together. Do you want to go in?"
She tucked her hair behind her ears, suddenly not sure what she should be doing with her hands, other than putting them all over him. Yeah," she said. She turned back to Damien Cruz and said, "It was nice meeting you." He reached into his shirt pocket, retrieved and held out a room key for the MGM Grand, and said,
"If you want to see even more of me, I'll be there after midnight."
Well, that was certainly bold of him. It made things crystal clear right from the start. Uncomplicated, unlike her very complicated feelings for Jamie. Lucy stared at the keycard for a few seconds, undecided. She sensed Jamie beside her, thought about how much she wanted him, then took the hotel key. While she'd been deciding whether to take Damien's hotel key, Jamie had ordered a shot. He picked it up and swigged it back. His throat muscles rippled. He set the glass down on the bar, never taking his gaze from hers. Desire slowly rolled through her, making her tremble.
"You ready now?"
he asked. She lifted her chin and brushed past him, hyper-aware when he followed very close behind her. Once they took their seats, Max and Reese welcomed everyone to the show and thanked them for coming. They introduced their chef and mentioned Jamie as one of their business partners. They put the spotlight on Melina, introducing her as Reese's beautiful wife, and on Grace, who Max called the love of his life. Then they left the stage and everyone waited for the show to begin.
"Excited?"
A rush of arousal thrummed through her at the sound of Jamie's voice in her ear, at the way his breath hushed against the sensitive skin on her neck, at how his scent filled her nostrils. Damn it wasn't a good sign that no sooner had she taken Damien's room key than she'd put the guy completely out of her mind. Her entire being was focused on the man beside her. "I'm assuming you mean, am I excited to watch the show?" she said, forcing a mocking tone into her words. She kept her eyes focused up front, on the dark and empty stage. But then she couldn't help it. She let her gaze slide over Jamie, taking in how his jacket fit him to perfection, how the blue of his dress shirt collar showed off the tan skin on his face and neck, how his eyes glittered golden, even in the dim light of the theater, and how his hair looked slightly disheveled. She loved the way his hair felt when she grabbed it, pressing his head closer so that she could... No, she couldn't go there. Not now. Not tonight. Think about Damien, the tattoos, The key card he gave you.
Yeah, I'm asking if you're excited about the show, but does something else have you excited? Thinking about the guy with the tattoos who handed you his hotel key? Jamie asked.
What do you care? After what I did last night, I'm surprised you even want to sit with me. I must disgust you. His expression sobered.
You're wrong. Is that why you didn't get back on stage? Because you didn't want to disgust me?
She hesitated, then said, I didn't want to upset you. Not any more than I already had.
But upsetting me was the whole point, wasn't it?
No way was she confirming that, but clearly she didn't need to. He knew, just like he always seemed to know what went on inside her head. When she said nothing, he continued,
I respect you more than you'll ever know. And despite your attempt to push me away, Lucy, I still want you. But I got your message loud and clear last night. We will never have a future together. I accept that. But if you're thinking of using that room key because you need something, you don't have to go to a stranger. I can give it to you. And it would be my pleasure to do so. One night, no strings attached.
She stared at him in shock, but before she could respond, the house lights went out, plunging the theater into complete darkness, and it was too late. Way too late. The music started, and strobe lights started flashing around the space above the seats. Even with Jamie's shocking words bouncing around in her head, Lucy gasped at the spectacle happening around her. Smoke and mirrors, she reminded herself. Magic was about illusion, misdirection. The answers were there, just shrouded in optical illusions and brilliant tricks. But she didn't care about the logic of the moment. No, the magic was in the mystery. Every time a strobe light went off, it illuminated a different woman, suspended directly over the audience. Each woman was writhing, dancing, seemingly flying without ropes or hoops or any other means of holding them in the air. And their bodies, the women appeared to be wearing nothing but glimmering, shimmering paint in various sensual colors. Lucy gasped when a strobe light illuminated a woman suspended directly in front of her and Jamie. The light flashed again, and the woman maneuvered her body in a way that brought her close enough that either Lucy or Jamie could have reached out and touched her. For several minutes, the female bodies above them twisted and swayed in mind-boggling, breathtaking positions. At some point, Lucy realized she was breathing hard and that she'd somehow put her hand on Jamie's knee. She automatically tried to jerk her hand away. But before she could, Jamie covered her hand with his. One night. No strings attached. His offer was a temptation she couldn't put from her mind. It felt so good to be touching him again. He rubbed small circles on the back of her hand with his thumb, sending jolts of electricity all the way up her arm and down her spine. The show was enthralling, but doubly so when combined with Jamie's touch. He turned his hand over so his palm was facing up, and before she knew what was happening, she was caressing it with feather-light touches of her thumb and fingers. She had the overwhelming urge to pick up his hand and kiss it, to run her tongue along his lifeline. Her breaths quickened, and she felt so hot she knew her whole face had to be fire engine red. The more he stroked her palm, and the more forcefully he did it, the hotter she got. Lucy's world became focused on Jamie. They were in public, but also very much alone. In the dark, surrounded by eroticism, artistry, poetry, magic. By the time the opening acrobatic act was over, Lucy was shaking. Desperate, she grabbed Jamie's wandering hand and held it tightly in both of hers. At first, he resisted being restrained, but then Max came on stage. Jamie stopped fighting her, but entwined his fingers with hers. Max did several tricks that Lucy had seen him do before. Then he introduced a new one. The only thing on stage with Max was a huge metal box resting on a stand, so the audience had a clear view of the space from the bottom of the box to the floor beneath it. Max lifted the lid of the box and held out two scantily clad, very sexy young women, who he introduced as Amanda and Tina. After Max closed the lid again, Amanda lay on her back across the top of the box. Then he handed a satin rope to Tina, who tied Amanda up while swaying her hips seductively to the sound of the music. In the meantime, Amanda arched her back and her hips would rise off the box just slightly, and Tina paused every so often to look back at Max. The air sizzled with sexual tension. Once Amanda was completely restrained, Max lifted her and gently deposited her into the box before closing it and locking it. He then lifted Tina so she could stand on the box in her high heels and skimpy outfit with the light shining behind her. After a few moments, she reached down and picked up a velvet curtain that encircled the top of the box. She pulled it up over her head and completely disappeared from view. Max said a few words, there was a puff of smoke, and when the curtain dropped, Amanda, the woman who he'd originally put inside the box, was standing on top of it. He unlocked the box and opened it, and then he reached inside and lifted out Tina, with her extremities tied in the same way that Amanda's had been just moments ago. The audience clapped loudly. Once the catcalls and whistles had died down, Amanda and Tina left the stage, and Max was joined by another assistant, who he introduced as Gina. Max motioned for Gina to climb into the same box he'd used in the previous trick. She melodramatically shook her head and said no. Max once again asked her to climb in, and again she said no. She then told him to get into the box. Max looked at the laughing audience, who encouraged him to get in. He stepped inside and laid down so Gina could close the lid. Then she proceeded to fold the sides of the box down until it was flat and continue folding until the box was reduced to the size of a pocketbook. The audience yelled at her to bring Max back. Lucy knew it was only a trick, but she could feel her heart pounding in her chest. Finally, Max's assistant put the tiny box back down and unfolded it. When it was back to its actual size, she lifted the lid. Max climbed out of the box, followed by Grace. Max kissed her passionately, like they were the only two people in the room. Then he suddenly dropped to one knee on the stage and held out a red velvet box. Lucy sucked in a breath, and the silence in the audience was palpable. "Dixie," he said, calling Grace by the nickname he'd given her. "Every night I thank God I have you in my life. Would you do me this honor, Grace? Will you marry me?" Grace covered her mouth with her hand to muffle her sob of joy, but it escaped anyway. She nodded over and over, obviously too overcome to speak. Finally, she managed to say, "Yes, Max, yes. There's nothing I'd love more than to be your wife." Max slipped the ring on her finger, and Lucy suspected that no matter where people were sitting in the crowded theater, they could see the large diamond gleaming beneath the overhead lights. Max swept Grace up in his arms, kissed her again, then carried her off stage. The audience was on their feet, clapping and cheering. Lucy could hardly breathe as she leapt to her feet as well and wiped away her tears. She glanced to the side and saw Jamie looking at her with a deep, smoldering look. "That was so beautiful," she murmured. "You're beautiful, Lucy." Bending down, he brushed his lips against her ear, and his hot breath sent goosebumps shooting down her spine as he said, "You going to use that hotel key?" She knew she should say yes. Knew she should find Damien and make sure Jamie knew she was doing it. Obviously, stripping hadn't driven him away, but instinctively, she knew if she actually slept with Damien, she'd never have to worry about Jamie pursuing her again. But she wasn't going to say yes. She wasn't going to sleep with Damien. There was only one man she wanted right now. She turned to him, brushing her lips against his ear. "You said one night. What will that entail?" "A private suite, champagne, and me. Let's go." Chapter 5. The next morning, Lucy woke alone. A quick glance at the bedside clock confirmed it was 9:30. She scrambled out of bed and looked around for her clothes, but couldn't find them anywhere. Wrapping a sheet around herself, she walked out of the bedroom. For the first time, she took in the sheer luxury of the penthouse suite, which she hadn't registered last night. Of course, she'd been a wee bit distracted then. With a sigh, she searched the living area of the hotel suite for her clothes. Still nothing. On her way back to the bedroom, she saw several open boxes on the dining room table, fancy boxes with tissue paper. Slowly, she walked up to the table and peered inside. They contained outfits. Female outfits, shoes and all. She prodded around, noting one box held capris in a tank, one a blouse and skirt, and one a wrap dress. They just happened to be in her size. None of the outfits were what she'd normally wear, but they were pretty. Expensive. "I hope you don't mind," Jamie's voice came from behind her. "I figured you'd want to wear something fresh this morning. I picked up some things from the boutique downstairs and had your clothes sent to be laundered." She opened her mouth to chastise him for... what? Trying to control her again by having her wear what he considered to be appropriate? She caught sight of one of the price tags. Or his extravagance in dropping money in 3 outfits so easily? On some level, however, she knew her emotions were raging out of control. So she took a deep breath and clamped down on them as she turned to face him. "Where'd you come from?" she asked, forcing herself to switch the subject. "I was enjoying a cup of coffee and the view out on the balcony." She wondered if that view could even begin to compare to the one she was looking at now. He was dressed casually in a polo shirt, but Lord, what his broad chest and strong biceps did for that shirt was beyond glorious. And the way his faded jeans lovingly cupped she had to curl her fingers into her palms to stop herself from reaching for him. He was magnificent, and by the look of worry on his face, he was obviously afraid she was going to take his gesture with the clothes and throw it in his face. So no. She wasn't going to chastise him and possibly ruin the memory of their splendid night together. She didn't want to be part of the world he was born into. That didn't mean she couldn't accept a generous gift from him. She'd buy him dinner, she decided, and send him a gift in return once she got home. She grabbed the box with the capris, tank top, and jeweled flip-flops. "Thank you, Jamie. That was very thoughtful of you." He grinned. "I'm sorry I forgot the champagne last night. I can have breakfast brought up, but I wasn't sure what you wanted. I'm normally partial to pancakes myself, but I hear they do a mean Eggs Benedict here." "Sounds great. I'll have them charge it to my room." He frowned, but before he could refuse her offer to pay, she said, "I'll just shower and change. Do you mind if I make a call before breakfast?" "Of course not." He looked curious, but had enough manners not to ask any questions. She hesitated, then said, "I want to check on Millie." "Your sister's daughter?" Lucy nodded. "Yes, I've called every few days to check in on her, and I'm hoping that Mason's sister will agree to let me visit her soon. Even if I don't have a relationship with my mother and father, well..." "So you have no plans to mend your relationship with your parents?" Now it was her turn to frown. "It isn't a matter of wanting anything. Our relationship was damaged beyond repair over a decade ago. It was clear at both the hospital and the funeral that Gail's death hasn't changed that." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you with my question. It's obvious you care about Millie. With Gail gone." He shook his head and waved a hand. "Never mind. If you want to share your feelings about your family, Lucy, I'm here. Last night doesn't change anything. I'm still your friend." "Thanks, Jamie," she said quietly. "I appreciate that." She quickly showered and dressed, then used the phone in the bedroom to call Mason's sister, Diana, who had custody of Millie. The several times they'd spoken, Diana had been cool but polite, and Lucy had been grateful for that. She suspected if Millie had been staying with her grandparents, she wouldn't have been so lucky. After all, Lucy knew firsthand the low opinion Mason's father had of her. It was possible Diana felt the same way, but she'd never treated Lucy with anything but civility. The call went straight to voicemail, so she left a message asking Diana to call her as soon as she had the chance. Then she went out into the living area where Jamie was enjoying a cup of coffee. For a few seconds, she stared at him, awestruck again by his sheer beauty.
"Why are you looking at me like that? You want me again already, don't you?"
Lucy giggled and said, "It's hard not to want you when you look like that." Jamie put down his coffee, walked up to her, set his hands on her waist, and pulled her against him.
"Well, I know I said one night together, but what I really meant was last night and this morning until we both have to leave."
He kissed her, deeply and passionately, clearly with the intent of appeasing a different kind of hunger before breakfast came. But then Lucy's phone rang. Lucy broke the kiss and Jamie groaned.
"Don't answer it. That's what voicemail is for."
"I just left a message asking about the baby. If I don't take this call, they might not call back." He leaned his forehead against hers, took a deep breath, then slowly let her go. She brought the phone to her ear. "Hello?"
"Hello, is this Ms. Lucy Conrad?"
A smooth male voice asked. Great, I made Jamie stop kissing me for a telemarketer, she thought. "Yes, but if you're selling something—"
"No, Ms. Conrad, I'm not a salesman. I'm an attorney."
"An attorney?" she repeated. Her gaze met Jamie's.
"Yes, Daniel Cummings. I'm calling on behalf of Diana Lancaster Norton. She said you just left her a message and she'd prefer you not contact her directly any longer."
"I was contacting her about Millie," she explained. "My niece."
"I'm aware of who Millie is, Ms. Conrad, but given the circumstances, it really is best if you work through your attorney where Millie is concerned."
"Circumstances? I don't understand." Her answer was met with brief silence.
"Ms. Conrad, have you talked to your parents since yesterday?"
"No, I haven't. I don't speak with my parents, Mr. Cummings."
"Oh, dear."
He took an audible breath.
"Well, they gave me your home number and I left a message there. I didn't have your cell phone number until Diana gave it to me just now."
"My father had my cell phone number," she said. Mr. Cummings cleared his throat.
"I see. Well, anyway, your sister Gail and her husband named you legal guardian of Millie should something happen to one of them."
"What?" Lucy breathed. She felt Jamie's hand on her shoulder and experienced a sense of déjà vu. He'd done the same thing back in California when she'd first gotten the call about Gail's accident. He'd unhesitatingly stood beside her and offered her comfort. And just like then, she took it, leaning her weight into his. She couldn't believe it. Gail and Mason had named her guardian of their baby?
"You can reject guardianship, of course, but I drew up the paperwork with your sister myself. She wanted you to raise Camilla in the event that they couldn't."
Lucy's head was spinning. Her? Raise a kid? Had her sister and Mason lost their minds before the accident? She couldn't imagine what they'd been thinking. But of course she didn't say any of that to the lawyer. Instead, she said, No, of course I'm not rejecting guardianship. At least not yet, she thought. Maybe not ever. But she needed time to think. What did she know about raising a child? "Mr. Cummings, this has come as a shock. I need some time to think."
"Of course, I assumed you had an attorney of your own, but if you don't, as your sister's representative, I'll be happy to help you. Your sister was adamant that she wanted Millie with you. Unfortunately, though, there is an issue."
She waited a beat and then, afraid that she already knew the answer, she asked, "What's the issue?"
"Jerry and Evelyn Lancaster, Mason's parents, as well as Mason's sister Diana, are contesting you being named guardian. They've already filed a motion with the court asking that custody of Millie remain with Mason's sister. I can fax you a copy of the complaint if you'd like."
"Can you email it to me?"
"Yes, I can do that."
She gave him her email address, then said, "Thank you. Can I ask you a few things before you hang up?"
"Of course."
"Did my sister say why she wanted me to have the baby?"
"She said she wanted Millie raised by someone who'd teach her to appreciate both the big things and the small things in life. She wanted Millie to be able to love herself no matter what others thought or said or did. And she said you were a master at that, Miss Conrad."
Lucy felt herself choking up and her thoughts felt clouded. Gail, the big sister who had once been her best friend, the woman who died without knowing how much Lucy still loved her, wanted her to raise Millie. But my next question is on what grounds Mason's family is contesting guardianship. Do they believe Gail was incompetent when she made the decision, or that Mason didn't agree to it?
No, they're not contesting on any of those grounds. Mason didn't like the idea at first, but he ultimately agreed and signed the paperwork in my presence.
Then what?
They believe you to be an unfit mother, Ms. Conrad. The specifics will be in the paperwork I'll email you. After that, if you'd like to meet.
Lucy listened to the rest of Mr. Cummings' spiel, but the words seemed to be coming from underwater. All the words, that is, except unfit mother, which echoed loud and clear inside her head. When Lucy got off the phone, Jamie put his arm around her and she laid her head on his shoulder. He got the feeling she was trying really hard not to cry. He didn't ask her any questions, just silently held her until he felt her body stop shaking. Only then did he ask,
"Do you want to talk about it?"
Lucy sighed deeply and said, "My sister left custody of her baby to me." He'd figured as much, but he hoped he'd managed to hide his surprise. It wasn't that he didn't think she would be a wonderful mother, but from what little she'd told him about her family, it really shocked him her sister would.
"How do you feel about that?"
he said. I don't know," she whispered. "I mean, 2 weeks ago I didn't even know Millie existed. I've only talked to her a few times on the phone, and I haven't even seen her yet, but my first instinct is..."
"What?"
"She's Gail's child. I know I'm not going to be anyone's first choice for Mother of the Year, but if Gail trusted me to care for Millie, well, I want to do my very best for her." Jamie smiled and kissed her temple.
"You know what? I think she made a great decision, and I think Millie's a lucky little girl to have you."
She pulled away from him. "You didn't let me finish. I'm not sure me having custody is the best thing for her."
"That's ridiculous, Lucy. You'd make a great mother."
She barked out a laugh. "Right. Me and all my maternal instincts. How do you figure?" He tipped his head to the side and brought a hand up to trace a line along her jaw.
"You're fun, energetic, a strong role model, ethical, courageous. Everything a child could learn from, especially in this day and age."
For a moment she allowed her eyes to flutter closed, to lean her cheek into his palm. Then she opened her eyes, pulled away, and focused on a lamp in the corner of the room. She shook her head, giving him a sad smile. "Thanks for that vote of confidence, but there are those who don't agree with you."
"Right,"
he said, remembering more of the conversation he'd overheard.
"Mason's family is contesting it?"
She nodded.
"Why?"
he asked.
"It's what their son and daughter-in-law wanted."
She toyed with a wrinkle on the duvet. "That still surprises me a lot. And given the fact my father has my cell phone number and didn't call me after the lawyer spoke with him, I won't be surprised if my own parents contest Gail's decisions as well." Silence followed, then a quiet,
"The reason you're estranged from them, it's about more than you not wanting to conform to their expectations, isn't it?"
She nodded.
"Tell me."
"I was the black sheep, and I could never do anything right. Our family was new to the world of wealth. We weren't like you Whitcombs, with generations and generations of money and power and prestige behind you. Nope, my dad made a fortune early on selling stocks and made sure everyone knew we had money, and that everyone knew we had a place in society, even if we didn't."
"Sounds like your dad has issues."
"Yeah, that about sums it up. But Gail and I had to be ambassadors for our family. We had to play the part, act the role, be ladies. Gail got an A+. I failed. But it wasn't just Dad who was disappointed in me." When she hesitated going further, Jamie caught her hand, which was still playing with the fold in the duvet, and entwined his fingers with hers. I used to date Mason."
"Wait, your brother-in-law?"
She nodded. "He was the first guy I slept with. I thought we were going to get married. But then I overheard our dads talking to him, encouraging him to break up with me, encouraging him to date Gail, who'd be better suited for him. When he broke up with me, he said I didn't fit the image of someone he'd need by his side when he took the political world by storm. He said I embarrassed him, just like I embarrassed my dad." Her voice quavered, and Jamie mentally cursed, knowing how difficult it was for her to admit this all to him. Damn her father and ex-boyfriend for making her doubt her own worth. Jamie took a deep breath and chose his words carefully.
"I hate to speak ill of the dead, but he didn't deserve you, Luce."
"I know that, but I loved him. I thought he accepted me, and to know my own father and my sister thought so little of me, cared so little of my feelings. Well, obviously 15 years later I still wasn't over it. With Gail gone, it seems so stupid now. I know that, but I can't change the past."
"So, is that how you think of me? That just because I have money, I do something like that? Think something like that?"
She shook her head. "You're not like that, Jamie, but the fact remains you come from a world that expects certain things from people. Old money, big business, corporate America. I don't want to have to change who I am to fit in." She looked at him as if waiting for him to say she didn't need to change to be with him, but he hesitated. When her expression closed up, he cupped her face in his hands.
"I wish I could say that you should never be anything but yourself, but that would be naive. People make concessions all the time. Should you let others demean you, make you feel bad about who you are? Absolutely not. Is it selling out to refrain from calling someone an asshole, even if he is an asshole, to maintain a business relationship? Maybe, maybe not. But bottom line, each individual has to decide. Each has to commit, whether it's to living in a certain place or living with a certain person. I couldn't be in a relationship with someone who isn't willing to do that. With someone who'll walk away when things get tough."
"Like I did from my parents, you mean?" She pulled away until his hands dropped.
"I understand Mason hurt you," he said quietly. "That what your sister and your father did hurt you most of all. But that could have happened in any family, rich or poor. You focused your hurt on the fact that you and Mason came from money. You wanted out of that world so much that you didn't see your sister for 15 years. By the time you did..."
"By the time I did, it was too late." She smiled bitterly. "So what now? Our one night and the morning after are just about over, and you told me you didn't want to be my friend, remember?"
"And at the time I was practically green with jealousy. We are friends, Lucy. You don't have to tackle this alone. I'll help you in any way I can. As for the rest of today, I know you've gotten a shock about Millie. You need time to process that."
"Thank you, but please don't tell me what I need." She smiled brightly. "Obviously Mason's sister isn't going to let me have contact with Millie. The lawyer will be emailing the paperwork I need to review, and I'll get on that first thing in the morning. But right now, we only have a few hours before I head back to California. And you?"
"I'll be heading back to California as well, for my sister's wedding on Coronado Island."
She nodded. "Right. Well, before we go, I'd just as soon focus on something other than what a terrible mother Mason's family thinks I'll be."
"By all means, let's take advantage of those hours."
Chapter 6. Almost 2 hours later, there was no doubt in her mind now that she'd been right all those months ago. Jamie Whitcomb had been the best she'd ever had. The question was how she was going to live without his particular brand of lovin' from here on out. Because playtime in Vegas was over. It was time for her to return to Northern California and deal with the matter of gaining guardianship of her niece. And as much as she appreciated his offer to help her, it was time for Jamie to finish up his vacation time at his sister's wedding before fully taking his place at the helm of his family's billion-dollar corporation. With a sigh, Lucy turned off the water and quickly dressed back into the shirt, capris, and flip-flops Jamie had bought her. When she entered the bedroom, he was finishing buttoning his shirt. He immediately walked up to her, placed his hands on either side of her waist, and leaned down to kiss her. When he pulled back, he smiled down at her.
"I got a text from Reese, and I'm betting you have a similar one on your phone from Melina. They're looking for us. They want to see us before we leave."
"What about your other friends, the ones here for the bachelor party?"
"I checked in with them earlier. We're flying back to California together for the wedding. I have several hours until I have to meet them at the airport if you want to go to Reese and Melina's."
Lucy crinkled her face and shook her head.
"Or not?"
Jamie said. "It's just, Grace and Melina still have hope for something serious between us, and I don't want to confuse them by showing up together." As she said the words, she had to force herself not to look away from him. "Be strong, Lucy. You knew this was just temporary. Nothing's changed."
He said. "Well, why don't you stop by first? I'll tell them I can't make it until later. If you happen to still be there, great. If not..."
He shrugged. "Right," she echoed. He caressed her cheek with his fingers, then said,
"I wish..."
He shook his head.
"No, not going to go there. You agreed to one night and that's what we had. And it was fabulous."
He lowered his head, gave her a kiss, and said,
"Stay as long as you want. I'll catch you later, Lucy."
With that, he turned and walked out of the suite, closing the door softly behind him. An hour later, Lucy, Melina, and Grace were sipping coffee on the patio of Melina's house. Reese and Max had just left for work, and as soon as they left, Lucy turned to Grace. "I was blown away by Max's proposal last night. I couldn't stop crying." Grace's smile was brighter than the Vegas Strip at night.
"Me too. When he asked me to help him with his opening night trick, I thought it was sweet of him to include me. I honestly didn't suspect a thing. I mean, we'd talked about getting married, but he hadn't let on he was thinking about proposing so soon."
"It was beautiful," Melina agreed.
"I guess even a blind hog finds an acorn now and then," Grace said.
"I'm just so glad Max and I found each other." For the next few minutes, they oohed and awed over Grace's ring, as well as Grace's rated PG account of what had happened after Max had carried her off stage. Although Lucy was very tempted to share the fact she and Jamie had finally had sex, she didn't want to take away from Grace's moment. She also didn't want to deal with all the questions that would follow. She did, however, need her friend's support about Millie. "So," she said, "in the continuing dramatic saga that is my life, I was informed today that my sister and Mason left custody of Millie to me." "What?" Melina said, her eyes wide. "Why are you just now hearing about it?" "Apparently it took a while before the lawyer knew Gail and Mason had died, and he went to my parents and Mason's parents first. Mason's family is contesting me being named Millie's guardian. They don't think I'm mother material."
"That's nonsense," Grace said.
When Lucy didn't respond, Melina asked, "You do know that's nonsense, right?" Lucy shrugged. "Is it?" she asked quietly. "I mean, I want her. She's my last link to my sister, and the fact that Gail wanted me to have her..." Lucy shook her head. "I'm not saying I'm a bad person, but being a good person isn't the same as being a good mother." "Lucy," Melina said, "no one knows they'll be a good mother until it happens. It all starts with common sense and love and lots of support. I know for a fact you have a great heart, a logical, intelligent mind, and so much to give. I think you'll make a great mom."
"I second that," Grace said.
"You'll also be a cool mom, one who knows all about empowering a woman to stand tall and go after what she wants." I don't know. I mean, that's what Jamie said too, but immediately Lucy wanted to kick herself. Whoa, Grace drawled. You and me are gonna have to mend fences. You talked to Jamie about this before you talked to us? How? When? You said you just found out today. Melina sucked in a breath. Wait a minute. After the show, you both disappeared and... Did you sleep together? The high-pitched tone Melina used to say the word sleep made Lucy wince. Then she squeezed her eyes shut tight and nodded. Oh my God, Melina said. Grace, sweet, genteel, southern magnolia Grace, actually squealed and clapped her hands. She stood and jumped up and down. It's because of the way Max proposed. It was so romantic it finally made you both admit how you feel about each other. Lucy shook her head. No, she said. No. Both her friends immediately stilled and grew quiet. No? Grace asked. No, Lucy repeated. Nothing's changed. We're friends, just friends, and I really need you both to accept that. Please, I need your support with Millie. Melina and Grace looked at each other. Then they walked up to her and gave her a hug. You have it. I know, I love you too. I don't say that enough. I'm so lucky to have you both. She wrapped an arm around each of them, and they had a group hug just before the babies announced over the monitor that they were awake. Speaking of lucky, Melina said with a smile, once you get custody of Millie, our kids can play together. If she got custody of Millie, Lucy thought. But since there was no point in speculating on what was going to happen, she simply smiled and went along with her. That would be awesome. I can call you at 3 a.m. when she won't stop crying. That's fine. Reese usually answers the phone in the middle of the night anyway, Melina said with a laugh. She got up and Lucy said, Can I get them? Sure, but they'll need to be changed. Are you sure you don't want me to help? You just gave me that speech about what a fabulous mother I'm going to be, Melina. Let's see if you still trust me after I diaper your children. Lucy went to the nursery and found the babies, each in their own cribs, staring at each other through the bars. Hi there, guys. How was your nap? Aunt Lucy's going to change you, okay? Then I'll take you out to see Mama. She started with Tabby, laying her on the changing table where Melina had stored everything she would need. The baby looked at her curiously, and Lucy said, I'm funny looking, I know. You, on the other hand, are gorgeous. You look just like your mama. Tabby squealed. I know, it's a good thing. Your mama is so pretty. Behind her, Charlie babbled, and Lucy turned to look at him. Be patient, little man. You're next. You're gorgeous too, by the way. You look just like your handsome daddy. She played with them and tickled them and got them all clean and changed. Then she took them out to Melina. Special delivery, she said. They said they'd rather go back to Northern California with Aunt Lucy, but I told them you'd miss them too much. Thanks, Lucy. They chatted for about 30 more minutes. Then, after Lucy called a cab to take her back to her hotel, she looked at her watch and said, It's time. The cab will be here any minute. I'm going to miss you, Melina said, grabbing her in a hug. I want some of that, Grace said, hugging her next. You take care of yourself, okay? If you need any help with this ridiculous custody battle, you call me. Max knows a lot of attorneys, and we'd be thrilled to be character references for you. Us too, Melina said. Thanks, guys. I love you all so much. Tell Max and Reese I adore them too. She kissed her friends and then the babies before letting herself out the front door. She'd been expecting the cab to be waiting for her. To her surprise, Jamie stood outside, leaning against the huge tree in Melina's front yard. He waved. Hey. Why didn't you come in? She asked. She searched the road for the cab. I sent the cab away, and I didn't come in because I needed to talk to you. In private, would you take a walk with me? You want me to take a walk with you, Lucy repeated. She looked at Jamie as if he'd lost his mind, and maybe he had, but he had to act cool, calm, and confident if he was going to get her to agree to his plan.
That's right.
Is everything okay?
Yes.
He held out a hand for her.
I've just been thinking about something and I want to talk it over with you.
Lucy took Jamie's hand and they began walking. They'd only gone about a block when she suddenly stopped and turned to him. Jamie, if this is about last night, or this morning for that matter, we both agreed nothing's changed. Everything had changed, he thought. At least for him. But even if things hadn't changed for her, he was determined to help her.
This isn't about me wanting to start a relationship with you again, Lucy. At least not the way you think. This is about me helping you get custody of Millie so the two of you can start being a little family. Or,
he held up a hand to forestall her saying she wasn't sure keeping the baby would be the best thing for her.
Or you can make arrangements for her to go to caregivers you're comfortable with. Although I just want to say again, I think any child would be lucky to have you as a mother.
Go on, she said. He took her hand and they started walking again. As they did, they passed charming houses, some with tricycles and swings in the front yard. To anyone looking at them, they'd appear to be just another couple taking a stroll.
I talked to my lawyer, and from everything I've told him, he says you've got a long, ugly battle ahead of you. If there was a way to get Mason's family to drop their opposition to custody, that would be the best option.
Of course it would, but they're not just going to do that.
Maybe they would if they realized you wouldn't try to keep Millie from them. I'm betting, given your estrangement with your family, that's really what this is about.
Oh, well, I never considered that. Of course she hadn't, Jamie thought. She was determined to believe the worst of people, and Mason's family had certainly given her reason to, but Jamie was still hoping they could be reasoned with.
Millie needs to know her aunt and grandparents, no matter what's happened in the past, don't you agree?
Yes, but I'm not sure me just telling them that is going to change their minds.
No, but maybe me telling them will. Not just as your friend, but as something more.
They stumbled to a halt and Jamie tightened his hold on her. He'd given this a lot of thought, and it seemed like such an easy way to help her. And while he usually hated dishonesty in any form, this was Lucy and Lucy's niece, and they'd both been through so much already. He wouldn't allow Mason's family to make Lucy feel bad about herself, especially when Mason had done such a good job of that already.
"What do you mean?" she asked. "I have an idea that I'm not sure you're going to like, but hear me out, okay?"
"Okay," she said again, obviously even more nervous now. He sucked in a deep breath and said,
"What if you and I pretend to be engaged?"
Lucy's eyes went wide and she started to protest, but he put his finger to her lips.
"Hear me out, please?"
She nodded, but her eyes stayed wide as he went on.
"We pretend we're engaged, announcing it before my sister's wedding. I'll get my sister to invite Mason's family."
"Why on earth would your sister invite Mason's family?"
He shrugged. "Their social circle overlaps my family's slightly. The Lancasters have long been on the fringe, just waiting for an entrance into high society. Recently, Evelyn Lancaster served on the same charitable organization as my mother, so it wouldn't be unheard of if they get invited to the wedding. Then there's the fact you recently saw them again and had a prior relationship with their son.
And that they just happen to be contesting guardianship of Millie. They'll see right through us."
"Maybe not. I was with you the night of the accident, remember?"
"And you really think being engaged to you, even if they believe the engagement is real, will make a difference in the custody dispute?"
"Yes, because although we both know they're wrong about you, we also both know that it's difficult for people to let go of preconceived notions about someone. From what you've told me, your parents and Mason's parents are impressed by social standing. Respectability. That's one thing my family has lots of." Being invited to Coronado Island as guests of a family who are multi-billionaires would impress them, because it would impress their friends. It would mean they'd made it into the upper echelons. We make sure they're given the best 5-star accommodations and they're treated like royalty when they're there. We also make sure they see us together, see you fit in with my family and my family's lifestyle, and thus would fit into theirs.
I don't know if I can do that, she said. I hate being fake, pretending to be something I'm not for the benefit of other people.
Of course you do. The fact that you're comfortable in your own skin is one of the things I love most about you. But if pretending for a few days can get them to drop their objection to you getting custody of Millie, wouldn't it be worth it?
Of course, but Jamie, what would you get out of this? He almost said he didn't want anything out of it. All he wanted, all he ever wanted, was for her to be happy and get what she wanted out of life. He wanted her, but that wasn't what this was about. He would never resort to using something like this to gain her affections. The problem was, Lucy was always so suspicious, and she wasn't likely to believe that. He suddenly had another idea.
Whitcomb Enterprises is trying to reopen what used to be an old automotive plant and turn it into a factory to produce airline parts that will literally revolutionize the way planes are made. The townspeople are a little suspicious of us. They're not an affluent community and they don't trust easily.
So you're suggesting I use you to get custody of my niece and you use me to get poor people to like you? She said. Jamie shook his head. She could be the most stubborn, insolent woman he'd ever known sometimes.
You wouldn't be using me by accepting my help. And I don't want you to help me win over people because they're poor, but because they're people who view me with suspicion because of my family's bank account, and you know all about that. Whether you like it or not, you straddle both worlds, Lucy. You know what it would take to merge them.
But we're just supposed to be friends.
We can be friends and still do this. I'm not requiring that you sleep with me in exchange for pretending that we're engaged.
She bit her lip. I don't know, Jamie.
What's the matter? He said. Afraid that being around me will be too much temptation?
When she didn't deny it, he said,
Just say you'll think about it.
Lucy sighed and then she said, Okay, I'll think about it. She looked at her watch. I have to get back to the hotel and finish packing. I need to check out and get to the airport and... She had a thoughtful look on her face.
What?
She looked embarrassed. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking, if I take you up on your offer, I have a few rings I don't get a chance to wear too often. I can pretend one's an engagement ring. The fact she was even thinking about wearing a faux engagement ring filled Jamie with hope.
Actually,
he slipped his hand in his trouser pocket and pulled out a white velvet box. Lucy stared at the box even as her stomach started doing flips. What is that?
A prop,
Jamie said. A prop you just happened to have in your pocket?
I bought it because it was beautiful and I figured I may never find one like it again.
He shrugged.
I brought it with me in case you said yes to my proposition. Why don't you take it while you think about it?
He held it out. Lucy was still reeling from Jamie's suggestion that they pretend to be engaged. Yes, he'd said he was her friend and would gladly help her however she needed, but this? Gingerly, Lucy took the box and flipped it open. Inside was a ring with a huge diamond and sapphires. The design was over-the-top feminine with flowers and bows. It was unusual and classic at the same time. Lucy loved it. She didn't love the fact she immediately pictured herself in a white dress walking down an aisle to Jamie so they could exchange vows in front of all their friends. Jamie, are you crazy? You can't just give this to me. It must have cost you $1 million. She closed the box and tried handing it back to him. He wouldn't take it.
It didn't cost $1 million,
he said.
But it cost enough that it should convince others that we're not playing games.
Why are you so incredibly nice? You kill me sometimes with all of this niceness. Who lets some crazy chick borrow $1 million ring?
You're not crazy, and I didn't pay $1 million for it, he said again.
Whatever, take it back while I think about things. Like how I'm going to ever move on from my feelings for this man. It wasn't just physical attraction between them, and it never had been. Jamie was special, and for some reason he thought she was special too. Special enough to wear this amazing ring, even if it was only for pretend. She held it out again, and he finally took it from her. You did get insurance on it, right?
Yes, it's fully insured.
He removed the ring from the box and said,
Give me your hand.
What?
I want you to try it on, in case you want to go forward with my plan and I need to get it resized.
She shouldn't do it. She wouldn't. This was all crazy. He was crazy. But she took the ring and slid it on her finger. It fit like it was made for her.
So, what do you think?
He said. That I'll have to do more wrist exercises at the gym to be able to hold it up. And that it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. She wanted it. She wanted Millie. She wanted him. She was in serious trouble. Chapter 7. On the way out of Vegas, Jamie blocked out the conversation between his friends and thought of Lucy instead. Was he insane to have suggested a fake engagement? He was shocked she'd even agreed to think about it. He'd been convinced that she would turn him down flat. He'd like to think the reason she hadn't was because she was learning to trust him, but he knew that wasn't the case. She was simply desperate to do right by Millie. Before Jamie caught his flight, but after he and Lucy had called for a driver to pick them up at Melina's house, Lucy had dropped her one and only stipulation to his proposal. If I agree we're going to be engaged, then we'll be engaged, she had said.
What does that mean?
He'd asked her with a half smile. It means that if I'm going to wear this rock on my finger, you're going to give it up while I do so.
Give what up?
He'd said, genuinely confused. The booty. I want what I got last night and plenty of it. Delighted, he'd almost swept her into his arms and kissed her right there. Instead, like a tiger afraid the wrong move would send his prey running, he teased her.
So, what you're saying is you were so blown away by my incredible skill that you want more.
She'd rolled her eyes and smiled, but considering what she was demanding of him, he'd happily given her that. For as long as we're pretending to be engaged, yes. Keep this light, Jamie, he'd told himself. Don't blow this.
If you're trying to scare me away, that's not going to do it.
But now, as he sat on the airplane and replayed it all in his head, he wondered if he'd made a grave mistake by agreeing to her terms. Jamie couldn't deny it. Before she'd broken things off between them, he'd been halfway in love with her. He'd only gotten closer in the time since. He was far from ready to admit that out loud, but far too infatuated with her not to admit it to himself. He wanted her, not just for a night, or 7, or 50. He wanted her in his life permanently, but there was no way he could say that. No way he could let her see it on his face. If he did, she'd run so fast he'd never be able to catch her. Besides, the last time he'd let himself imagine a life with her, she'd found out he was rich and suddenly thrown the brakes on everything. He'd been left hurt and confused. Months later, he still wasn't over it. How would he feel after they pretended to be a couple and made love on a regular basis, and then suddenly, after she got custody of Millie, it would be bye-bye Jamie, he asked himself. He'd get his big, stupid, soft heart broken, that's what. He thought about the risk he'd be taking with his own heart. And then he thought about Lucy. He thought about how devastated she was when she lost her sister. He thought about how alone she had been most of her life. She had a chance for a fresh start with Millie. He'd seen the light in her eyes when she talked about the baby, The terrible hope and fear she kept inside her. If he didn't help her, she might very well lose custody. He couldn't risk that. He knew what he was going to do, and it wouldn't be walking away. "Do you still agree with my terms?" Lucy, who was back home in Northern California, asked Jamie on the phone the next day.
"Yes,"
he said, leaning over his balcony and watching as Los Angeles woke up below him. On the horizon, smog settled, the one thing that marred the beautiful view. "Well, okay. If you agree to my terms, then I think, why not? Let's go forward with your plan."
"Then we're agreed. We're committed to you getting Millie, to enjoying each other for the length of this engagement."
"Well, I guess all that's left to say is, thank you for helping me, Jamie. I really appreciate it."
"You're welcome, Luce. When do you meet with the lawyer?"
"Later today. Wish me luck."
"I can do one better than that. I can come with you."
"You do that? Aren't you busy with the new job? Your sister's wedding?"
"Honestly, yes, but I'll make time for you. I always will when it means something to you, Luce."
He heard her swallow before she said, "Thank you, but I can handle this on my own."
"Okay, I'll be thinking of you the whole time. Let me know how it goes."
"I will. Before we hang up, have you thought about how we're going to announce this engagement?"
"What about starting with social media?"
"You want us to, what, tweet about it?"
"I thought I could leak it on Twitter and maybe you could post something about it on Facebook. Hopefully the press would pick it up pretty quickly from there, and then voila."
"Okay," she agreed. "But Jamie, I'm not lying to my close friends."
"I'd prefer not to as well. I won't tell my family, but I'd like to at least tell Gabe and Cole, maybe even the others."
"That's fine. I'll tell Grace and Melina. I trust them all with my life. They know all my secrets."
"Good to know. If I ever need to know something about you, I can just torture it out of one of them."
Lucy laughed.
"You can try, but they'll never talk." "You sure about that? I'm a very persuasive man, Luce."
Lucy couldn't possibly deny how persuasive Jamie was. Look at what he'd talked her into. Faking an engagement so she could convince others she was proper maternal material. But she'd agreed to his proposition, and now it was time to jump in the only way she knew how. Full throttle. Lucy hung up the phone and went to her computer. She signed on to Facebook, and then she sat staring at the status update box for 10 minutes before she finally typed, "Guess who got engaged?" Then she snapped a photo of her gorgeous antique engagement ring and attached it. Before she pressed the post button, she sent a text on her phone to Grace and Melina that said, "What you read on Facebook is not true. I will explain later, but in the meantime, please go along with it if anyone asks you." Then she pressed post and waited. For the next 20 minutes, she got message after message asking for more information. Social media could be a blessing or a curse. She wasn't sure which one this was going to be. She finally typed in, "Engaged to Jamie Whitcomb. So happy." The responses, mostly from colleagues at the university, poured in even faster. "OMG, that's amazing. Congratulations, Lucy. Jamie's a great guy. Love the ring. How did he propose? When's the wedding?" And her personal favorite, "One less single billionaire in the world." Apparently, there were others who knew Jamie came from money. She just happened to think it extremely tacky that someone would refer to it online, so she deleted that post. Lucy answered a few others, stating they hadn't set a date yet and thanking them for their well wishes. She wondered if their plan could possibly work. Could it really be this simple? Fake an engagement to a respectable, wealthy man, and then all of a sudden she'd be deemed respectable too? She hated lying. She hated pretending to be anyone but herself. But Gail had wanted her to be Millie's guardian, and it seemed right that she'd do whatever it took to make sure that happened. As she sat there and watched the messages accumulate, her phone began ringing. It didn't surprise her to see that it was Grace. "What in the world is going on?" Grace asked as soon as Lucy answered the call. Lucy laughed. Well, hello to you too.
Forgive me, Grace said. Hello, my friend. Now tell me, what was going on?
She told Grace about Jamie's idea. So that's basically it. The engagement isn't real, and I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing or not. All I know is I failed Gail as a sister while she was alive. I don't want to fail her again. And I don't want to fail Millie. I need time to think, but I also need the ability to act on whatever decision I ultimately make. And that means making sure I'm granted guardianship.
That makes perfect sense, Luce. I don't have any kids yet, but I know that when I do, I'm going to do whatever it takes to see them safe and happy.
But what you've told me certainly isn't it. What do you mean?
You know Jamie cares for you, Lucy. A lot.
Of course, that's obvious. He's being such a good friend.
So you're...
Nothing's changed. He's still from a world I'll never fit in. The silence on the other end of the line was dramatic. Lucy sighed. What?
It's just, you've never cared about fitting in anywhere, Lucy. Why do you care so much about what Jamie's friends and families and acquaintances think?
I care what he thinks, and ultimately he needs someone who'll make his life easier, not harder. Eventually, if I made his life hard, he'd grow to resent me and...
That dog won't hunt, Lucy. You're scared, pure and simple. Scared that you'll give your heart to Jamie and he'll break it.
Yes, hence my fear that he'll eventually grow tired of the fact I can't fit
into his world, Grace said at the same time she did. Well, you know what, Lucy? He lives in the same world you do.
You're wrong, Lucy said quietly. Think about how you felt about Max before you got together, about how Melina felt about Reese. Before they proved they wanted you and only you, before they fought to keep you, can you tell me you all came from the same world? Grace's silence was deafening, and Lucy knew she'd made her point. Reese and Max weren't rolling in money, but they were true celebrities and had been renowned ladies' men. It had taken quite some work for Melina and Grace to accept they were what the two men wanted and all they'd ever want in life partners.
You're right. I'm sorry, Lucy. I'll shut up about it. You don't have to. Just do me one favor.
What's that? She asked.
Be careful with your heart, and especially be careful with Jamie's. Pretending can turn into a lot more, and if, in the end, you're not willing to take a risk...
I'll be careful, she said. But you don't need to worry so much. Jamie and I both know what this is, and what it isn't. After Lucy hung up with Grace, however, she thought about what Grace had said, and she wondered if she was risking hurting Jamie. He'd made it clear from the start that he preferred committed relationships. Maybe it would be better all around for her to thank him for his offer to help, let him off the hook, and just let things fall where they may. Only she'd already told the entire world that they were engaged. And the thought of not getting custody of Millie. Still unsure what to do, she called Melina and filled her in. Her friend was supportive as well, but gave Lucy almost the same advice that Grace had given her. God, she loved her friends and counted herself lucky to have them. After hanging up with Melina, she once again checked her Facebook page and was not surprised that she had 30 new comments. What did surprise her was one was from Diana, Mason's sister. Diana was not one of her Facebook friends, but apparently she was a friend of a friend, which meant she'd somehow managed to see and comment on Lucy's status. Diana had commented, "That's wonderful, gorgeous ring, congratulations to you both." Lucy shook her head and shut down the computer. Once again she wondered, could it really be this easy? Later that day, after Lucy spoke with the attorney, she wasn't wondering if the fake engagement plan would work. She was praying that it did. If it didn't, she was going to be seriously tempted to spill blood. On second thought, she might be tempted to do so even if the fake engagement did work. According to the lawyer, the reasons Mason's parents and sister had cited for contesting Lucy's guardianship of Millie was Lucy's excessive alcohol use, her multiple sexual partners, and her unstable social and home life, which put the baby at risk. Shaking with rage, she paced the attorney's office. Don't they have to back up their allegations? Just how are they going to prove how many sexual partners I have? Or for that matter, she asked the attorney, how much alcohol I drank. Lucy didn't even have multiple sexual partners. She was an adult who engaged in consenting sex when the mood struck. But she didn't sleep with more than one guy at a time. She was monogamous with partners so long as they were together, whether she made that official or not. Lucy drank occasionally when she went out with her friends, but that wasn't every weekend, and she never got drunk. She liked to be in control, and too much alcohol took that away from her. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell the lawyer all this, but she forced herself not to make excuses to a man who was a virtual stranger. She refused to justify her lifestyle choices to anyone, yet she couldn't deny feeling like she was 16 years old again, being chastised and lectured by her father for her inappropriate and ultimately embarrassing actions.
My guess would be they've either hired a private investigator or they plan to hire one. Money is not really a consideration for these people, Lucy. They'll do whatever it takes.
A private investigator, someone following her around, keeping book, taking pictures. God, was it possible he'd attended open strip night? Still shaking, but this time with distress more than anger, she sat down before she fell down. The ramifications of the child custody battle suddenly became all the more real, and she realized just how big a favor Jamie was doing her. She hadn't given any thought to the idea that being engaged to her might not be so great for his reputation. Wasn't he the least bit worried about that? By the time Lucy left the attorney's office, she was as depressed as she'd ever been. All her life, she'd tried so hard not to let other people's opinions of her affect her. In her heart, she'd always felt she was a good person. On the wild side, sure, but wild could be fun and free and fabulous. But now Lucy didn't feel like a good person. She felt like someone who was taking advantage of a friend's good heart when doing so would be to that friend's detriment. She wanted to do right by Gail and Millie, but she didn't want to hurt Jamie's reputation. He was going back into the world of big business. What would his family say about her if and when all these allegations were made public? Nothing good. She couldn't do it. She was going to have to tell Jamie to call off the engagement. Chapter 8. Later, when Lucy got home, she called Jamie. "Hey, what are you doing?"
I just finished up a meeting with my father, and I'm getting ready to have dinner with him and my mother.
Oh, so you're on the island now?
Yeah. Are you okay? Do you need me to come up there?
She smiled. He wouldn't even need to take his private jet. He could just hop on a flight from San Diego and be on her doorstep in a few hours. His eternal willingness to be there for her, no matter what he was doing or what she needed, tugged at her heart like nothing else. "No, you stay where you are and enjoy your meal with your parents. But I do have something I need to discuss with you. I saw the attorney today, and he said that Mason's family has probably hired a private investigator to dig into my background. They're making allegations."
"What kind of allegations?"
he asked, his tone grim. "Nothing I wouldn't expect in a game of dirty pool.
Let me call my lawyer."
No, don't call your lawyer. I don't want you involved in any of that. It's not fair and not what you signed up for."
"So, what are you saying?"
"We have to call this silly engagement off. I'll win them over another way. And if I can't, then—"
"Forget it."
She jerked at the emphatic tone of his words. "Excuse me?"
"We're not calling this off. I already invited Mason's family to my sister's wedding. They were ecstatic. I know my plan is going to work, and we agreed to do whatever it takes to get the baby, didn't we?"
"Yes, but that was me being selfish. I appreciate you, Jamie, so much. I don't ever want to take advantage of your good heart. I'll post on Facebook in the morning that we've decided to call it off, and I'll give you the ring back when you get back to town."
"Lucy, listen to me."
"No, Jamie, I'm tired and I just want to go to bed now. There's no sense in arguing about this. I've made up my mind. Have a good night." She hung up the phone and wondered why she had tears rolling down her face. It wasn't as if she and Jamie had truly been engaged. Chastising herself for acting like a silly schoolgirl, she washed her face and went to bed. It was only 8 in the evening, but she was truly exhausted. Sometime later, she dreamed that someone was pounding on her door. She ignored it, and then her phone began to ring. She ignored that too, and then the banging started again. Lucy pulled open her eyes and looked at the clock. It was just past midnight. Who is banging on my door? She staggered out of bed, pulled on her robe, and padded out to the living room. When she got close to the door, the pounding started again, making her jump. "Who is it?" she called, annoyed and a little bit frightened.
"It's Jamie."
Lucy sighed heavily and rolled her eyes. Then she smiled. He'd done exactly what she'd thought he could do earlier, jumped on the first plane to get to her. She knew why he was here, to convince her to go forward with their plan. And she knew if she let him, he'd be able to do it. "It's kind of late," she said softly.
"Lucille, open the door. I'm not leaving."
She unlocked the deadbolt and jerked it open. "Lucille?"
"I thought it would get your attention,"
he said, brushing past her. She shut the door and turned to face him with her arms crossed against her chest. He was wearing jeans and a button-down shirt. His hair was slightly disheveled, and he had a slight 5 o'clock shadow, which she'd never seen on him before. He looked yummy. He didn't even have a bag with him. He'd probably headed out to the airport with just his wallet and keys. "What are you doing here, Jamie?"
"I flew in to talk some sense in you. You're not calling off this engagement, Lucy. If you lose that baby, you'll regret it."
"What if this causes scandal for your family? Won't you regret that?"
"No," Jamie said. "If you think we haven't had scandal of our own before, well, let's just say we're not strangers to it. My family will love me no matter what. They've proven that. You're my friend, Lucy. This is what friends do for one another."
"Pretend to be engaged?" He put his hands on his hips and tried to look tough. It only made him look hotter.
"If need be," he said. "We can do this, at least for a while."
Lucy couldn't help it. She laughed. "You're crazy," she said.
"Then you're engaged to a crazy person," he said with a smile. "Right?"
"For now," she said.
"So I still have a date for the rehearsal dinner and my sister's wedding?"
She took a deep breath to steady her nerves and said, "Yes." With Melina busy taking care of the twins, Lucy enlisted Grace to help her with shopping for the rehearsal dinner and the wedding. Although Lucy and Grace had completely different taste in clothing, Lucy still thought what Grace wore was pretty, and she knew anything her friend picked out would be both attractive and socially acceptable. Grace was perfect as a shopping partner for this particular endeavor. She encouraged Lucy to pick an outfit she loved. "You have wonderful style, Lucy. You don't have to change who you are to make other people like you." "Clearly I do," Lucy had responded. "Now please, Grace, pick an outfit you would wear so I don't have to think too much about it." And without any more protests, Grace did as Lucy asked. They shopped until they found an outfit that was a happy medium. That is, an outfit Grace assured her was appropriate for a high society rehearsal dinner and one that Lucy didn't hate. By the time they stopped at their favorite Chinese restaurant to meet Melina for lunch while Reese watched the twins, Lucy was almost completely outfitted. The only thing she had left to get was the dress for the wedding itself. "So, how are things going between you and your fiancé?" Melina asked her with a smile. "Things are good," Lucy told her. "It's the best fake relationship I've ever been in." It was the best relationship she'd been in, period. She'd never forget the way Jamie had shown up at her door, determined that they go forward with their plan and forget her worries that she'd somehow be hurting him by being associated with him. They ordered their lunch and were simply enjoying each other's company when Lucy suddenly saw a huge flash in front of her face. She looked up in time to see a man lowering his camera to his side. "Ms. Conrad, I'm Harry Lowenstein with Gateway News, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about your alleged engagement to Jamie Whitcomb." "Alleged engagement?" Melina echoed in an outraged voice. Lucy put a hand on her friend's arm. "Do you mind? I'm having lunch with my friends here. If you have questions, you should have asked to set up an interview." "Fine, can we set up an interview?" "No, but thanks for asking," she said. When he was gone, Grace said, "You know, he's probably going to quote what you just said." "What does it matter? It's obvious he, and probably other people, suspect the engagement isn't real. Of course they're suspicious. A guy like Jamie with someone like me? Right." "Will you stop?" Melina ordered. "You and Jamie are perfectly compatible. Until people consider his background." "Yet don't you come from a similar background?" Grace asked quietly. "You know what I mean. But he wouldn't listen to me when I told him we should call this whole thing off." "What? When did you do that?" Melina asked. "Last night." "And what did he have to say about that?" "A lot. He flew up from Coronado and told me I was being ridiculous." "He flew up from—" Melina pressed her lips together and shook her head, but she couldn't quite suppress the smile on her face. "Good. I'm glad he talked some sense into you." "He persuaded me to continue, but now I'm not sure again. I hate being phony, you both know that. I hate lying and pretending and faking it." "I know this has to be frustrating," Grace told her. "But you have to think about the baby. This is all for her." "Just be patient," Melina said. "Before you know it, this will all be over. You won't have to pretend anymore." Lucy took a deep breath. "All for Millie. Just be patient. This will all be over soon." The last thought should have filled her with relief. But instead of calming her down, she felt a pain in her chest. She'd gotten used to Jamie being around, sharing meals with her and having mind-blowing sex. She missed him whenever they were apart. When they got together for his sister's wedding, she knew she'd start to get attached again. And that was only going to make things all the more painful for her when things between them ended for good. Chapter 9. 2 days later, Lucy and Jamie had checked into their suite at the Hotel del Coronado with just enough time to change before his sister's rehearsal dinner. The day before, Lucy had her hair colored back to its original mahogany. Now, with her nose piercing removed and wearing a silly little cocktail dress that looked like something Reese Witherspoon wore in Legally Blonde, Lucy hesitated outside the restaurant. God, she was a nervous wreck. And not even because she felt out of place or because she was preparing to be sneered at, but because this was Jamie's family and she wanted them to like her, damn it. Jamie put a hand on her shoulder, leaned down, and murmured in her ear, "You look beautiful, Luce, and I'm proud to be walking into that restaurant with you wearing my ring. My family will love you." She took a deep breath, tilted her chin up, and gamely said, "Of course they will. What's not to like?" He grinned and squeezed her shoulder. "There's my girl." There's his girl? The feminist in Lucy should have gone bonkers at that. Instead, she couldn't deny his words made her feel all warm and syrupy inside. Jamie took her by the hand and led her inside to a private dining area. As they approached the long table with about 20 people around it, an older version of Jamie, his hair sprinkled with gray at the temples, stood up. He smiled brightly, making his face look even 10 years younger. "This has to be the lovely Lucy. I'm so pleased you were able to come. I'm Jameson Whitcomb, Jamie's father." "Jameson?" She looked at Jamie with a cocked brow. "Are you Jameson Whitcomb the third?" "The fourth," he said with a sigh. "I like it, Jameson." Lucy turned and shook his father's hand. "I'm so pleased your family included me in such an important event. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. This is my wife, Jamie's mother, Kathleen.
Jamie's mother smiled and gave her a hug. She had platinum blonde hair with subtle highlights, cut short but framing her small face stylishly. She had dark blue eyes that sparkled and were a perfect complement to her elegant blue and gray dress.
"Hello, Lucy. I'm so happy to meet you."
She shot a glance at Jamie.
"I wish we'd gotten to know you sooner, but according to Jamie, your romance was a bit of a whirlwind. But I knew when he fell in love with the one, it would happen that way. You found yourself a wonderful man, if I do say so myself."
"Yes, ma'am," Lucy said. "Believe me, I know what a rare catch your son is. Thank you for having me."
"It's our pleasure, and how lovely you look. I love your earrings, dear."
Lucy smiled and felt her heart expand. The earrings were the only part of the outfit that were truly her own. They were long dangling threads of silver with little opals in them. They were sexy and quirky, and the minute Lucy had seen them in a little boutique in Napa, she immediately loved them. "Thank you."
"Brienne, come here and meet Lucy,"
Jamie said. She came over immediately and gave her a warm hug. "You and I will have to spend some time talking about my brother," Brienne said. "I'm sure he's told you all about what a gigantic nerd he was as a kid. Did he tell you he started his high school's first ever annual recycling drive?" Lucy laughed. "No, but I'd love to hear all about it sometime." Jamie ignored his sister and moved on, introducing her to the groom, Eric, his best man, Gabe, and the other groomsmen, Ryan, Cole, and Luke. Lucy blushed furiously when she remembered they'd seen her partially strip on that stage in Vegas. Granted, she'd been wearing a mask and wig, but given how Jamie had carried her off stage, they had to know who she was. Stiffly, she waited for one or all of them to shoot her a leering grin or make some inappropriate comment. It didn't happen. They were friendly and polite and seemed genuinely happy to meet her. So were the rest of the people at the table. During dinner, Jamie's mother made a point of asking Lucy about her job and how she liked living in Northern California. His father included her in as many conversations as he could. Both were gracious, charming, and made her laugh. At one point, Jamie excused himself to greet a friend. That's when Jamie's cousin Gretchen arrived late. She and her husband David sat down across from Lucy. After Jamie's parents introduced them, Gretchen smiled at her, but when David spoke, introducing himself as the head honcho of some computer company, he sounded like he had a giant stick shoved up his ass. "Lucy Conrad," she said, "college professor." He frowned, tapped his finger against the table, then pointed it at her.
"Are you related to Gail Conrad Lancaster?"
The warm glow Lucy had been feeling immediately vanished. "Yes, I am."
"My condolences on the loss of your sister and brother-in-law."
"Thank you," Lucy said. "How did you know them?"
"I was a business colleague of Mason and his family. Poor Mason. He loved Gail to pieces. Always said she was a true class act."
He scanned her, his gaze flitting up and down as if taking her measure. His gaze rested on her dangling earrings, and for a brief moment a sardonic grin crossed his face. "Well, that she was," she said. "Gail was perfect." She looked down at her meal and tried to focus on putting one bite of food into her mouth at a time. When she heard a snicker, she looked up and saw David whispering to Gretchen. They were both looking right at her. She could tell immediately by the unease that flickered across Gretchen's face that David was saying some less than complimentary things. She forced herself to smile and stood. "Excuse me." She walked toward Jamie, who looked at her and frowned, as if he could tell immediately she was upset. His gaze honed in on her empty seat and then on the couple who sat across from her. As she tried to slip by him, he put his hand on her arm.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes," she said brightly.
"Lucy,"
he said, but she could tell he didn't want to get into it when others might overhear them. She stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss. "I'm okay, honest, I just need to go to the restroom."
He cupped her cheek. "I'll miss you. Hurry back." The warm feeling that had disappeared with David's arrival was suddenly back big time. "I will," she said. In the restroom, Lucy got herself together. So David was an ass, big deal. There were assholes in all walks of life. She had to be fair and not judge Jamie and his family and friends just because one guy was a jerk. When she returned to the table, dinner was coming to an end, and Brienne was flitting around the room, making jokes that made almost everyone laugh. David's face got all disapproving at times, but this only served to egg Brienne on. Brienne and Eric didn't seem to spend much time together, which Lucy thought was odd, given it was the night before their wedding. Eric looked distracted, and at one point he was furiously texting on his phone. Brienne went over and said something to him. He looked angry and said something back. Instead of losing her cool, Brienne turned back to her guests, smiling and joking again, but this time with a decided edge of desperation. Lucy turned to look at Jamie, wondering if he'd noticed, but he was looking straight at her. She saw him turn to his father and mother and excuse himself. Then he came over to her. Bending down to tuck in her ear, he said, "What do you say we get out of here and take a walk on the beach? Then I can tuck you into bed." "Tuck me in, huh?" she whispered. "Among other things," he whispered back. Chapter 10. The next day, while Jamie took care of brother of the bride duties, Lucy stood in front of a full-length mirror, looking at her reflection. Her hair was styled in a way she never would have chosen to style it, her body encased in a dress she would never have chosen to wear. The dress was pretty but subdued, with a modest neckline trimmed with lace. Sighing heavily, she slipped on her silver shoes with the lovely but sedate 3-inch heels and headed out. The wedding was being held outside on the green manicured lawn in the courtyard of the hotel overlooking the beach. As she walked toward where the pretty chairs were all arranged, she noted her casual updo and dress seemed very similar to what other women were wearing, which both relieved and annoyed Lucy. Luke, the man Melina had speculated was either a cop or a drug lord, smiled and held out his arm. She took it and let him usher her to her seat. Once she sat down, he leaned close and said, "You look very nice today." "Thank you. You look handsome as well." And he did. Even when he smiled, Luke exuded danger. He was definitely a bad boy. Yet, to her surprise, aside from noticing he was indeed good-looking, Lucy didn't feel that heady tug of attraction she was expecting herself to feel. It was almost as if Jamie Whitcomb IV had ruined her for other men. She was seated at the end of the aisle, somewhere near the middle. She could see Jamie near the front, looking good enough to eat in his black tux with burgundy vest and tie. She watched him talking and laughing with his friend Cole, and she noted that several women seated around her were also looking at him. Did they know he was as nice as he was sexy? And whereas Lucy had once thought those two things couldn't truly be compatible, she knew his kind heart only made him that much more sexy. As if he'd heard her thoughts, his gaze suddenly found hers, and he smiled. Then he really looked at her, studying her from head to toe. He smiled again and mouthed the word, "wow," and fanned himself with his hand. She felt herself blush, which pissed her off. She wasn't the blushing type. She turned away quickly, only to jerk when she saw the two couples standing in the aisle next to her. Mason's parents, and his sister Diana and her date, likely her husband. Mason's mother smiled. After all these years, Lucy still remembered Evelyn Lancaster's smile. This was a pale imitation. That sparkle in her eyes, the way her whole face would light up when her son was in the room, was missing. There were deep lines around her blue eyes, and Lucy wondered how many of those lines came from the hours she'd spent crying over the loss of her son. Evelyn always had high cheekbones, but now they stood out so prominently she looked gaunt.
There obviously wasn't enough money in the world to erase the toll heartache had taken on her. Lucy's heart ached for Evelyn in a way she wouldn't have thought possible. "Hello, Lucy." "Hello," she stood. "I'm very sorry about Mason. At the hospital, I didn't get the chance to tell you." Her parents had attended Mason's funeral, but she hadn't been invited. And the Lancasters had left Gail's funeral as soon as it was over, too emotional to stay to chat, Lucy figured. "Of course not, dear. You were very upset. We all were, of course." Mason's father nodded. She remembered him as a giant of a man, but in reality, he was a couple of inches under 6 feet. His eyes were almond-shaped and the color of chestnuts, and when she was younger, they'd always seemed cold. His wide nose had seemed to flare like an angry bull's when she was in the room, confirming his distaste for her. Now his eyes just looked aged and a little bit sad. She had to wonder how much of her memories had been skewed by her own youthful insecurities. Lucy could see Mason in him, and she wondered how a father could stand to lose a part of himself that way. Was Mason's sister a comfort to them now? Would I be a comfort to my parents? What kind of daughter lets her parents go through losing a child alone? She looked at Mason's sister, Diana, as they took seats in the row behind Lucy. She was dressed in a designer gown, her brown hair swept gracefully back from her face and fastened in a smart bun at the nape of her neck, her lashes long and dark and undoubtedly extensions, and she didn't look grief-stricken. But if someone stood Lucy in front of a mirror right now, would they be able to see the pain of losing Gail? Just because they couldn't didn't mean it wasn't there, that it would always be there. Mason's mother leaned toward her. "Your dress is lovely, dear. You look like a princess." "Thank you," she said. She looked down at her dress. It wasn't her, but the back. She liked the back of it. The lace met in a V across her upper back, and then it was open to the waist. Sexy in a classy way. She rolled her eyes suddenly and thought, "Keep it up, Lucy, and you'll be a Stepford wife before you know it." "How is Millie?" she asked, unable to help herself. Evelyn's face grew soft at the mention of her grandchild. She nodded toward Diana and said, "Diana is doing a great job caring for her, and the baby is growing each day." A tug pulled at Lucy's heart. Her sister had wanted her to have custody of her daughter. This woman was trying to stop that. Yet, she caught a brief glance between Evelyn and Diana, a glance containing love and support. At least Gail could rest well knowing Millie was surrounded by people who not only wanted her, but loved her too. The Lancasters were seated, and Lucy looked back up at Jamie. He and the groomsmen seemed to be having some kind of powwow, and the wedding planner was in the corner, speaking on the phone and looking like she'd just seen a ghost. Jamie's father looked concerned, and his mother seemed to be scanning the area for something, or someone. That was when it dawned on Lucy. She'd seen Gabe, the best man, and Ryan, Cole, Luke, and Jamie, who were the groomsmen. But where was the groom? Usually by now he'd be up front with his groomsmen, eagerly waiting for his bride to appear. Uh-oh, this isn't looking good, she thought. Lucy looked around like the rest of them, and that was when she spotted Jamie's sister standing in the back. She was incredibly beautiful. Her dress was white with wide lace straps over the shoulders. It was cut in an A-line with a fitted bodice and a wide skirt, decorated with pearls, hand-sewn no doubt, that gave it just a tinge of sparkle in the sun. The dress made her think of Gail, and her eyes burned with tears, which she furiously blinked back. When they were little girls, one of their favorite pastimes had been playing dress-up. One year for Christmas, they had both received a bridal dress and the whole ensemble to add to their already burgeoning closets full of dress-up clothes. They'd spent the entire month of January playing wedding. Lucy remembered how pretty she'd felt all dressed up in the lacy satin dress and how pretty Gail looked in hers. "Hey!" Jamie was suddenly standing next to her, bringing her out of her reverie. "Hi, what's going on?" He frowned.
"Are you okay?"
She nodded. "I'm fine. Weddings just make me weepy." Jamie hesitated, as if he knew she was lying, but then he looked at the couple next to her and smiled.
"Come with me,"
he said, taking Lucy's hand to help her to her feet. He led her to a spot where there were no prying ears and then said,
"Was Mason's family rude to you? Because if they were, I swear—"
"No, they were fine, Jamie. I just was thinking of Gail. It's still hard to believe she's gone. I mean, I didn't see her for so long, but now, knowing I'll never see her." Her voice broke and Jamie enfolded her in a hug. That was all. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. His embrace said it all. He was there for her. Finally, she forced herself to pull away. "Now it's your turn. I haven't seen Eric." Jamie ran a hand through his hair.
"Eric seems to have bailed."
Lucy winced and placed her hand on Jamie's arm. "Oh God, that's awful. Your poor sister."
"Yeah, I just don't understand it. Eric's been in love with Brienne since college. He's a good guy, but apparently 15 minutes ago he texted her."
"He texted her? Oh my God, what a punk. What did he say?"
"I don't know," Jamie said. "Yet. I've only talked to my parents. I need to talk to Brienne, but I didn't want to leave you alone, especially with those people sitting behind you, without telling you what was happening."
"Thank you, but you go to your sister. She needs you." She tugged at her gown. It seemed to have ridden up when she'd stood. He kissed her lightly.
"Thank you, Lucy."
But he didn't leave. He stared at her with an odd look on his face. She managed to wrench the fabric back into place, then said, "What?"
"You know, the clothes you wear don't define who you are, right? You've heard the old saying that clothes don't make the man. I know who you are, Lucy, and that's the person I care about. It has nothing to do with what you do or do not wear. I also think that you're gorgeous. You look amazing in your own clothes, and you look amazing in this gown. It's hard for me to even remember that anyone else is here when I look at you. It's even hard for me to remember that my sister needs me, but she does, so..."
Breathless, more because of the expression on his face than his words, Lucy gave him a gentle push. "Go."
"I'll be back,"
he said. Jamie and Gabe flanked Brienne as they found a private corner in the hotel to talk, one that still gave them a good view of the wedding guests sitting outside.
"What did the text say?"
Jamie asked his sister. Gabe was standing next to her, looking protective and pissed. "That's between Eric and me," Brienne said with a glance at Gabe, as if she'd already made the statement several times. "And really, I don't want any of you to be mad at him." Gabe snorted.
"Unbelievable. The guy left you at the altar."
"I'm well aware of that, Gabe."
"Yet you're protecting that asshole."
Brienne closed her eyes and shook her head. "You know he's not an asshole. He's your friend."
"Not anymore."
Her eyes popped open. "You don't understand."
"No, I don't, because you're not explaining what is going on, and he's not here."
Jamie held up his hands. As pissed as he was at Eric, as much as he wanted to punch the guy first and ask questions later, he couldn't ignore the fact that Brienne was being so calm, that she didn't seem all that surprised, or all that upset that her fiancé had left her at the altar with only a mysterious text as explanation.
"What's going on, Brienne? Did you two have some kind of fight?"
Jamie asked. No, not exactly, but you see..." She took a breath and lifted her chin. "Yesterday, I told Eric I thought he was having second thoughts. If that he truly wasn't 100% sure he wanted to marry me, that we should call the wedding off, rather than string things out. So, you see, he's only doing what I asked of him." Gabe's fingers tore through his hair.
"Are you insane? The time for second thoughts passed a long time ago. But if he was going to raise them, he should have raised them when you brought it up, before the guests arrived. And what made you think Eric was having second thoughts? The guy adores you."
He shook his head.
"But it doesn't matter. He's obviously lost it, just like I'm gonna lose it when I see him. Eric's dead.
Gabe looked at Jamie as if waiting for him to agree.
I'm trying to get all the information before I go out hunting for blood, Jamie said. It looks bad for Eric, yes, but... But what? You're okay with him doing this to your sister?
No, Jamie gritted out.
You know I'm not. But you're completely ignoring what Brienne is saying.
Gabe turned to Brienne and pointed a finger at her.
You don't deserve this, and the fact my former best friend did this to you is not something I can forgive.
Turning on his heel, Gabe stormed away. Brienne let out a muffled cry of dismay before taking a deep breath and turning back to Jamie, crossing her arms protectively at her waist. Thank you for staying calm and listening to me. He gathered his sister in his arms and hugged her tightly.
I don't know what's going on, Bree, but whatever you need, I'm here. If you want me to hunt down Eric,
she shook her head,
or just help you get rid of all the guests.
He looked over the agitated crowd and saw heads bowed and close together. People were talking, gossiping, about his sister. Anger flushed over him, but then he caught sight of Lucy. He calmed and turned his attention back to Brienne. To his surprise, Brienne shook her head again. She tipped her head back to look at him. As embarrassed as I am right now, this is for the best, Jamie. Things were going on with me and Eric, things you don't know and you don't need to know, and if he's had doubts, he can't help that. I encouraged him to dig deep and make the tough call, and he did. In return, I have to deal with an uncomfortable situation, but bottom line, I've avoided marrying a man who wasn't sure about me. That's something that should be celebrated. She pulled out of his arms and smiled bravely. Good thing we've already got a party in the works.
You still want to go ahead with the wedding reception, just without the wedding?
Brienne had always had a flair for the dramatic, but this... Yes, At that moment, Gabe returned. When Brienne looked at him, he simply walked up to her, put his hands on her shoulders, and stared down at her. Then he said,
Whatever you need, Squirt. You know I'm here for you.
Brienne blinked rapidly, obviously trying to hold back tears, and mouthed, Thank you.
So, how do you want to do this?
Jamie asked her. Let's get the party started.
You sure?
Very sure. I want you to go out there and have fun with Lucy. She smiled at Gabe. And you, grab a bridesmaid and have a great time. I'm fine, I promise. Frowning, Gabe opened his mouth to say something, but abruptly closed it when Brienne walked away. Gabe looked at Jamie.
I'm not buying it. She's not telling us something. Maybe, but we're not going to get anything out of her right now. We'll give her what she wants and keep our collective eyes on her. That work for you?
Gabe looked in the direction that Brienne had disappeared.
For now,
he said. Jamie sought out Lucy again. If his sister wanted them to party, he had the perfect person to be by his side. Chapter 11. As best man, Gabe insisted he be the one to notify the guests that Eric had been delayed, that there would be no wedding that day. He then continued,
The family and the rest of the bridal party ask, however, that you all join us for dinner, dancing, and a whole lot of fun in the ballroom as planned.
His words were gracious, but the expression he pinned on the crowd communicated loud and clear that he wasn't asking, he was telling, so they'd better do as he said or face his imminent wrath. Mutters from the crowd began immediately, but Jamie and his friends, along with his parents, went into damage control and directed everyone to the ballroom. Lucy followed the rest of the guests as they filtered into the ballroom where the reception was being held. As she stepped through the ballroom doors, she couldn't help gasping at the elegantly decorated room. She wasn't easily impressed, but with this place and this party, she was. She doubted that she'd ever get married, but if she did, this might be how she imagined it. The tables were draped with floor-length tablecloths, some in burgundy and some in black. Linen napkins were folded on top of china plates and set in front of stylishly draped chairs. The centerpieces were crystal and all contained fresh orchids and burgundy lilies that you could actually smell in the air. The lighting was bright over the dining area, but more subdued near the stage, where the band was setting up in front of the maple wood dance floor. What Lucy loved most was the dazzling chandeliers, shaped like crowns, that hung from the ceiling. "Hey, there you are," Jamie said from behind her. When she turned to face him, he immediately took her hand. "I'm sorry for abandoning you." "Don't be silly. How's your sister?" With his free hand, he rubbed the back of his neck, then looked at his sister, who was standing by the ballroom doors, greeting guests with a strained smile. "I'll explain later, but she insists this is a good thing. I'm just worried she's in shock, and the fallout isn't gonna be pretty." "Then go be with her. I'll be okay on my own." He shook his head. "I have orders to show you a good time, and right now, whatever Bree wants, I'm going to give her. Even if that means leaving her alone. Here, why don't you sit and I'll grab you a drink?" She was about to take the seat Jamie pulled out for her at the head table when she sensed someone standing to her right. She turned and saw Diana, Mason's sister. "Hi, Lucy." She nodded warily. "Hello." "I just wanted to congratulate you both," Diana said. She looked at Jamie. "I'm not sure what's going to happen legally, but if you'd like, I can try to make time for you both to visit with Millie." Lucy didn't miss the implication that Diana didn't want Lucy to visit the baby on her own. For a minute, the words threatened to fall from her tongue. "So now that I'm engaged to a billionaire, I'm suddenly good enough to visit my own niece? Why don't you go?" She suddenly felt Jamie's arm around her shoulders. He gave her an encouraging squeeze. "We'd love that." She looked up into Jamie's brown eyes and took a calming breath. "Yes, that would be wonderful, Diana. Thank you." "Good," Diana said with a wide smile that Lucy suspected she'd practiced all day. She should know, considering she'd been practicing the same smile. Then Diana looked at Jamie and said, "I also wanted to let your family know how thrilled we were to be included on the guest list today and what wonderful accommodations we've been given here on the island. I'm glad you could make it. I'll pass that on to my sister and parents. Thank you. It's a shame about the groom, frightfully embarrassing, but your sister is a trooper." Jamie's smile stiffened at the mention of the missing groom, but he simply nodded and said, "Thank you." As Lucy watched Diana walk away, she growled low in her throat. "Frightfully embarrassing, my ass. I'll show her something frightening." "Hang on there, spunky pants," Jamie said, laying his hand on her shoulder. "Diana only spoke the truth. Despite the act she's putting on, Brienne is embarrassed. Who wouldn't be? Still, Diana didn't have to bring it up. She only did it to make herself feel superior. Or maybe she's just feeling awkward and uncomfortable and isn't as good in social situations as you'd like to think," he said. She narrowed her eyes. "You're giving her too much credit." "Yet how well do you know her, Lucy, that you don't think she deserves some credit?" "I know her well enough that she's trying to stop me from getting custody of my niece. Or are you saying that's some kind of misunderstanding too? Have you changed your mind about helping me?" He gripped her arms and shook her slightly, looking as close to pissed as she'd ever seen him. "Stop it. Of course I haven't changed my mind about helping you. But even now, even when I've done nothing to make you doubt me." "I'm sorry," she said, placing a hand on his chest and standing on tiptoe to kiss him. "You're right. She just threw me, made me feel out of place, and I hate feeling that way." "I know, but you're not out of place, Lucy. You're fitting in beautifully. And she's already agreed to let you see Millie. Don't you think that's a good enough sign that you can just relax and enjoy the rest of the evening with me?" She nodded. "I'd like that. Let's just put it all away for tonight and have fun." Jamie grinned. "Yes, let's," he agreed. They were served a delicious dinner of salmon and rice pilaf and fresh vegetables. Jamie's sister, who'd left the reception briefly to change into a cute cocktail dress, sat with them and bantered with Jamie and the groomsmen, hardly seeming like a girl who was just dumped at the altar. Jamie's parents were great too, though Lucy could see the edge of worry beneath their determined to give the appearance of having a good time demeanors. The person who seemed to be having the most difficulty, however, wasn't Jamie or Brienne's parents, but Jamie's friend, Gabe. After dinner and dessert was finished, Brienne took the stage and used the microphone to announce she wanted everyone to have fun, that no one should worry that she was sad or heartbroken. To Lucy's surprise, even though a couple of the bridesmaids looked like girls Lucy remembered from her private school days, rich and spoiled and just looking for someone to mean girl, they obviously had Brienne's back. They were already encouraging guests to find their dance partners with the enthusiasm of soldiers carrying out a beloved general's orders. Brienne thanked everyone for their generous gifts, but said that she would feel better if they would take them with them when they left. Laughing, she said, "I don't want to keep anything I didn't earn." A curse came from across the room, followed by a crash. Lucy turned just in time to see Gabe's back as he stalked out of the room. An awkward silence followed, then Brienne said loudly into the microphone, "Looks like the party's gotten started." Music began to play, and the bridesmaids practically dragged couples onto the floor as Brienne hurried off the stage. Jamie stood. Suspecting that Brienne and Gabe would be having a word or two, Lucy grabbed Jamie's hand. "Why don't you give her some privacy?" When he looked like he was about to protest, she said, "Come on, your sister wants everyone to dance, so let's dance." After a brief hesitation, he nodded and squeezed her hand, then followed her out onto the dance floor. The band was playing an upbeat Latin-style instrumental, and the few couples already on the floor were doing varying versions of the tango. Cole and Luke were each dancing with a bridesmaid. Jamie's parents were dancing too, as was Diana and her husband. "Do you know how to tango?" Lucy asked Jamie when they made it to the middle of the floor. He grinned and said, "Are you kidding? I was born doing the tango." "I can't say the same." "Just follow my lead, sweet thing. I won't steer you wrong." He wrapped one arm around Lucy's waist, and with his arm outstretched in front of him, he took her hand in his. He used the hand around her waist to pull her up flush against him, and her nipples rubbed against his chest through the thin material of her dress. Little jolts of electricity traveled down to her nether regions, and she immediately felt her panties get wet. As they danced, Lucy quickly discovered Jamie had been telling the truth. He was the best dance partner she'd ever had. The band switched the tempo from the quick and intense tango to a slow, romantic love song. Jamie wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her hips into his as she slipped her arms around his neck. His gaze moved over Lucy's shoulder. When she turned her head, she saw his friend Ryan dancing with a pretty blonde with the bluest eyes Lucy had ever seen. They weren't dancing like strangers, but they weren't dancing like lovers either. It was easy enough to see from Ryan's expression that he wished that wasn't the case. "Another case of unrequited love," she said softly as she turned back to Jamie. "Can one unrequite a love one doesn't know exists?" he asked in return. "He hasn't told her?" "She's his best friend, and he has it in his head that if she knows how he feels, he'll lose that." She nodded. "Sex can mess up a friendship." She bit her lip. I don't want it to mess up ours." He squeezed her. "Stop it." "No, because you are my friend, Jamie, and I don't want that to end. I hope even after all of this, after you're done with me." He let her go suddenly. "You mean after you're done with me?" "What?" "I'm not the one who's made it impossible for us to be together, Lucy." She looked around, afraid that others would hear them. "Jamie." He pulled her back in his arms. "Jesus, I'm sorry. Forget I said that. Looking at Ryan and Annie made me lose my head for a second. It's okay, Lucy. I know what we have, and what we don't have. I hope we can remain friends, too." He leaned down and kissed her. "For a while longer, I'm hoping we can remain friends with benefits." He joked, but his voice was strained. She didn't know what to say, what to do. His implication that they could have something special, maybe something permanent, but for her own cowardice, made her heart clench. As she always did when she didn't know what to do, Lucy faked it. "That sounds good to me, more than good." She stopped dancing and grabbed his hand. "Come on, let's go." "Jamie, Lucy." Lucy turned to see Brienne rushing toward them. Gabe was close on her heels. "Nice dancing, you two," Brienne said. "You're good for my brother, Lucy. Can I steal him for one dance while you dance with Gabe?" Lucy smiled even as Gabe frowned, and Brienne looked at her with pleading, desperate eyes. Just then, another romantic song perfect for slow dancing came on. "Wait a minute," Jamie said. "I definitely want to dance with my sister, but that doesn't mean I want my girl slow dancing with Casanova here." Gabe rolled his eyes and held out his arms. Lucy stepped in and wiggled her fingers at Jamie. Gabe took one of Lucy's hands in his, and she draped her other arm around his broad shoulders. They swayed together for several seconds, and Lucy noted that Gabe's eyes never once left Brienne. "So, Brienne's taking Eric's absence pretty well, huh?" Gabe glanced down at her and frowned. "Too well," he practically grunted. "I admire her. She's a pretty amazing girl." "She is," Gabe said. He tipped his head to consider her. "I heard about your sister, Lucy. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you," she said quietly. "Even though I know what's going on, I also want to say, if you let Jamie walk away at the end of all this, you're a fool." He smiled again, his face going soft. "A cute fool, though. Jamie always had excellent taste." Lucy was staring at him open-mouthed when the music stopped. Gently guiding her by the arm, Gabe dropped her off at the head table. A minute later, Jamie joined them. "Thanks for the dance, Lucy," Gabe said. He turned to Jamie. "You're a lucky man, Jamie." And with that, he was gone. "He's right. I am a lucky man to be here with you." He leaned in and whispered in her ear. "You know, our room is just 2 floors up. We could take a little time for ourselves, regroup, and make it back for more reception fun before the bar closes." And what would this time for ourselves entail? You know how Gabe said I was a lucky man? Let's just say you're about to get lucky too. He grinned. Chapter 12. Hours later, Lucy woke up and stretched. It took her a few seconds to realize Jamie was no longer beside her. When she did, she sat up and looked around the suite. She could see light streaming in the windows, and when she looked at the clock at the bedside, she was surprised to see that it was just after 7 a.m. "Jamie?" she called out to the empty suite. She threw back the covers and went over to the window. It was a beautiful morning, slightly overcast, but it would likely burn off and make way for the sun later on in the day. Jamie had told her he was taking her sightseeing today. So where was he? She wondered if he'd changed his mind or if his sister was having a hard time of it. She headed to the bathroom, but was stopped short when she saw the note he had taped to the mirror of the armoire. It was penned in his bold handwriting, and it said, "Lovely Lucy. I checked with Brienne, and she's going to spend the day with my parents. I went to get a few things for our sightseeing tour today. Dress comfortably, wear shorts if you have them, because it's going to be warm. Oh, and socks with tennis shoes. If you didn't bring any, feel free to buy whatever you need in the gift shop and charge it to the room. Your breakfast will be delivered at 8, and your car will pick you up at 9. I can't wait to see you. Jamie." Lucy smiled. This guy was a piece of work, but life was certainly never dull when he was around. She had brought shorts, a pair of white denim cutoffs. She showered and put them on with a snug-fitting Marilyn Monroe tank top. She'd only brought sandals with her, so after she slipped those on, she went to one of the numerous boutiques inside the hotel and bought a pair of tennis shoes, using her own money, of course. By the time she got back to the room service had set up her breakfast, which she ate quickly. Then she put on her tennis shoes and sat on the balcony, enjoying the ocean view, until she got a call notifying that her car was waiting. She grabbed her small purse in which she'd put sunglasses, sunscreen, and lip balm. She grabbed a light sweater, too, just in case. Lucy realized when she stepped onto the elevator that the man operating it had been there yesterday afternoon, but not last night when she and Jamie had been practically ripping each other's clothes off in it. She smiled at the memory. When she got down to the lobby, the concierge directed her outside where the car should have been waiting. Instead, Jamie was there, standing next to two beachcomber bicycles, one green and one pink. She started laughing. Bikes? Yes, I thought we'd go on a bike ride. Don't you like to ride? Yeah. I used to. Other than the stationary bike at the gym, it's been a long time. Where are we headed? Coronado has over 50 miles of bike trail. I thought it would be a great way for you to see the island and parts of San Diego. You really don't mind the bicycle, do you? Lucy looked at the bike again. The seat was big and heavily padded. Just to be clear, we're not going to do the whole 50 miles, are we? He chuckled and said, No, but we'll take a good ride. She took the pink bike from his hands and said, I'm a little klutzy sometimes. What if I fall and skin my knees? Jamie reached into a backpack he carried and pulled out a white box with a red cross on the top of it. I have a first aid kit for just such an emergency. I should have known. You're practically a Boy Scout, she said with a laugh. Can I throw my purse inside that? In response, he held the backpack open and she tossed her purse in. Then she climbed on the bike. Wow, Jamie said. You even look good on a bike. Lucy just rolled her eyes, but she was truly flattered. When Jamie gave her a compliment, there was no doubt in her mind that he really meant it. He looked pretty cute himself, dressed in long khaki shorts and a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbow. She'd never seen him in tennis shoes, but he wore them well. He pulled his bike up next to hers and said, What are you smiling at? I was just thinking that you're looking mighty gorgeous, Jamieson Whitcomb IV, she told him. Thank you, Lucille. Are you ready? He asked. Are you sure your sister doesn't need you, or your friends? Everyone's good, Luce. This is my day to enjoy just getting to be with you. The fact he wanted to spend some of his precious time with her made her giddy. Lucy slipped on her sunglasses and got up on the seat of the bike with one leg dangling, barely able to touch the ground, and said, Then let's go. Lucy followed Jamie, feeling a bit shaky at first, but getting the hang of it soon enough. This is the roughest part of the ride, he said. It's uneven and we have to pass through a lot of traffic, but it gets smoother later on. Oh, and look out for railroad tracks, but believe me, they'll be harder on me than you. The first stretch, the rough part, as Jamie put it, was about 5 miles long. It was in a heavily populated area, but it was also along the water, and the scenery was gorgeous. Lucy was enjoying being out in the fresh air, but she found out when they hit the railroad tracks that Jamie wasn't kidding. Her already sore woman parts were quite jarred by the time she finished crossing them. Once they got past the first 5 miles, the route turned into a bike path called the Bayshore Bikeway, and the trail smoothed out. They traveled into San Diego across a bridge that was so pretty Lucy had to stop and take pictures. She made Jamie get into some of them, and then she took a selfie of them both. They continued on their path until it dead-ended at the entrance to something called the Living Coast Discovery Center. Lucy stopped her bike and looked at it. It looked like a giant aquarium. It's interactive, Jamie said. They have an exhibit where you can pet the stingrays and sharks. You can feed the sea turtles and let's go in, she said, feeling like a little girl about to go to the circus. This was a side of Lucy Jamie hadn't seen before, and he was definitely liking it, a lot. They parked their bikes near the front of the aquarium, and Lucy asked for her purse from his backpack. After he handed it to her, she paid for their tickets. She shot him a challenging look, as if daring him to protest, but he knew better than to do that. Thanks, he simply said. No problem. Lucy went in ahead of him, and before he could even get through the turnstile, she'd taken off across the floor and stopped in front of a tank full of jellyfish. When he caught up to her, she said, "Where are their internal organs?" Jamie looked at the jellyfish, which hung suspended, practically invisible thanks to their see-through bodies. He laughed and said, "I really have no idea." She slanted him a teasing look. "What? I thought you were a big environmentalist." "Yes, but I'm not a marine biologist." "Hm." She walked off, leaving him to call after her. "What's that mean?" She just looked over her shoulder at him and grinned, then moved on to a display of black jellies and then from there to one of seahorses. She stood in front of each exhibit with her eyes wide and filled with wonder, and Jamie was having more fun watching her than looking at the marine life. He let her lead the way, and although he'd been there a dozen or more times, with her it was as if he was seeing it all again for the first time. At one point, she pointed to a sign for the shark and ray exhibit and took his hand, pulling him with her. The affectionate gesture made his throat close up. They washed their hands as instructed, then found an open spot along the side of the pool where the rays were swimming. "Oh, look at him! He's huge," she said in fascination. "Are you going to touch one?" Jamie asked her. "Of course," she said, flopping down onto her belly across the cement barrier. Jamie was still standing there, watching her, and she looked up at him and said, "Come on, Professor Whitcomb. You may not be a marine biologist, but a little hands-on research never hurt anyone." God, he wanted to be doing some hands-on research on her. He pushed his right sleeve all the way up and lay down next to her. They dipped their arms down into the pool and held them still. As the rays swam by, the tops of their backs would touch the palms of their hands. Each time one touched her, Lucy would squeal. Then one of the rays smacked the water with its fin, giving Jamie an impromptu, fishy shower, and she burst into giggles. "You think that's funny, do you?" he said. She was still laughing as she nodded. Jamie looked around to make sure the attendants weren't watching, and then he scooped up a handful of water and splashed it in Lucy's direction. She squealed again and started to splash him back until an attendant shot them a disapproving stare and said, "Please don't do that. We're trying to set a good example for the children." Lucy and Jamie apologized and slunk out, but when they got to the shower area outside to wash their hands, the giggling and splashing started back up until they were asked to move along. "You're a terrible influence," he said as they walked towards something called Raptor Row. "Me?" she said, with indignation in her voice. "You started it." "Yes, but it was your influence that made me do it." "So you're easily influenced by peer pressure?" she asked. "Definitely. You're like the hot bad girl my mom warned me about." "Oh no, baby," she said in a sultry voice. "I doubt that your mom could have ever imagined how bad I can be." She blew him an air kiss, then took off ahead of him at a jog. He followed her, feeling somewhat dazed. Her defenses were down, and she was being so playful. Why? Because their plan had been successful and she was feeling optimistic about her chances of soon being reunited with Millie? Or because she was simply happy to be with Jamie? They finished exploring the center, which included feeding the sea turtles and holding a hawk on her arm. Afterward, she grabbed his hand again. They walked the 1.5-mile trail that led down to the beach and then along the water. "Oh, look, a sand dollar!" "Picking it up without breaking it is supposed to be good luck," he said. "Well then, I can definitely use some of that." As she bent down to pick up the sand dollar, Jamie took the opportunity to bump her with his hip so she fell over into the water. She screeched and landed face first in the shallow water. Immediately, she stood up and said, "You are in so much trouble," but she said it with a smile on her face. Jamie took off running, and Lucy ran after him. Given her petite size, he wasn't surprised she was so fast, but he was surprised when she tackled him with a full-on body slam that landed them both in the water. They wrestled around for a bit, and then Jamie couldn't help himself anymore. He covered her lips with his. She kissed him back, hungrily, and kept kissing him until a childish voice saying, "Look, Mama, they're kissing," snapped them back to reality. As the child's mother pulled her son away, Jamie helped Lucy to her feet. Lucy elbowed Jamie and said, "You need to behave." He grinned and elbowed her back. What would be the fun in that? They walked back up towards the center. Thankfully, there was a gift shop there where they could buy beach towels to dry off and remove the sand from their arms and legs. Lucy grimaced when she wiped her face and the towel came away with streaks of her fading makeup. I must be quite a mess, huh? Jamie reached out and touched the side of her face. I have honestly never seen you look more beautiful. Lucy lifted up on her tiptoes and gave him a soft kiss. He tried to put his arm around her waist, but she backed up and said, "No way, mister. You already got us in trouble once today." Jamie laughed and followed her out to where they'd left their bikes. Chapter 13. After they left the aquarium, Jamie and Lucy continued to ride their bikes until they came upon some big ponds behind a place called the South Bay Salt Works. "What are those?" she asked Jamie. Jamie pulled his bike up next to her and said, "Evaporation ponds. If you look closely, you can see the water being agitated. It sits there being manipulated in different ways for about a year before the water completely evaporates off, and only the salt is left." "Cool," she said. "It is pretty cool," Jamie said. Well, what? It's one of the businesses my family has stock in. It's been here for over 100 years. It's had a lot of different names, but they've been processing salt pretty much the same way the entire time." "Wow, I guess when you have a good system, you stick to it." "It's funny, I've never once thought about the time and effort that goes into the salt that I so easily stroll into the market and buy." "That's true of most people," he said. "Unfortunately, during my time studying and teaching about the environment, I've discovered that as long as people can go buy it, they don't spend much time thinking where it came from, or how it got there, or even how what was produced has affected the environment. I'm not judging," he said quickly. "Or at least I'm trying not to. I know how busy people are, how many are overwhelmed with everyday concerns. But so much of what we consume is either damaging the environment in the processing of it, or damaging the environment because of the waste it produces." Jamie stopped suddenly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you a lecture." Lucy grinned at him and said, "No problem, Professor. I've been meaning to sit in on one of your classes, you know." "No, I didn't know that. I've sat in on a couple of yours." "You have?" "Your general ed ones." "Oh, the ones that were so big she felt like she was teaching in a sports arena. How come you never told me?" "I guess it just never came up. You're good at what you do, Luce." "But I've never doubted that." "Thank you," she said quietly. What he was saying was so real, so genuine. She tried to give him the same thing back. "I think it's admirable that you're so passionate about the environment. Most people, rich and poor, don't give it much thought. They think it's someone else's problem, and someday when their grandchildren are older, there won't be an earth for them to live on." "Know what else I'm passionate about?" "I think I can guess, but..." She waved her hand for him to continue. "Right now, I'm really hungry." "Oh yeah?" "Yep." "For what?" "Lunch, for starters. What do you say we finish up our ride, grab something to eat, and then..." He wiggled his brows up and down. Without commenting, she started pedaling again. As they left the trail and headed back into Coronado, Lucy enjoyed seeing the freshly painted buildings and perfectly manicured lawns. There were more people strolling down the sidewalk than there were driving in cars, and the whole place had a nice, homey feel to it. Of course, she knew that was in part because the community was so affluent, and thus life on the island was a bit like living in a bubble. A very nice bubble, but a bubble nonetheless. At one point they got off their bikes and walked them through a residential area so she could admire the beautiful homes lining the street. I bet it was fun growing up here, she said.
It was, he said. I had a good childhood here, but it wasn't perfect.
Oh?
That surprise you?
A little. It looks ideal. Your family is wonderful. You probably didn't want for anything. What was there to ruin all that?
Exactly what caused you to freak out when you found out I was rich. Assholes and snobs who have too much money but a decided lack of compassion or integrity. Intolerance isn't directed only between those from different classes, but those in the same class too, even the upper class.
She stopped walking, and so did Jamie. People were intolerant of you? Why?
He shrugged. Because, as you like to remind me, I'm a nice guy. I've never been the stud or the rebel. I love my family and often preferred to spend time with them rather than go out partying with my friends. There were plenty of times I felt out of place, pressured to be something I wasn't.
But?
What?
I can hear it coming. You were going to say you felt out of place, but what? You didn't let it change who you are? Didn't let it change your attitude about people or who you chose to associate with?
I wish I could say that, but it's not true. Stuff happens, and as a result of that stuff, I am careful about who I associate with. About what kind of women I'll get involved with.
And what kind of women is that?
You already know the answer to that too, Lucy. For any long-term relationship to work out between me and a woman, she has to be willing to fit into my world.
You mean compromise who she is?
If she thinks there's a need to compromise, that's her decision. Or if she decides not to compromise because she needs to be herself, that's her decision too. I just need to know she can deal with the consequences in a way that doesn't involve her hurting herself or running away.
And you think I'm a runner? I mean, obviously you do. I left my family and broke up with you, which is why we're not getting involved. He just stared at her. She stared back at him. She was the first to look away, until he put a hand under her chin and turned her gaze back to his.
Lucy.
She shook her head. Sorry, you must think I'm crazy saying something like that, given I'm the one who broke up with you in the first place.
I don't think you're crazy. And I'm the one that's sorry. I didn't mean to steer the conversation that way. I've been having a great time with you. Can we just enjoy the rest of the day?
She smiled and nodded. I'd like that. Jamie and Lucy stopped at a quaint little cafe for lunch. The food was delicious, and Jamie and Lucy were enjoying a piece of chocolate cake when a woman sitting with a man at a nearby table squealed as if she'd noticed Jamie for the first time. She jumped up from her seat and approached their table. Lucy noticed that she was wearing a $300 pair of jeans and a pair of shoes that had to be worth at least $5. Her bag was designer as well, and her hair was long and straight with a perfect cut and color, which was probably touched up weekly. Lucy suddenly became acutely aware how she must look, dressed in her bike clothes and tennis shoes, windblown from their jaunt. "Jamie Whitcomb, what are you doing?" the woman screamed out in one of those fake annoying voices that Lucy hated. Jamie stood up and said,
"Hi, Rachel. I was just out for a bike ride with my fiancé. This is Lucy Conrad. Lucy, this is Rachel Smith."
Rachel glanced sideways at her and gave her a fake smile as she nodded. Then she turned back to Jamie and said, "That's Rachel Smith Landon, if you don't mind. Michael, get over here." She called to the man who was still in the middle of his lunch. He pushed himself back from the table and did as he was told. To Lucy, he looked like a man who had already been beaten into submission.
"Hey, Jamie, long time no see,"
the man said, holding out his hand. At least, his smile seemed genuine.
"Yes, it's good to see you too, Michael. I didn't realize you two had gotten married."
"Oh, please," Rachel cried out indignantly. "Are you trying to tell me that your mother didn't tell you? The wedding was in Hawaii at the end of April. We had nearly the entire island of Maui rented out. Everyone was there except you." She batted her eyes and stuck out her bottom lip. Lucy thought she looked an awful lot like a woman who was flirting despite standing next to her new husband.
"Maybe Mother mentioned it," Jamie was saying. "I would have been in the midst of administering midterms at that time, so I wouldn't have been able to make it."
"Oh my God, are you still teaching?" Rachel rolled her eyes and shook her head. "When are you going to get over your I feel guilty for being rich, so I want to save the world complex?"
"I didn't teach because I feel guilty, but because I loved it," he said, looking slightly annoyed.
Michael suppressed a smile, but Rachel once again rolled her eyes before turning to Lucy. As if only just noticing her, she held out her hand and said, "Congratulations on landing a Whitcomb." Lucy looked her up and down, leaving the other woman's hand extended and untouched. Finally, she reached out and took the hand and gave it a small squeeze. She saw Rachel staring at the engagement ring on her finger as she did. "Even better than landing just a Whitcomb, I landed Jamie. That's cause for congratulations indeed," Lucy said. Jamie coughed and suppressed a smile. Rachel smiled tightly, gave Lucy a once-over, then turned back to Jamie and said, "You really should have put that ring in the safe if you're going to be peddling around town." Abruptly, Lucy pushed back from the table and looked at Jamie. "I'm going to use the ladies' room." As she walked away, she heard Rachel say, "Is she always that rude? Really, Jamie, couldn't you have found a woman with a little more class?" She didn't stick around long enough to hear what Jamie said in response. She spent several minutes pacing in the bathroom and calming herself down. She'd had a great day with Jamie. She didn't want to spoil it by getting into a cat fight. When Lucy finally walked back onto the patio, Rachel and Michael were gone. Jamie stood and immediately said, "I'm sorry. I wouldn't have blamed you for ripping Rachel a new one. In fact, I would have enjoyed seeing it. I settled for telling her you had more class than she could ever dream of having." She grabbed his head and jerked him down so she could plant a passionate kiss on him. Chapter 14. The next day, Lucy felt half sad and half elated to be leaving the island. She'd expected everyone to be rich and snobby and the entire weekend to be unbearable. What she had found instead was that Jamie's family was warm and welcoming. His parents hadn't looked at her like she was beneath them. His sister reminded her a lot of herself. She could be sweet and funny one minute and loud and brutally honest the next. She was also adventurous and open-minded. Jamie's friends were fun and rowdy, and the other guests at the wedding, save a few bad apples, had known how to get down and party. The best part of the trip, though, hands down, had been spending the day exploring the island with Jamie. He was undeniably gorgeous, but like his sister, he was also smart and funny and kind and adventurous. God, she could write copy on the benefits of being with a man like Jamie. For most women, his money would be a huge benefit. More and more, she was beginning to wonder if she was a fool for letting such a thing stand between them. She sat down on the bed next to her half-packed suitcase and looked down at her heavy engagement ring. Then she looked up at her reflection in the mirror and couldn't deny it. It was there in her eyes, that wistful longing to belong to a man who loved her enough to swear eternal fidelity to her in front of his family and friends. It shocked her. Except for when she'd been a child and played dress-up with Gail, she'd never thought marriage was a requirement for happiness. She gave herself a stop being silly look and returned to her packing. It was easier to tell herself to suck it up and get over it when she wasn't looking into her own eyes. Playtime was over, and soon she'd be back in Northern California, and Jamie would be back in Los Angeles. Chapter 15. After returning to Los Angeles, Jamie had to attend to business, which wasn't to say he wasn't plenty distracted. He was already looking forward to the coming weekend when he and Lucy would visit her niece, Millie. Every day he spoke on the phone with Lucy. The calls didn't last long, well, except for the one night Lucy had decided they should have fake engaged phone sex. But they were enough for now, he kept telling himself. And it wasn't lost on him why he kept telling himself that. He'd begun to hope again. Hope that despite Lucy's vehemence that they could only be friends, that he was starting to wear her down. He knew he had to be careful with that, however. Maybe it was because he'd had such a great weekend with Lucy, and he couldn't stop imagining how happy they could be together if she'd just give them a chance. Or maybe it was because much of the work he had to see to was about the factory in Summitville and his upcoming meeting with the town council. Either way, his thoughts kept wandering to his former girlfriend, Sierra. Jamie met her at a party the summer after they both turned 18. She'd moved to San Diego from Michigan and had already made a couple of friends from Coronado. They'd invited her to a party, and at first she hadn't wanted to go. She'd felt she wouldn't fit in, but her cousin convinced her to go. When he'd met her, Jamie had spent the night trying to get the pretty girl with dark hair and eyes to give him her number. Finally, she'd given in. One date, she told him. That's it. But it hadn't been. They'd dated for weeks, and Jamie had adored her. She'd been completely comfortable with him, except when anything came up having to do with his wealth or his friends and family. She'd gotten it into her head that a small-town girl from Michigan couldn't fit in, and no matter what Jamie said or did, he couldn't change her mind. They saw movies, took walks, and swam at the community pool. But she refused to do anything with his friends and family for the longest time. Finally, one night he invited her to a party being held at a friend's house. She tried to make excuses about why she couldn't go, but again he was persistent and wore her down. When they first got to the party, Jamie introduced her as his girlfriend, and he could tell she liked that. He'd stuck close to her, but at one point he became distracted talking to some friends, and they got separated. By the time he found her, her clothes were askew, her hair was thrashed, and her makeup was smeared from the tears pouring from her eyes. She ran outside, and even though Jamie had followed her, demanding to know what had happened, she refused to tell him for the longest time. Finally, she screamed, "Your asshole friends mauled me and made fun of me, okay? God, why did I ever get involved with you? You're great, Jamie, but you don't live in the real world. And your world sucks," she'd shouted. He'd put his arms around her, tried to calm her down. She'd left her sweater inside and complained she was cold. He went inside to get it, but also to confront the bastards who'd hurt her. He'd given her the keys to his car and told her to wait for him. When he got back, she was gone. She was found an hour later, the lightweight sports car wrapped around a tree. She'd been thrown out and died on impact. Jamie cursed at the pain the memory of Sierra still caused him. Once again, he told himself to proceed with caution where Lucy was concerned. If he'd learned one thing from his time with Sierra, it was that he couldn't force someone to fit into his life. That person had to find her place in it, and that was only going to happen if she was willing to try. Lucy wasn't. The following weekend, Lucy took a flight into Palm Springs and was waiting outside the airport when Jamie's driver pulled up at the curb. Jamie stepped out of the car to greet her. "Hi, sweet thing, you look a bit stressed," he said. "You think?" she responded sarcastically. Then she took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. I'm just nervous." Jamie gave her a hug. "It's perfectly natural to be nervous, but the baby will love you." "I'm sure you're right," she lied. Thank God Jamie would be there. Though she'd probably never admit it out loud, he had a soothing effect on her. He loaded her bag into the car and helped her inside, where she said hello to the driver. The atmosphere was quiet and tense as they drove to the small town just outside of Palm Springs, where Mason's family lived. Diana had asked Lucy and Jamie to meet at her mother's house so that Millie could visit with her grandparents as well. 10 minutes into the drive, despite the fact they still weren't talking, Jamie took her hand and squeezed it encouragingly. Lucy smiled at him and squeezed him back. Finally, the car turned onto the cobblestone driveway of Mason's parents' home. The limestone Tudor Revival mansion had been built in. The outside of the home was styled with carvings and stained glass windows. The lawns that stretched out on all sides of it were perfectly green and manicured. Over 15 years had passed since she'd been here. On that occasion, she'd given Mason her virginity. At the time, she'd daydreamed about her and Mason being married on these beautiful grounds. She could vividly recall the smell of the garden out back, which was a breathtaking sight from the large veranda that took up the entire length of the house. Once the car stopped, Jamie got out and held the door open for her. When she hesitated, he reached in and took her hand.
"It's going to be okay, Luce. Trust me."
Before they reached the massive oak double doors, they were pulled open, and Diana, Mason's sister, came out to greet them. Jamie bounced Millie up and down on his knee as she squealed with delight. Lucy couldn't help but to smile. It was obvious that he loved babies, and it was also obvious that this particular baby loved him. "Oh, Jamie, she's spitting up all over you. Oh, dear." Mason's mother rushed to hand him a towel, which Jamie took.
"It's no big deal,"
Jamie said.
"I've been thrown up on by bigger women than her before."
It was a pretty risque thing for him to say to Evelyn, but she just smiled and didn't seem to take offense. Lucy mentally rolled her eyes. If she'd said something like that, she'd be labeled rude, crude, and who knew what else. Jamie cleaned up Millie's face and his suit, then began talking in baby talk, saying, "It's no big deal," over and over while making a funny face. It cracked the baby up. Lucy sat quietly, her eyes taking in her adorable niece, and even though she felt horrible about it, just wanting the visit to be over. She adored babies, was good with Melina's twins. But for some reason, she felt awkward and out of place when it came to visiting her own niece, who was a dead ringer for both her parents. She had Gail's brown hair and Mason's blue eyes, and her cheeks were so chubby Lucy longed to kiss them. But so far, she'd let Jamie take care of that. Mason's parents and sister had greeted her warmly, but Lucy was on guard. They were contesting her competency to care for Millie, and all of a sudden they were giving her hugs because she was marrying a billionaire. Did they really think that changed the person who she was inside?
"I'm sorry, Luce, I didn't mean to hug the baby,"
Jamie said.
"Why don't you hold her?"
She smiled at him. Millie was so cute. He was so cute. They both belonged here. They both fit in. She didn't. "It's okay," she told him. "The two of you are having fun." Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, Mason's mother said, "Mason used to play with her just like that. It was such a beautiful thing to see." Her shoulders shook while she tried to get her emotions under control. Lucy felt a pang of guilt for her earlier thoughts. Mason was gone, and they were all connected by Millie. Wasn't it time she worked on getting past her hard feelings and mistrust? Jamie got up and carried Millie over to where Lucy was sitting. Before he could hand her to Lucy, Diana said, "Maybe Millie feels comfortable with Jamie because he and Mason are so alike. They even resemble each other." Lucy stiffened. What was Diana talking about? Jamie looked nothing like Mason. Feeling anxious at the comparison being made, was Diana making it deliberately to make Lucy uncomfortable, she wondered? Lucy reached up to take the baby from Jamie. She stared at her adorable niece, who had Gail's sweet smile. She was like a beacon of light at the end of a dark tunnel. If she and Mason's family, and maybe even her own family, were ever going to find common ground, she was certain this little girl would be it. Jamie tried handing her Millie, but the little girl started struggling almost immediately. She clung to Jamie, even as Jamie soothed her and told her how great Aunt Lucy was. Finally, the girl was in Lucy's arms, but the baby began to whine. Lucy tried bouncing her like Jamie had, even tried using the same sugary sweet baby talk, but soon the baby's whimpers turned into a full-blown cry. Suddenly, all eyes in the room were back on Lucy. Jamie, who was sitting next to her, leaned in and whispered in her ear, "She senses you're nervous, that's all." Lucy smiled stiffly at Mason's sister, who was staring at her. To Jamie, she said in sotto voce, "She doesn't like me. Quit worrying about them. Just enjoy her. Have fun. Be yourself." "Would you like me to take her, Lucy?" Diana asked. Lucy smiled tightly and said, "No, we're fine." She stood and started to walk the room, jiggling Millie even as she tried talking to her. "Hey, baby, I'm your Aunt Lucy. I'm so excited to see you. We're going to have lots of fun together." Diana, whose husband had left the room 10 minutes ago to work in his office, took the opportunity to sit next to Jamie. Their thighs touched, and Lucy immediately wondered what she was up to. Whatever it was, Lucy was sure it was no good. Still walking and talking to the baby, she caught pieces of their conversation. "How is your sister, Jamie?" "She's fine, thank you," Jamie said, his eyes and smile on Lucy. "Oh, that's so good. I was afraid the poor dear would be falling apart." "Well, like I said, she's just fine." Lucy stopped listening as the baby continued to sob and whimper. It really was as if the baby didn't like her. "Maybe she's hungry," Jamie said. Diana looked at her watch. "You know, you may be right," she said. She rang for the nanny, which irritated Lucy. This woman was going to fight her for custody of Millie, and she couldn't even feed her herself. At least she doesn't make the baby cry when she holds her, though. "Yes, ma'am?" The nanny, a pretty young Russian girl, stepped into the room almost immediately. "Tatiana, can you fix the baby a bottle? I think she's hungry. We're going to have lunch in a few minutes, so you can take her upstairs for a bit." Lucy frowned. She hadn't been planning on staying for lunch. More importantly, she'd only gotten a few minutes with the baby. "Perhaps Lucy could feed her?" Jamie asked. Lucy was feeling more and more awkward with every second that passed. Jamie was actually speaking for her. And though that galled her, she didn't know what to say or do. If she opposed what Diana wanted, or if she said she didn't want to stay for lunch, would that offend the other woman? Would she stop being polite and threaten to keep Millie away from her again? "Sure, Lucy, you can feed her, but don't you want to join us for lunch?" Lucy hesitated for a second more, then thought of a compromise. "I'd love to feed her and then come down as soon as she's finished. I'd just really like the chance to hold her and rock her for a bit." She wanted some time with the baby, away from all these prying eyes. "Okay, sure. Mother has a nursery set up upstairs. Tatiana, show Lucy up to the nursery and take the baby's bottle up. Stay close in case she needs anything." Translation, in case she's utterly incompetent or tries to abscond with the infant, Lucy thought. Lucy looked at Jamie again, and he gave her a smile that said he would be fine at lunch without her. That much she had already known. Even if he and Mason's family weren't both rich, Jamie was charming and intelligent and could talk on almost any topic. The question was, would Lucy be okay with the baby? She followed Tatiana up the stairs even as Millie continued to fuss and cry. "She's not used to me," Lucy told herself. "When she gets to know me better, she'll love me." But what if she doesn't? Another part of her countered. Just because you're related doesn't mean she'll love you. Your own mother and father were embarrassed of you. Lucy never made it down for lunch. While she was feeding Millie, the little girl fell asleep in her arms. The nanny tried to take her and put her in her crib, but Lucy objected. She rocked her and just watched her sleep. It was the most peaceful sleep she had ever witnessed. And during that peaceful sleep, Lucy gathered her courage. "Your Aunt Lucy loves you," she whispered to the baby as she slept. "I will always be here for you, no matter what happens. I will make sure that wherever you live and whomever you live with, you are happy, always." She kissed her little forehead and then carefully transferred her to her crib. By the time she made it down, lunch was over. She and Jamie thanked Mason's family and asked if they could visit again soon. "Of course," Diana said. "Anytime, Lucy." But Lucy knew what she really meant was, anytime so long as you're still engaged to Jamie. Chapter 16. On the drive back to the airport, Lucy was so quiet that Jamie became worried.
"Everything go okay when you were upstairs?"
She smiled and nodded. She was just hungry. As soon as I started feeding her, she calmed down. I held her while she slept. Oh, Jamie, she's so beautiful. Even when she's crying, but when she's not crying, she's breathtaking. She reminds me of Gail so much, and when I think of all the time that passed between us. She sobbed and covered her mouth with her hand to try and stifle the sounds. Jamie enfolded her in his arms and held her. After several minutes, she pulled away and swiped at her tears and then smiled brightly, obviously embarrassed by her show of emotion. "So, how did lunch go?"
"It wasn't bad," he said. "Mason's father and I actually talked business for the most part."
Lucy stiffened. "He wants you to do business with him?"
"He's looking for a place to invest some money, and I was telling him about the project we have going on in Summitville."
"Excuse me? You suggested he invest in your family's business?"
"He was going to invest somewhere," he said. "So I just thought."
"You just thought that your business and his money were more important than my feelings? Great, you've all found kindred spirits in each other. Before I know it, you'll be treating me like crap too." Jamie had to work hard to keep a lid on his temper.
"Lucy, that's ridiculous. It upsets me that you would even imply such a thing, let alone come straight out and say it."
"Then forget I said anything at all," she said. "What is taking us so long to get to the airport? Can't this bolt bucket go any faster?"
"Tell me why you're so upset."
"Why? It doesn't matter how I feel."
"Of course it does."
"No, it doesn't. If Mason's father wants to invest in your business, then he'll invest. It won't matter that I don't like him, that he's a pompous ass, that he told his son—" She looked away.
"Told his son what?"
"Never mind."
"Not only can I not fix something if you don't want to talk about it, but neither can you."
"Geez, Jamie," she sneered. "You really missed your calling. I'm convinced now that psychology is your thing," she said.
"And sarcasm is yours," he said. "Instead of dealing with your feelings about Mason's father, you're spewing sarcasm and try to hurt me instead."
"I'm not trying to hurt you. This isn't about you."
"Oh, really?"
he said.
"Because it seems to me this is just one more excuse for you to push me away again. What's wrong? Have I been getting too close again? Did Millie get too close? What's next? You going to run away from her too, just like you do me?"
"That's a horrible thing to say. To think I used to think you were nice."
"I am nice, Lucy. What I'm not is a pushover. I see what you're doing."
"I'm not doing anything."
"You're shutting down. You're refusing to share yourself with me. Again. God, you continue to do this, and it's not going to matter if we pretend to be engaged or not. You will never be able to win Mason's family over."
"Is that just dawning on you? Well, sorry, this whole thing has been a waste of time."
"Lucy,
can we just not talk for the rest of the drive? I'm tired and I have a headache." With that, she stared out the window. Eventually, the driver pulled up in front of the airport. She grabbed the door handle and opened it before the car was even completely parked. As she stepped out, she slipped the engagement ring off. Turning, she tossed it at Jamie before walking away. Jamie slid out of the car and told his driver,
"You can take off. I'll call when I'm ready."
"Yes, sir." Jamie caught Lucy just as she was getting into an elevator that would take her to the check-in area. She frantically pushed buttons, obviously trying to get the elevator doors to shut before he got there, but he stepped inside just in time. The doors slid shut as he crowded her into a corner. "I just want to go home," she told him.
"Well, you're not going home until you hear me out. I make myself available to you whenever you need me, Lucy." All I ask of you, all I've ever asked, is that you talk to me, share your true feelings."
The door slid open and Lucy slipped around him and stepped out. Before she could get any farther, he grabbed her arms and held her still despite her struggles to get away. Raising her chin, she glared at him. "You want to know how they make me feel? I don't know how it will help, but I'll tell you. They make me feel like nothing I ever do will be good enough for them. They make me feel like trailer trash, and before you tell me I let them make me feel that way, I'm going to tell you that I know that. I've taken a few psychology courses myself, but knowing it and living it are two different things. When I'm around them, I become less than I am because I know it's what they expect from me, and then I hate myself for it. And the idea of you and that man doing business together, the idea that he'll have the opportunity to talk to you and turn you against me." Lucy sobbed. Unable to cover her face with her hands, she leaned forward and buried her face in Jamie's chest.
"Oh, Lucy,"
he murmured. He couldn't stand that this woman who was normally so confident thought he'd be so easily swayed by others' opinions of her. He kissed the top of her head, then lifted her chin so she had to look into his eyes.
"I'm sorry they make you feel like that. I'm sorry that my brave, confident Lucy feels less than when she's around those people. But no one, not Mason's father, no one, will ever turn me against you. God, don't you get it, Lucy? I adore you."
She pulled back. "You do, even though I'm such a snot about all your money?"
"Even then."
Lucy cleared her throat. "I'm not used to feeling less than. Around certain people, I leave my self-confidence at the door. I turn back into that insecure 16-year-old, and I'm not sure this pretend engagement is helping me. They expect me to be different because I'm engaged to a man like you, but I'm not different. I'm just me."
"That's what you need to be, Lucy, just you. We're just playing a little game, but we're not trying to present you as being someone totally different. If the worst happens and they turn against you, the judge will see what a wonderful person you are and grant you custody."
Lucy stood on her toes to kiss him, and his lips came down to meet hers. It was tender and exploring, like they weren't already intimately acquainted. When Lucy finally broke the kiss, she said, "I have to catch my flight, but can I have the ring back?" He grinned and held it up.
"I'm afraid I was going to insist."
This time, instead of putting on the ring herself, she let him slip it on her finger. She stared at it as if admiring its beauty, as if remembering how Jamie had said it reminded him of her.
"Do you really have to catch this flight? Because it'll only take a couple of hours to get to Los Angeles. You can see my place, and we can get you on a later flight, tomorrow, or the next day, or the—"
She covered his mouth with her fingers. "Let's go." Lucy and Jamie held hands and kissed during the long drive to LA. When they arrived at his place, he didn't bother giving her a tour. Instead, as soon as the front door clicked shut behind them, he had her in his arms. Chapter 17. A few days after visiting Millie, Lucy was watching a movie in her apartment when someone knocked on the door. When she went to answer, she saw Jamie through the peephole. He'd called her last night, telling her he missed her already and was going to fly in the next day. His flight wasn't supposed to come in until later that night, but his early arrival was a wonderfully pleasant surprise. With a delighted laugh, she threw open the door. He was carrying a big, heavy-looking basket, and a white blanket was draped over one of his arms. "Hi, why are you here so early, and what's all of this?"
"I got done with business earlier than I expected, and I couldn't wait to see you. Since it's not quite 5, I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you some dinner."
"I am hungry," she said. "Is there really food in there?" she asked, her eyes on the basket.
"In here?" he asked, holding up the basket. "No, this is my new purse. I just brought it in to see if you thought it went with my shoes."
She laughed and said, "Well, if you have any food in that purse, you better feed me." I'm about to chew off my own arm." As he spread the blanket out on the floor of her living room and set the basket down, he said,
"Why didn't you think there'd be food in here?"
"I don't know, I thought maybe it was just utensils, plates, that kind of thing, and that you'd want to order delivery."
"Don't think I can put together a picnic?"
She shrugged. "No, I just didn't think you'd—"
"Go to the trouble to put a picnic together?"
he asked. She frowned and shook her head. "Never mind, I don't know why I asked. Now, what do you have in there?" Lucy sat down on the blanket and watched as he unpacked the picnic basket. He took out a white candle and set it in the middle of their blanket and lit it. You seem to be setting the mood. What else do you have in there? And if it's anything like I'm thinking, what would the folks at your country club think?"
"Why, are you going to snitch me out?"
"Depends. I've been thinking of your visit all day. I'm hungry for food and sex," she said. "Both of those appetites have to be satisfied or I might just sing like a canary."
"Good to know,"
he said. He finished setting the food out. He had green olives, ham, salami, bruschetta, a fresh loaf of French bread, assorted cheeses, condiments, and chocolate mousse pie. He'd also brought sparkling cider and 2 plastic champagne flutes. "Wow, this is an incredible spread," she said, already fixing her sandwich.
"Will this buy me silence for the candle and whatever else I might have in this basket?"
he asked. "Between this and what I got from you the last time we were together, I think you've bought my silence for at least a year." They ate and chatted, and then Jamie said,
"How do you feel about baseball?"
"I don't have any strong feelings about it either way. Why?"
"You're not a Giants or Angels fan?"
"Wouldn't know a giant or an angel if they hit me in the face," she said.
"We don't need to go if you'll get bored, but I have a couple of baseball tickets for tomorrow night. I was wondering if you'd like to go."
"Sure," she said. "Who are we going to see?"
"The Yankees," he said.
"Who's the home team?"
"Ah, so you do know some of the lingo."
Lucy held up her finger and thumb with a small space between them. "Just this much."
"Cool, but the Yankees are the home team."
"What? I don't—" "Oh, you want to fly us to New York for a baseball game?"
"I'd like that, yes," he told her. "If we have time, I'd also like to have dinner in Soho."
She was shaking her head. "You're crazy, you know that?" He had just taken a bite of his sandwich, but she could see his eyes dancing as he said,
"Why, I just want to spend more time with you before this has to end."
She swallowed hard. "I'd like to spend more time with you, too." The next day, they ended up taking his jet to New York and having dinner at an amazing little sushi restaurant in Soho. They watched the Yankees game from a private skybox. Then they flew back home, a little bit tipsy from the few beers they'd had. Lucy confirmed that Jamie's jet had a bedroom. They made love throughout the entire flight home. It had been the perfect ending to a day filled with taking silly pictures in baseball gear they bought in the gift shop, singing "Take Me Out to the Ballpark" during the 7th-inning stretch, and eating foot-long hot dogs, even though she spilled mustard all over the front of her shirt, thus leading them to visiting the gift shop in the first place. But when she was back in her apartment, alone, she started to worry. She was falling hard for Jamie. It had nothing to do with him flying her in a private jet to a ball game, and everything to do with how much fun he was to be with when they got there. She didn't want their time to end, and she didn't know what to do about it. 2 days after flying Lucy to New York, Jamie was in his office when his father called.
"Well, I got a call from Tom Landry over at the EPA offices today. At your request, we've been checking into the practices of the old auto manufacturing plant in Summitville, and it looks like your suspicions were correct. Even though its distillation system technically met EPA standards, the runoff from the plant significantly diminished the quality of the land around it. That includes fields that were previously used for farming and are now lying empty."
"Right," Jamie said.
And that means even though our distillation system is environmentally friendly, there's going to continue to be reduced plant production and profit from those nearby farms. Can we rehabilitate the land before we begin operation? Assuming that we're even granted that right by the town council? We could, but that would be expensive. Very expensive. I'm not sure I'm willing to spend that kind of money on a project that may or may not get off the ground. If the town council commits beforehand, maybe. Otherwise. You know this project is important to me, Dad. My goal isn't just to profit our company, but to help the residents of Summitville. I'd like to explore repairing the land that's been damaged. Before we're guaranteed a presence in the town? That's right, it's a calculated risk, but it's also something I feel strongly about.
And his father knew why. After only a brief hesitation, his father said,
You do what you think is right, Jamie. Thank you, Dad. That means a lot to me. You mean a lot to me, son. It's good to be working with you again. I'm proud of you. Proud of what you stand for.
After ending the call with his father, Jamie finished packing up his things, then called Lucy.
Hi, I'm about to catch my flight and should be at your apartment within the next few hours. How does shrimp scampi and rice sound?
Fabulous.
Great, the restaurant's close to the airport. Do you want me to send a driver over to pick you up and drop you off at the restaurant?
She chuckled. I let you fly me across the country to one ball game, Jameson, and suddenly you think you need to send a car to drive me to a restaurant? I can get there myself, but thank you. Glad she hadn't really been offended by his offer to send a driver, Jamie said.
I'll meet you at the restaurant at 7.
He couldn't wait. On her way to the restaurant, Lucy stopped at her favorite bakery and bought some cookies and a can of whipped cream, which she secreted in her purse. She knew she and Jamie would drive back to her place together, and she didn't want him catching on to her plans. As always, dinner with Jamie was fun and relaxing. They filled their dinner time talking about work and Lucy's niece. Lucy was already looking forward to another visit with Millie the following weekend. Thanks to Jamie, Diana had agreed to let them take the baby to the zoo for their visit. Lucy couldn't wait. As the waiter cleared their table, Jamie asked,
Lucy, would you go to Summitville with me this weekend?
Lucy's eyes widened in surprise. Jamie had told her a little bit more about the factory Whitcomb Enterprises was seeking to open in Summitville, a small town in Michigan. But the last time he'd spoken of it, he'd said his meeting with the town council wouldn't take place for several weeks. I thought your meeting with the town council wasn't until next month.
Something unexpected came up that I need to take care of, and I'd really like your company.
Good thing she had no plans for the upcoming weekend. In fact, the only plans she ever seemed to have involved Jamie, and she'd been enjoying that immensely. Well, sure, you've been there for me, so I'm happy to do anything I can to help you. Though I really don't think you need me. You're wonderful. I'm sure the people from Summitville will love you once they get to know you better.
Now that's a nice thing to say. I think it deserves a kiss.
He leaned over and lightly touched his lips to hers. When he lifted his head, she barely stopped herself from pulling him back down. After dinner, they took a cab back to her place. Once they were safely inside, she poured him a glass of wine, and they sat on the couch.
Dinner was nice, wasn't it?
Wonderful, she said.
I like it that you love to eat.
Yeah, I guess I should be more worried about gaining weight. It'll happen someday.
Even if it does, you'll never be anything less than gorgeous.
Why, Professor, what a nice thing to say.
Just stating the facts,
he said. Well, I'm interested in what you'll think of this. She produced the cookies and whipped cream can from her purse and set them on the coffee table. He stared at them for a minute, then picked up the cookies, handed her one, and said,
I think we should eat these cookies so we can move on to that whipped cream.
He took a huge bite of his peanut butter cookie, then held it out for her to try. She did the same with the white chocolate macadamia. After the cookies had been devoured,
Nice, but I'm still hungry.
Me too, she whispered. Chapter 18. Jamie woke up to an empty bed and the smell of bacon. He smiled, thinking about Lucy cooking. He'd never even thought to ask her if she cooked. He'd never admit it to her, but for some reason he'd assumed she didn't. He got up, pulled on his pants, and followed the scent out to the kitchen. He stopped in the doorway and just watched Lucy for a few minutes while she didn't know he was there. She was wearing his shirt. Her legs were bare, she didn't have on any makeup, and her hair was disheveled. She looked so pretty he immediately considered picking her up and carrying her back to the bedroom. He smiled when she stuck her tongue out the side of her mouth, concentrating as she measured pancake mix and poured it into a bowl. She must have sensed him standing there because she suddenly looked up and smiled. God, this woman took his breath away. He smiled back.
"Good morning, beautiful."
"Good morning. I wanted to surprise you."
When that wonderful smell wafted down the hall, I was surprised.
"Well, go sit on the balcony and I'll bring you your coffee. I don't want you in the kitchen." Jamie laughed.
"I had no idea what a domestic goddess you were."
"Get out before I hit you in the head with a frying pan," she said with a sweet smile.
"Kinky, but I'm game if you are."
She narrowed her eyes and flicked a kitchen towel at him as he walked to the sliding door of her balcony. It was a gorgeous, sunny morning. Lucy brought him his coffee and a kiss, and then she went back to the kitchen. Minutes later, the food on the table, she sat across from him. "Do your parents have servants, like housekeepers and cooks?"
"Yes, they do,"
he answered somewhat cautiously, not sure where she was headed. She shrugged and said, "We had all of that too, so I never really learned how to cook. When I started living on my own, I had to eat a lot of top ramen while I learned. I know she's just a baby, but I want Millie to be self-sufficient. Make sure she knows how to cook, how to do her own laundry, how to survive in the world and make it on her own."
"That's a great idea, but you can still hire help and be independent. My sister and I could cook by the time we were teenagers. I worked on the cars with my dad's mechanic, and I mowed lawns on the grounds. My father had a very similar view to yours. Other than a housekeeper that comes in twice a month, I pretty much take care of myself."
He held up a fork with a piece of pancake on it.
"But it's nice to be taken care of occasionally, too."
He was both surprised and pleased when she first hooked an eyebrow up, then allowed it to settle as a genuine smile crossed her face. Chapter 19. The next day, Jamie and Lucy flew to Summitville. During the flight, Lucy asked Jamie about the plant and the townspeople and what their objections were to his company reopening the factory.
"Basically, they don't want a corporation of our size to come in and ruin their small-town feel. When the automotive plant was there, it offered them a lot of jobs, but it was run by a couple of brothers who'd gotten tired of working for GM and went their own way. The townspeople liked that idea and they welcomed them. Overall, the plant was good for the town, but once the brothers passed on, their heirs closed it down. It wasn't until several years passed that the town realized the company's waste removal system wasn't the best for the surrounding land. So now they're already mistrustful, especially when it comes to a bigger company coming into town. They're looking for negatives rather than thinking about the positive impact it will have on their job and housing markets, on the economy in general."
"What about the damaged land? If your company opens here, will your waste system ensure the land is repaired?"
"No," Jamie said. "Our system won't damage the land further, but it can't repair what's already been damaged."
"Oh, that's too bad."
"We're trying to come up with a solution," he said. "One that will give the citizens a reason to trust us. I just need to discuss our options with the town council."
"Well, I hope they listen to you and trust you, because I know I do." He lifted her hand to his mouth and kissed it.
"And that, sweet thing, means the world to me."
As the cab turned onto Summitville's Main Street, Lucy couldn't help but admire the well-maintained, pretty little town. It was quaint in a way that few places were anymore, so she could see why the townspeople would be leery of strangers coming in and building businesses that could eradicate what made the town so unique. She glanced over at Jamie, who looked awfully nervous. More than nervous, actually. The closer they'd gotten to the small town, the more preoccupied and serious he'd become. Normally, he had such confidence. She could see him wanting to succeed in business because he was a man used to succeeding. But he hadn't said there would be negative consequences to him or his family's business if they didn't get the factory up and running. To her, it seemed like they'd be out another investment opportunity, but not much else. Was there more to all this than he was telling her? Did he feel like he'd lose his father's respect if he failed to close the deal? She'd gotten the sense that his relationship with his parents was a close one and that they doted on their children in a way that a failed business deal couldn't detract from. But why else would Jamie be looking so tense, even grim? The cab driver took them to a cute little inn on the outskirts of town. It was a refurbished 3-story old Victorian house. It had a wraparound porch with hand-carved rocking chairs. Just inside, the reception area was warm and inviting. A round little woman with her hair piled on her head in a messy bun and wearing a man's work shirt was standing behind the registration counter. She glanced up, and when she saw Jamie, her friendly expression closed up and she looked like she'd sucked a lemon. "Hello, Mrs. Newley," Jamie said with his usual charming smile. The woman didn't smile back. Instead, she just looked at her registration book and asked, "Who took your reservation?" "I believe the girl's name was Kate," he said. "This is Lucy, my fiancé." The woman looked at Lucy, a wary expression crossing her features. "It's nice to meet you, Lucy," she said. "Welcome to Summitville. I'm Marie. Have you been here before?" Lucy was so taken aback by the rudeness Marie had shown Jamie that it took her a few seconds to respond. "It's nice to meet you too, and no, this is my first time here." "I hope you have a lovely stay, and please let us know if there's anything we can do for you." The smile dropped from Marie's face as she turned back to Jamie and said, "Mr. Whitcomb, can you sign here, please?" Jamie took the pen and signed his name. "Joey, come help with Mr. Whitcomb's bags, please." A boy who looked to be about 16 took their bags. Marie asked Lucy if she would like a tour of the house. Lucy glanced at Jamie, who nodded his head encouragingly. But his smile was strained, and when he said, "You go on," in a quiet voice, she was even more confused. "I'd love a tour," she said, thinking that maybe she could figure out what was going on here without having to ask Jamie. Marie came around the desk. "Let's start out back. I'll show you the deck, the gardens, and the hot tub room." Lucy followed her, dying to ask Marie why she seemed to dislike Jamie, but the timing didn't seem right. Marie guided her to a wooden deck that was raised off the ground about 3 feet and polished to a glossy shine. It was set up with quaint little bistro tables and fresh flowers and plants. "This is lovely," Lucy told her. "My husband, God rest his soul, built this deck. Can you believe it's 30 years old?" "No, I really can't," Lucy said. "It looks brand new." "We like to take care of things around here so they'll last. We're not all fortunate enough to be like your fiancé, able to replace things on a whim." The woman's voice was decidedly bitter when she made the last statement. Lucy couldn't help it. She just stared at her. She was about to do more, like tell her she obviously didn't know Jamie very well to say such a thing about him or to hold such a bad opinion of him, but since she didn't want to get them kicked out when Jamie was supposed to be making a good impression with the townspeople, she held her tongue. Marie led her to a wooden building that was almost hidden by a large oak tree that had ivy growing up its sides. She opened a door that blended in with the rest of the building to reveal a large octagon-shaped room with wooden benches surrounding it and an octagon-shaped hot tub in the center. There were hooks on the walls with fluffy towels hanging from them and a door in back that led to a small but really nice sauna room with wooden benches and a big basket of hot rocks in the center. "This is lovely too," Lucy told her. "You have a great place here." The older woman looked thrilled that Lucy thought so. "My brother built this sauna with his own hands a few years after Oliver built the deck." "Very talented men," Lucy said as Marie closed the door. They walked back towards the house. As Marie showed her the inside of the house, she told Lucy she'd lived in Summitville all her life. She had 3 children and 4 grandchildren and several brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews who also lived in the area. Lucy found herself liking the woman, which in turn made her feel disloyal. How could she like someone who disliked Jamie? She needed to figure out what was going on here. "That's all of it," Marie told her when they made it back to the front desk. "It's all so quaint and homey. I love it." "I'm glad, honey. Hope you enjoy your stay here." "I'm sure I will," Lucy said. She knew she should turn around and find Jamie, but she couldn't help herself. Jamie was nice. He was wonderful. Even with the town council's doubts about the factory, she couldn't imagine a reason Marie would have treated him so poorly. "Marie, can I ask you something? It's okay if it's out of line and you don't want to answer." "Okay," Marie said, a look of caution on her face. "Is there a reason you don't care for my fiancé?" The woman looked embarrassed and then she said, "I'm sorry, I do owe you an apology for being so rude right in front of you. I'm not usually that way." "I got that impression," Lucy told her. "I've only known you for half an hour, and in that short time it seemed out of character for you to be so rude to anyone, let alone a customer. That's why I thought I'd ask." "I can't believe he hasn't told you," Marie said. Her lips pressed into a thin line. "That makes me think even less of him." "What hasn't he told me?" As soon as the question was out of her mouth, she held up her hand. "You know what? Never mind. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. You don't know me, and as much as I like you, I have to say straight out, my loyalty is to Jamie." Marie looked like she wanted to argue with her, but ultimately she just sighed. "Well, you obviously love him very much. But if he hasn't told you about Sierra, I can't imagine you truly know him. Not in a way that counts." Marie's eyes drifted to a silver frame that held a photo of a beautiful young girl with straight black hair and big brown eyes. "Is that Sierra?" Lucy asked. "Yes, she was my niece." "Was?" "She was only 18 when she died." "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss," Lucy told her. "Thank you. Her death was a tragedy." "What happened, if I may ask?" "I think you need to talk to your fiancé about that." When Lucy got to the room, Jamie was standing at the window, his back turned toward her. He seemed to stiffen when he heard her come in. "How was your tour?" he asked. "Interesting." He turned around. "I'll bet. So she told you then, about Sierra?" "She told me her niece was dead. She was going to tell me more, tell me why she obviously holds a grudge against you, but I told her I wanted to hear it from you." "Why?" "Because you're my friend, Jamie, not her. I don't like the way she treated you. I know you didn't do anything to deserve that kind of treatment." He smiled bitterly. "In this particular case, sweet thing, you're wrong." "Am I? So tell me. And then tell me why you didn't tell me before bringing me here." Jamie sighed, then settled down on the bed. "Will you sit with me?" Without answering, she walked to the bed and sat down, only to notice he was shaking. What in the world? Lucy had always thought she was strong, but at that moment she realized that it was Jamie who was the strong one. He wasn't showy or arrogant or a braggart because he didn't have to be. In his quiet and kind way, he was strong enough to help her when she needed him, to be there for his family, to try to help the people of this town despite the fact they rejected him. In all the time she'd talked about not wanting to fit into his world, not once had he struck out at her for her prejudice. Instead, he'd tried to gently point out those prejudices and encourage her to work past them. She was so ashamed of how she'd walked away from everything he'd been offering her and had continued to offer her because she'd been afraid. He didn't deserve that. He deserved to be with a woman who was as kind and strong as he was. Maybe she wasn't that person, but she could at least be a little brave. She could at least tell him how much she cared for him. No, how much she loved him. Because in that moment, she knew without a doubt it was true. She grabbed his hand. You know what Marie said to me when I told her I didn't want her telling your story?
What?
That I obviously loved you very much. He stiffened but didn't say anything. You know, she whispered, I do love you, Jamie. I think I loved you before I broke up with you. I think that's the reason I broke up with you. He looked stunned.
I can't believe you're saying this to me, here and now, when I have to tell you something that just might change your mind.
I can't guarantee that what you tell me won't anger or disappoint me, but I don't see how it could be so bad that it'll stop me from loving you.
Let me ask you this. You say you love me. What does that mean for us? For this fake engagement?
She'd just gathered the courage to tell him she loved him, and he hadn't even said it back to her. She didn't understand what he wanted from her. I don't know. He pulled his hand away.
You don't know? You love me and you don't know?
What do you want me to say? I love you, Jamie, but nothing's changed. I'm not as strong as you. I don't know if I can fit into your world. Jamie abruptly stood up.
Nothing's changed, seriously. You can say that to me after the last week? That nothing's changed between us?
You know that's not what I meant.
So what did you mean? You've met my family and friends. They liked and welcomed you. You saw what I like to do for fun. We had fun together. And finally, you've gotten to know me, Lucy. To see that I am, indeed, a nice guy. A guy who was born into wealth, but a guy who cares for you. Who wants you. And yes, in case you're wondering, the guy who loves you too. But nothing's changed.
You're twisting my words. I just meant that there are things about our lives that would make it difficult to be together.
And you don't want to deal with that difficulty, he said.
She put her hand to her temple, which was now throbbing. I don't know, she finally cried out. Yes, your family is wonderful, but there are always going to be people like my parents and Mason's family and David and that woman Rachel who we ran into. People who aren't going to accept me.
There are always going to be people who don't accept you all over the place, Lucy, and it doesn't matter how much money they make. You can't tell me you love me in one breath and then push me away using the same excuse you've always used, that you don't fit into my world, and expect me to think you're anything but a coward.
Fine, I'm a coward. At least I've been honest with you from the start. You kept the fact that you were rich from me, and apparently you've kept something seriously important about this Sierra from me, too.
You're right. I did keep Sierra from you, because I didn't want to bring her into our relationship. And I wanted to believe that you'd be different from her, that you'd be stronger than her.
Stronger how?
He shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. I was wrong to bring you here, Luce. I shouldn't even be here. Instead of disregarding the fact that Marie and the other people in this town don't like me, that they blame me for Sierra's death and trying to help them, I should take a page from your book and just stay away.
Her chest seemed to squeeze so tight she could barely breathe. How had things gone from her confessing her love to this fight? I don't understand anything you're saying. I don't understand why you're so angry. You agreed we couldn't be together. You agreed to be my friend. That's the whole reason I let you help me with this fake engagement. You knew I had issues about your money, and now you're throwing it in my face, making me feel like I did something wrong.
He shook his head. You haven't done anything wrong, Lucy, and I'm sorry I made you feel that way. I guess at some point it just felt so natural, us being together, us being engaged. I guess I just started to believe that things could be different." He shook his head yet again and muttered, "I need to go for a walk, clear my head. Then I think we should pack up and go."
He started to walk in front of her to go to the door. Lucy grabbed his arm and said, "Absolutely not." He raised a brow.
"Excuse me?"
"You are not calling me a coward and walking out of here without telling me about Sierra. And you are certainly not fleeing this town until you explain why the townspeople blame you for Sierra's death."
"You don't get to demand anything from me, Lucy."
"As your pretend fiancé and the woman who spent the last week with you, I beg to differ." She raised her hands, cupped his face, and said, "But even putting that aside, if nothing else, I'm your friend, Jamie. You've wanted me to share this whole time when you obviously haven't shared a part of yourself with me. Can't you do what you've asked me to do all along? Can't you trust me?" Jamie reached up, took her hands in his, and then nodded.
"Fine, I'll share. But then we need to talk about us."
"Okay," Lucy said. She sat down on the bed and he sat next to her. Then he told her about Sierra, about how Sierra hated that she came from a different background, about the party they'd attended and how some of the girls told her she looked cheap because her clothes weren't as nice as theirs, about the boys who'd assumed she was cheap and tried to touch her, about how upset she'd gotten and how she'd told him they didn't belong together, and how she didn't tell him that just that night, but multiple times before that, and how he wouldn't listen to her.
At the party, she was upset. I tried to tell her it didn't matter what other people thought, but she refused to listen. She left and ended up driving the car into a tree. It was an accident. She wasn't trying to commit suicide, just lost control of the car. She died at the scene.
"Her death isn't your fault," she said immediately.
"I know that."
"Jamie, it wasn't, and it's horrible for Marie and anyone else to suggest it was."
"I think they blame me for not letting her break up with me when she first tried to."
"So they blame you for being a nice guy." He laughed, then grew serious.
"I thought you viewed my niceness to my detriment."
"You have a lot more to who you are. You're super smart and super funny and sexy and fun to be with." Jamie put his arm around her and pulled her into his chest. He held her there for a few minutes before he said,
"So, would you ever consider overlooking my niceness because of all my other redeeming qualities and actually being with me? For real?"
"I've been considering it a lot lately." She was going to say more. She was going to say, but before she could, Jamie kissed her, making her toes curl. The kiss was akin to an overwhelming expression of emotion that made her chest swell and her head spin. The kiss was akin to a declaration of love, one that was unnecessary because they'd already told each other they loved one another. The problem was she still didn't know what they should do about it. Lucy kept her thoughts to herself because she didn't want to upset Jamie any more than she had. What he'd said had struck a chord for her. She was being cowardly, afraid to commit herself completely to him because she wasn't willing to take on anyone or anything that would dare to try to come between them. Yet she was strong, stronger than Sierra, she told herself, if only because she was older and more experienced. And bottom line, Jamie was, well, Jamie. If ever there was a man worth fighting for, a man worth making compromises for, it was him. She knew that. She knew it, but she still couldn't get the words out to tell him that. After a few minutes, likely sensing the internal struggle she was having, he said, "You hungry?" "I am," she said, hooking her arm through his.
"There's a really cute little restaurant on Main Street that has the best hamburgers I've ever tasted."
Sounds good," she said. "Let me change." Lucy put on a pair of jeans and a Harley-Davidson t-shirt she'd bought when they were in Vegas. It was fitted, red, and showed just a hint of cleavage. They walked hand in hand through the little town. As they strolled past the town library, Lucy glanced in the window. Oh my goodness, look! There was some kind of reading circle going on, with kids ranging anywhere from 2 to about 7 or 8 years old. Standing in front of them was a man that looked like he'd just walked in from the outback. He was holding a giant yellow boa constrictor, and there were multiple cages behind him with various other animals inside. "Let's go in," she told him. "I thought you were hungry." Lucy rolled her eyes and said, "I'll live. Come on." Lucy's enthusiasm was contagious. They stood in the back of the room behind the parents of the children and listened to the man talk in a strong Australian accent. He told the kids about the snake and answered their questions. When he finished his talk, he said that if anyone in the audience wanted to hold the snake, he or she should raise their hand. Jamie wasn't the least bit surprised when Lucy raised hers. After the difficult talk they'd had back at the inn, he felt light years better. He hadn't missed the fact that Lucy had failed to answer his question about being with him for real. But it was definitely a topic he planned on raising again. Lucy didn't know it yet, but she was going to be his in every way there was. Lucy joined the children and held the boa and a baby python and even a baby alligator. Jamie chatted with the crocodile hunter for a few minutes and decided that even though he was looking at Lucy like he wanted to eat her with a spoon, he wasn't half bad as far as hunky Australian tough guy types went. The best thing in his favor, he seemed to know Lucy was with Jamie and didn't even try to hit on her. Big points for that. Lucy was giddy and chatty on the rest of their walk to the restaurant. When they got there, her eyes widened once more. Standing guard outside was a stuffed 8-foot-tall grizzly bear. He was in a glass case, but his teeth and nails were bared as if he was about to pounce. The name of the restaurant was Kodiak, and the entire theme was bears. It even had a gift shop filled with teddy bears and collector cups and t-shirts. "This is so cool," Lucy said. Jamie smiled, loving how she seemed to take the same pleasure in holding snakes and visiting bear-themed restaurants that she did in taking a private jet ride to New York. "Before we leave, I want to look around and get something for the baby," Lucy told him. Jamie gave her an indulgent smile as they were shown to their table. He watched her eyes flit from one big bear to the next. Once they were seated and the waiter had taken their drink orders, Jamie said, "First the aquarium, then the snakes, now the bears. You really like animals, don't you?" "I love them. When I was a kid, I used to tell my dad I wanted to own a zoo when I grew up." Jamie caught himself just before he did something stupid like offer to buy her one. But honest to God, that was his first instinct. He'd do anything, pay anything to make Lucy happy. Instead, he jokingly said, "Oh, I see now why you chose the zoo as our next day trip with Millie." They enjoyed their lunch together and then continued their walk around the little town. They walked through the park where there was a baseball game going on and they stopped to watch. One of the guys choosing teams saw Jamie sitting behind the backstop and said, "Hey, we need one more player. Are you up for it?" Jamie shook his head and Lucy said, "Aw, come on. I'd love to watch you play some baseball." She made her pouty face and a minute later he was jogging out to the field. It wasn't buying her a zoo, but it was still a pretty big deal for him. Even as a teenager, Jamie hadn't been all that good at baseball, but he was decent enough not to embarrass himself. At one point, he was actually applauded for catching a ball and scoring the last out. The various men thanked him for playing. When he strode back to Lucy, she high-fived him and said, "Go, Jameson! What? You kicked baseball booty." He leaned closer. "Did it impress you enough to—" "Jamie Whitcomb?" a man called from behind him. Jamie turned. "Yeah," Jamie told him. "That's me." Lucy stepped closer toward him, practically pasting herself to his side, and he smiled down at her. She looked ready to tear anyone apart if they dared say a bad word to him.
I'm Garrett Hawk. Your family wants to open that airplane parts plant?
Yes, Jamie said, bracing himself. A couple of guys stopped next to Garrett.
I heard the town council was putting a stop to that, one of them said. They have concerns. I'm here to address them.
A few of the men still glared at him, and another one of them said,
We have kids here, families. We may not have billions like you and your family does, but our families are important to us, and we love them. We like our town the way it is, and we don't need outsiders coming in and ruining things any more than they already have. I understand your concerns, Jamie said. I'd just like the town to hear what we can bring to the table, to your tables.
When there was more grumbling, Garrett said,
Well, thanks again for playing, Jamie. Never any harm in hearing people out and learning all the facts, is there, boys?
He stared at the men around him until they finally nodded or verbally agreed. Jamie put his arm around Lucy and guided her away from the others.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
They walked silently for a while. Finally, she said, Are you angry with me? He stopped walking and looked at her.
Why would you think that?
I goaded you into playing, and then those guys.
I had a great time playing, and they have a right to speak their minds. If I'm going to win them over, Lucy, it's not going to be with avoidance. I have to know their concerns to address them.
Lucy hugged and kissed him. You're a good man, Jamie Whitcomb.
I love you, Lucy,
Jamie said. I love you too, she said. She smiled. In spite of all the energy I've expended trying not to. Whoever said nice guys finish last never met you. Chapter 20. Lucy and Jamie spent the rest of the weekend exploring the town, sitting in the hot tub and overall having a great time. Monday morning came, and after a hearty breakfast at the inn, Jamie met with the town council while Lucy had coffee in the courtyard. There seemed to be quite a bit of press accumulating, but that seemed par for the course, given the situation. She was sending a text to Grace and didn't notice reporters surrounding her until one of them said, Ms. Conrad, John Steuben of the Los Angeles Tribune, do you have any comment? Lucy looked up at him, confused. Comment on what? She said.
The photos that were released this morning by the Golden Inquirer.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Lucy said. The reporter handed a copy to Lucy and she glanced at it. She gasped, horrified at what she was seeing. The other reporters and cameramen were snapping photos and yelling questions. There were at least 6 of them now. Lucy felt lightheaded and she thought she was going to throw up right there in front of these people. She swallowed the bile down, not wanting to give them the satisfaction. Looking at the reporter who'd given her the paper, she said, I have no comment. She pushed her way through the reporters and instead of going back into the courthouse, she headed for the inn. The whole way there, she cursed herself for being the coward Jamie had said she was. Jamie discovered that Garrett, the man he'd met at the baseball game, was the chairman of the town council. The meeting didn't take long. Jamie told them of the company's offer to help repair the damage committed by the previous company's waste system. When Garrett asked what Whitcomb Enterprises wanted in return, Jamie simply said, We hope you'll view our efforts as a genuine desire to help this town. Afterwards, if Summitville wishes to do business with us, we can talk. But we won't be asking for anything in return. Garrett and the council seemed stunned by Jamie's offer and, as expected, had several questions. Jamie patiently answered them. Then, after shaking hands with every person in the room, Jamie left to find Lucy. As soon as he got outside, he was confronted by the press. When he got the gist of what they were saying, he almost panicked. But he managed to stay cool in order to deal with the reporters. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I have no comment, he told them. As he started to walk away, one of the female reporters held a copy of the Golden Inquirer out in front of him. Across the front were the words, Jamie Whitcomb, heir to the Whitcomb fortune, engaged to marry a stripper. Underneath, there was a picture of Lucy in her bra, backstage at the nightclub, talking to Jamie. He remembered when she'd torn off her wig and mask in her anger after he'd carried her off the stage at Divine. Apparently, someone had taken her picture. But who? There were more pictures as well. He knew immediately the pictures had been altered. His friends had told him Lucy hadn't returned to strip after he'd carried her off the stage. But it didn't matter if the photos were fake. Everyone would think they were real. He felt sick. Not because he cared about the pictures, but because he'd guessed the reason Lucy had disappeared was because she'd seen them. He had to get to her right away. He shoved the paper in the closest recycle bin and jogged down towards the inn. By the time Jamie got there, Lucy was already gone. She'd left him a note and the engagement ring. The note said, "I'm sorry. I obviously can't do this. I've screwed up my chances to get the baby. I've embarrassed you and your family. How can I ever be accepted into your world after this? I'm sorry, Jamie. I do love you, but this will never work." Jamie took out his phone and tried to call her. It went straight to voicemail. He sought out Marie, who said that Lucy had asked her for directions to the bus depot. "She seemed upset," she said. And in spite of everything, she didn't look pleased or even judgmental. She just looked worried about Lucy. "I've got to go after her." "I was going to say the very same thing." Lucy refused to take his calls, and she never returned to her apartment. When Jamie finally called Grace, the other woman said Lucy was staying with her for a few days. "She doesn't want to talk to you or see you right now, Jamie. I'm sorry." And he could hear how sorry she was over the phone. When he called back on Tuesday, Grace told him that Lucy's in-laws had tried to deny her upcoming Saturday visit with Millie, but apparently Lucy had called her own lawyer, who'd taken care of that matter by producing a court order granting Lucy visitation rights. The fact that she'd called her own lawyer and hadn't allowed Mason's family to bully her had given Jamie renewed hope. But when he tried calling her again, she still refused to take his call. A few more days went by. Then a week. By that time, Jamie was pissed. How dare she shut him out like this? She'd told him she loved him, and this was how she treated him when he'd done absolutely nothing wrong. He jerked when his phone rang, and his eyes widened when he saw the caller was Lucy. Despite his anger, he picked up immediately. "This is Jamie," he said. "I'm not angry with you," she said quickly. "I'm not angry with anyone but myself. I'm the one who got on that stage and stripped, and I'm the one who pretended to be your fiancé so I didn't have to deal with the messy consequences of my previous choices." He wanted to hold on to his anger, he really did, but he found himself reassuring her instead. "First of all, that striptease may have been a poor choice, but who hasn't made poor choices in Vegas? Second of all, you are that baby's aunt, her flesh and blood, and you love her. Whether you actually took your clothes off in front of others doesn't speak to that at all. Anyone who knows you, and I mean the real you, knows that. And I know you. I love you, Lucy." She sobbed, and he closed his eyes, wanting to ease her pain, but knowing he couldn't do that for her completely. "I can't do this," he said quietly. "I can't hear you say you love me, and yet still worry that when something upsets you, you're going to run away from me. The past week has been devastating." "It's been devastating for me too," she said. "I'm sorry for running." "I know you are," he said. "I want nothing more than to be with you. I love you with all my heart. But I have to trust that when you commit yourself to me, you're going to give me all of you, and that come what may, good or bad, you'll stand by my side so we can deal with whatever happens together." "I want to give you that. I want to promise you that." "I know, but like I told you before, it's not a matter of just saying it, Luce. It's a matter of proving it." "So, that's it? I ran. I disappointed you, and now you don't want me anymore?" "I can never not want you." "But I can hear it in your voice. You're walking away just like before."
All those months ago, you never called me. You never came after me. I was giving you time, hoping you'd come to me. Then why won't you fight for me? Because I need you to fight for me."
The silence that followed his words told him he'd stunned her almost as much as he'd stunned himself. But it was true. He needed her to fight for him, whether it was today or tomorrow. If she wasn't willing to do that... "I don't ever want you to be embarrassed of me or regret being with me," she finally said. "I don't want to screw up your life."
"Then don't walk out of it," he said. "Stay with me. Come to me. But do it only if you can commit and fight for what we have. I've got to go now, but think about what I've said, sweet thing, and take care of yourself."
"You too," she whispered. And even though it was the hardest thing he'd ever had to do, Jamie hung up the phone. Chapter 21.
The people of Summitville want to thank you and Whitcomb Enterprises for your generosity, Jamie. And we want to apologize, unfortunately not for all, but for some of us, for the initial mistrust we laid at your feet. I'm just glad we're moving beyond the past, Garrett,
Jamie said into the phone,
and that we're working on solutions to heal the town.
He hoped the healing would apply to both the land surrounding the old automotive factory and some of the lingering grief over Sierra's death and any anger directed at Jamie because of it. But Jamie had finally accepted he could only do so much, and that the speed and degree of one's healing had a lot to do with the attitude of the person grieving. As it always did, his mind found a way to divert his thoughts to Lucy. He had no doubt she still grieved her sister's death, but was she grieving Jamie's absence from her life? He liked to think so, given how terribly he missed her.
"We'll see you in a few weeks,"
Garrett said. Jamie said goodbye, hung up the phone, and turned his chair so he was staring out his window. Instead of seeing the impressive cityscape, however, his mind was filled with memories of Lucy on her pink bike. Lucy petting a stingray and holding a snake. It had been 2 weeks since he'd asked Lucy to come to him with her heart fully committed, and it still hadn't happened. He'd missed being with her, talking with her, and enjoying her sassy sense of humor. Maybe she'd never come to him. Maybe Lucy's prejudices and fears about his wealth and privileged background weren't something she'd ever be able to overcome. He didn't want to accept that, but at what point did hope have to give way to realism? Someone knocked on his door and he turned his chair around again.
"Come in."
It was his assistant, Annabelle. "Just bringing you your mail." He took the pile of envelopes.
"Thanks,"
Jamie said. He started to sort through the mail, but sensed Annabelle hadn't moved away.
"I'm sorry, was there something else, Annabelle?"
Just, She hesitated, then reached out and withdrew a bright orange envelope from the middle of the pile and put it on top. "You'll want to open this first." He looked down at the envelope, his eyes widening when he saw the beautiful black and fuchsia print on the front. It was addressed to Jameson Whitcomb IV. The return sender, Lucy Conrad, soon to be Mrs. Jameson Whitcomb IV. After her last conversation with Jamie, it had only taken an hour of serious contemplation for Lucy to conclude that she could commit herself to him and everything that came with him, for better or worse. All she'd had to do was replay the last few weeks they'd spent together and recognize his willingness, even after those horrible pictures came out and she ran away, to give her a second chance. But she didn't just want to tell him that. Like he said, words didn't mean anything unless they were backed up with action. So she'd enlisted Melina and Grace to help her start planning. Thus began a whirlwind of activity. Time and again, she'd almost given in to her desperate urge to contact Jamie and beg to see him. She knew he was probably worried that she hadn't done so yet, but she hoped that in the end, he'd think the surprise she had planned for him had been worth the wait. The ball had started rolling as soon as Lucy had contacted the event planner by Melina. Ariana Castillo had her own reality show and had become famous by taking people's thoughts and dreams, mixing them with their personality, and turning them into the most fabulous, awe-inspiring parties anyone had ever seen. She was normally booked at least a year in advance, but Jamie's father was somehow involved in the production of her show, so she'd happily put Lucy's event at the top of her list. When Lucy had called her, the voice on the other end of the line sounded too young for a woman who'd been planning high-profile parties for the last decade. When Lucy told her that, Ariana had laughed and said, "I guess the party lifestyle keeps me young. Do me a favor, Lucy. Close your eyes and tell me what you envision for this party." And Lucy had, starting with the fact she wanted it held not at a posh hotel, but someplace old Hollywood, like a Sunset Ranch. Ariana had taken everything from there, checking in often with Lucy to make sure the event came out the way she wanted. They'd enlisted the talents of some of Los Angeles's best caterers, florists, and set designers, and set out hundreds of invitations after Brienne had helped her with the guest list. Now the time had come for what Lucy hoped would be one of the most talked-about engagement parties LA had seen in decades. A reality star with the initials KK was even rumored to have tweeted about it. It was less than an hour before the event began. She knew Jamie was coming because he'd sent in his RSVP. She couldn't wait to see him and the expression on his face when he walked in. She wanted him to love it. She wanted him to still love her. And she hoped and prayed he'd see the party for what it was, her over-the-top pledge that she was committed to blending their two worlds, their two selves, to create one incredibly fun, passionate, and unique life together. As the limo pulled into the long driveway leading to the Dandelion Ranch, Jamie stared at the invitation Lucy had sent him. Against the elegant black background, the fuchsia-embossed lettering read, "Lucy and Jamie." Then, right underneath it, read, "Engaged," in white scroll lettering. He smoothed his fingers across the one word, telling himself the tightness in his chest was solely excitement, but he knew some of it was nerves. Not because he doubted Lucy, her commitment, or her ability to put on a spectacular event, but because after talking to Brienne, he knew who else had been on the invitation list, and he didn't want anything or anyone to put a damper on the joy of the evening. Lucy had invited not only his immediate family and her mother and father, but their families, family and friends. Even Gretchen made the list. And Rachel and Michael, when, as far as Jamie knew, the only time she'd met them was at that one disastrous encounter at the cafe on Coronado Island. The driver pulled up front and Jamie stepped out of the car. The exterior of the ranch house was rugged and well-maintained, but there were no fussy trappings announcing an engagement party was taking place inside. When he opened the door, however, he could see the outdoor patio and how it had been transformed. "Oh my God," he said in a breathless voice. From behind him, he heard Lucy say, "Is that a good, oh my God, or an I want to run back outside one?" she asked. He turned around to face her. "I'd say that it is the best oh my God I've ever uttered, but it's not true." Her beautiful eyes flashed with worry. "It's not?" "No, because I hadn't seen you yet." He twirled his finger so she'd spin around. She looked glorious. She'd put her nose piercing back in and wore a black and fuchsia dress that reminded him of a pinup girl. The neckline was cut low but not plunging, and it maintained a scalloped pattern all the way around the back. The silky material ended just below her upper thighs, where about 2 inches of orange petticoat peeked out. Her shoes were orange, and her bag was a plaid of black, orange, and fuchsia. She'd colored her hair red again, and she'd pulled the sides back and pinned it with a bright orange flower. Jamie didn't know much about fashion, but he suspected most women couldn't pull off such a dramatic, intensely colored look. His Lucy did it beautifully. "Now that I've seen you," he said. "Oh, my
God, words can't express how wonderful you look to me right now. And I'd say that if you were wearing a raggedy tarp."
The worry left her eyes, and they sparkled with joy. "Right back at you, Professor. Now," she held out her arm, "the guests haven't arrived yet because I wanted you to see it all first, but they'll be here soon. May I escort you outside?" As Jamie hooked his arm through hers and they walked outside, she saw the party decorations as if for the first time through his eyes. The colors around the room matched the invitation: black, white, fuchsia, and bright orange. Market lights had been strung up, and at sunset they would transform the party from an evening cocktail party into a magical nighttime dance in the wilderness. All the linens and chairs were black, grounding the vibrant outdoor space. The cardboard vases used to create the centerpieces were also black and blended in with the tabletops so that the color of the vibrant pink and orange roses, dahlias, and daisies popped right off of the table. There was a fully stocked bar and waiters in black uniforms and orange and fuchsia ties passing appetizers on trays. The appetizers were classy but playful. Things like dirty martini skewers, crackers with pesto tapenade, spicy stuffed mushrooms, and French fries served with spicy ketchup. One table was covered with orange paper cones filled with strawberry cotton candy, and the bar was serving a special drink made of vodka and orange cream club. The dessert table was filled with handmade cookies decorated in matching colors, with some even bearing the monogram JL. There were orange and pink cupcakes with sugar flowers that matched the fresh ones on the tables. A wooden dance floor had been set up in one corner with orange and pink planks interwoven into the brightly polished wood. The band had set up on a black stage adorned in orange and pink flowers and ribbon.
"Will the fairies be coming out when the sun goes down? Because this is all so magical, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But there's 2 things missing."
"What's that?" He slipped his hand in his pocket and pulled out the engagement ring. She immediately held out her hand, and he slipped the ring on her finger. She stared at it for a moment, admiring the beauty of the ring that Jamie had picked out for her. Because she knew without having to be told that he'd picked it out for her specifically. He took her hand, lifted it to his mouth, and kissed her palm. Then he said,
"You haven't kissed me yet, sweet thing."
"Well, we need to take care of that." Lucy stood on her toes, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him, putting every drop of love and happiness and excitement she felt into the act. By the time she pulled away, they were both breathing heavy. Jamie's hands wandered her back and the top of her ass, and he leaned his forehead against hers.
"You sure the guests will be here soon?"
No sooner did the words leave his mouth than they heard Brienne shout, "Oh my God, Lucy, it came out even more beautiful than I expected." They turned to see Brienne, Jamie's parents, Gabe, Ryan, Cole, and Luke stepping onto the patio. Brienne had insisted she send Eric an invitation, but he'd never even RSVP'd, which worried Lucy. From everything she'd heard about him, neither his actions on his wedding day nor the ignored party invitation fit who he was. But she wasn't going to bring that up now. Maybe later. After that, the guests began arriving in droves. Lucy greeted them warmly whether she knew them or not, or whether she liked them or not. Tonight was about celebrating her and Jamie, but it was also about proving to him that she was willing to do whatever it took to fit into his world without changing who she was. At one point, she looked up to see Rachel and Michael approaching. Jamie didn't look at her, and he didn't say a word, but the way he squeezed her hand let her know that he was 100% there for her if things got ugly. "Quaint little place to have a party. Was this your..."
"No, Rachel, the party was all Lucy. She did an amazing job."
Rachel scanned Lucy from top to toe and said, "Oh, hi, Lucy. You blended into the background there, so I didn't even see you at first." She laughed. When no one else did, she said, "Oh my goodness, I was kidding. Can't any of you take a joke?"
Was that what that was, Rachel?
Jamie asked.
Because it sounded more like a put-down, and if it was, you can leave right now.
Rachel's eyes widened and her face turned red. No, it really was a joke, Jamie. She turned to Lucy. I'm sorry, Lucy, if I offended you. Lucy just smiled. Have a good time, Rachel.
Let's go find a seat,
Michael said, dragging her away. Jamie squeezed her waist.
I appreciate all this more than I can say, Luce, but you have to know. Life with me isn't about you having to hang out with jerks and take it. If someone hurts or insults you in my presence, I certainly won't let it go. And if I'm not there, you're free to go all spunky pants on whoever you need to.
Lucy giggled. Honestly, while she'd been tempted to roll her eyes at Rachel's failed attempt at humor, it hadn't bothered her beyond that. It was as if, with Jamie by her side and his ring back on her finger, she was made of Teflon. A few minutes later, however, Lucy saw her own mother and father approaching and felt that old, familiar tickle of apprehension building in her stomach and chest. It settled when her mother grabbed her in a hug and held her tight. When she finally let go, she had tears in the corners of her eyes.
Thank you for including us, Lucy. This is beautiful. You're beautiful.
Lucy felt tears fill her own eyes. It had been over 15 years since her mother had told her she was beautiful. Thank you for coming, Mom. We're so glad to have you. Lucy's father stepped up next. He didn't look at her dress or her shoes or her hair. He looked directly into her eyes and said,
Thank you, Lucille. You have no idea what this means to us.
Lucy stepped forward and hugged him, and after a few seconds, he relaxed and hugged her back. There were over 200 people in attendance by the time the guests stopped arriving and the party got into full swing. Mason's parents and his sister never showed, and Lucy hated that Millie wasn't there, but Jamie's entire family, Grace and Max, Melina, Reese and the twins, most of Jamie's friends and coworkers and their dates or significant others, and at least 100 others, both rich and not so rich, mingled together beautifully. When the sun went down and the pink, orange, and white lights came on over the dance floor, the band fired up and the real fun started. And that was when Jamie took her into his arms and danced the night away with her. Epilogue. Jamie stood at the altar waiting for his bride, his best man and groomsman by his side. Across from him stood Brienne and, Jamie still couldn't believe it, Rachel, who, shock of all shocks, had become one of Lucy's good friends during the past year. Jamie looked across the expansive grounds of his father's estate to the spectacular ocean view and marveled at how far he and Lucy had come. After things between him and Lucy had settled, she'd turned her focus on Millie. Since Mason's family had continued to be rude and uncooperative, she'd taken them to court. Standing in front of a room full of people, including several who'd made her feel less than for a lot of years, she told the judge how much she wanted to honor her sister's wishes by taking care of Millie. She argued she'd make a great guardian. She told the judge how much she had accomplished since she'd emancipated at 16 years old, including putting herself through college to earn advanced degrees. She detailed her teaching achievements and provided letters of recommendation from almost 100 coworkers, friends, and family, including Lucy's mother and father. She admitted she liked to have fun, but said that made her well-rounded and an even better role model for Millie. The judge granted Lucy full custody with the right to decide visitation with the rest of the family as she saw fit. When she finished kissing Millie and hugging Jamie, she told Mason's family they could visit as often as they wanted. Her parents were at the wedding, although Lucy had asked Melina and Grace to walk her down the aisle. Her father had rolled his eyes when he'd heard that news, but he was sitting in the front row and every now and again even had a hint of a smile on his face. He and Lucy would continue to butt heads, but at least they were trying, willing to fight for a better relationship for a change. Jamie heard the sound of the wedding march and turned to see his bride coming down the aisle. She wore a traditional white gown that had wide satin straps over the shoulders, was fitted in the bodice and waist, was covered in lace, and had a huge skirt with a 10-foot train. On her head she wore a wreath of white orchids, and in her hands she carried a bouquet of the brightest red and purple roses he'd ever seen. They matched the 6-inch heels she wore under the dress, and with each step she took, everyone could see a flash of red or purple. Jamie smiled. He'd been surprised she'd wanted to go the poofy white dress route, not at all surprised by her choice in flowers and shoes. The woman who was about to become his wife was sweet. She was a feminist and a fighter. She cussed a lot. She was a wild woman, and despite the fact she was working hard to overcome it, he knew she still cared far too much what other people thought about her. And he wouldn't change her for the world. This has been Flirting with the Billionaire, written by Virna De Paul. Narrated by Ellen Lang. Copyright 2014 by Virna De Paul. Production copyright 2015 by Virna De Paul.